Paris, une ville dont l'histoire s'étend sur plus de 2000 ans. Les Romains, qui baptisèrent Lutèce cette ville située sur les rives de la Seine, y plantèrent leurs drapeaux et posèrent les jalons pour des années à venir. Elle fut d'abord connue sous le nom de Civitas Parisorum, puis simplement Paris. Puis vint le siège. Les Vikings ont pillé, brûlant tout sur leur passage. Pendant longtemps, ils ont semblé invincibles. Mais la ville allait grandir. De nouveaux monuments emblématiques ont été construits à Paris, qui sont encore debout aujourd'hui. L'église Saint-Germain-des-Prés, le Louvre, la basilique Saint-Denis. Mais au fil du temps, une classe sociale est restée au sommet. Elle a défini et ouvert la voie à un pays sous un empire qui semblait indestructible. Mais tout empire est voué à tomber et, grâce à son nouveau potentiel, la ville est devenue le cœur battant de la créativité, des possibilités et de l'art. Elle a fait découvrir au monde de nouvelles idées, de nouveaux monuments emblématiques. Et aujourd'hui, avec une population de plus de 2 millions d'habitants, la ville a survécu à travers l'histoire, même face à de grandes adversités et à de grands changements. Il n'y a jamais eu d'espoir plus brillant pour l'avenir. Un avenir que n'importe qui dans cette grande ville pourrait embrasser. La seule question est, qui écrira le prochain chapitre ? L'histoire s'écrit ici.
Bonjour Paris and welcome to the second day of our live playoffs, live from the Adidas Arena with an important day because we do decide our second grand finalist today. It is not only that, it is also Valentine's Day. We are in the city of love, and despite that, hearts will be broken today because two teams will fall just short of making it to the grand final. My name is Anne, I'm your host for today, and joining me in our studio, we have a Fresh and Alfama. Guys, a beautiful day, but hearts will be broken.
Oh, really? Especially after yesterday, I will say this, there were some upsets, there were some big moments, there were some cries and some tears. And I will say this today, I'm hoping that we see beautiful matchups again in front of beautiful French crowd.
I hope they're not still bitter about Falcons losing yesterday, because of course they can make that low bracket run. It was a phenomenal day of Siege yesterday, and it's only going to get better yet today.
Hey, they might escape the curse with the way the bracket's folding out. Then we can have a look at our bracket as well. We have our best 4 teams in the world as of currently remaining. FaZe is already qualified to the grand final. We saw that happen yesterday. Means they have an off day today, and there's going to be an absolute brawl in our lower brackets.
Yeah, if we look at these teams, I don't see any surprises, but I would say before the event, we would have said maybe it would have been Falcons, Furia, MAT, FaZe. 2 of them are missing the call. Furia was sent home yesterday, MAT before that, and that leaves spots for challengers. Fluxo W7M, maybe the Princes of Brazil, and Team Secret, the Princes of Europe.
And those 2 challengers have both actually won events in the last 18 months. Of course, Secret winning Esports World Cup, W7M back in the day in Montreal winning that major as well. So even though they're challengers, both have got pedigree of winning it out on the main stage.
We've had a lot here on stage yesterday. 3 important matches, so it's time to take a look at exactly what happened yesterday. as we always do, we jump into Panorama as well to further discuss some of those best moments of yesterday. Starting off with the monster, a player that has already qualified to the grand final. Handy was absolutely tearing through Falcon.
Yeah, he was absolutely incredible yesterday. I thought, FaZe's big strength is their teamwork, but Handy was at the forefront of it, and on an individual basis, he was mega yesterday. He was the one that was getting all of the entry kills for FaZe, particularly on that first map, really throwing Falcons off their game, and he was just putting up numbers.
I mean, 6 opening kills on Bank, that alone, I think he was the one really pulling the rest of FaZe together. He was the one, the main win condition for them in the first map. I think he pulled everyone there, and he was the main reason why FaZe was so dominating in that matchup. It took a lot for him to go and do that against Falcons, but what a player. That consistency on Handy, it's always so impressive.
And for the moment, we can, of course, talk about FaZe making it to yet another SI final, but we went for some more emotions. We're talking about Fluxo W7M finally taking down Furia after a 10-loss streak.
Yeah, we call it like a little brother, big brother kind of arrangement that these two teams have got going on. And on the biggest stage of all, Fluxo W7M finally got it done against their bigger brother. They've got very similar playstyles in the way they play Siege. Both of these teams are absolutely full of gunners, but finally getting over the line after not beating them in 10 fixtures was absolutely huge. You can see the emotion coming out from Palu there, from Loban.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because they were dominated by that team for so long. But it's also the way they did it.
Yeah.
5 flawless rounds, not dropping a single player on that last map out of 8 rounds.
Yeah.
That was absolutely insane.
That means they're playing more matches today. We'll transition into our must-see, and we could pick their match that they're playing as the very first one here on the stage. But let's be honest, that last one though, the lower bracket final, whoever wins that matchup goes up against Falcons. That is our match of the day.
Whatever happens, and we have beautiful storylines. If W7M and Fluxo win this, Palu may get a shot at a grand final. If Falcons win this, they get another shot at lifting the hammer, and maybe this time in Paris. Whatever happens, even if Secret wins, we'll have a Frenchman in the grand finals.
We're either going to see a Frenchman in the grand final, or we're going to see a lot of French hearts broken today if Fluxo W7M make it all the way.
Well, whatever happens, we will decide a grand finalist today. Fluxo W7M and Secret is our first match of the day. Lower bracket elimination is on the line. And in recent history, Secret seemed to have the upper hand inside this matchup. A best of 1-1, a best of 3-1 here at the Six Invitational in group stage as well. And for the side of Fluxo W7M, my main question or concern rather is there any steam left in that engine after this big win from yesterday?
You know what, I believe it's there. I know that winning that final matchup after losing 10 times against Furia must have felt amazing. I know they made history in that, but I look at these guys, and this is the reason why they came in, right? They're here to take down more Brazilian teams. They're here to prove that Brazil has a lot of talent. And they showed that yesterday. They're a team that has so much potential. Ever since the addition of Palu, they were built as a super team to go and reach a grand final and lift a hammer. I think they've got that steam in them. They've got that hunger.
Yeah, Logan said to us all the way back in group stage, he said, actually, I think this is the final form of this team. I think we can go all the way. Yes, the victory yesterday will have been massive for their mental, but it's not their end game. It's not their end goal. That is going to be winning the hammer.
And I know that we gotta stay unbiased here in the studio, but there's one player on the side of Fluxo W7M. When you look at the player, it's just that deserving factor.
Yeah, the fact that he deserves this, why does it matter to him? Why does it matter to him to lift that trophy? And that player is Palu. I think if I look back at the last time he was in Paris, it was a very, very emotional moment in his career. He played in the grand final of Six Invitational just after losing his father. He chose to commit to his dream. Eventually, he lost that grand final, but still, it showed a lot of character from him. After that, he reached other grand finals, right? He tried it so hard. He stuck 6 years with Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And eventually, he jumped ships because he thought, with that roster, I may have a chance. And looking at those pictures, Jack, it's just so much emotion.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever happens with Palu, he will go down as a Hall of Fame player within this esport, within this ecosystem. He is, for the longevity reasons, he has been at the top of his game for so long. And he's phenomenal. Even, in this tournament, he's got the best KD, he's got the most clutches, the second best survival rate. But the stat that I want to pay attention to is the one up at the top. Yes, he will be a Hall of Fame player, but 18 S-tier events, 0 trophies is the one that might haunt him. Now, he's with a roster that knows how to get over the line in terms of a LAN event, in terms of a big major event. but he's got the opportunity to do that this weekend.
Going up against a roster that recently won a trophy back at EWC. And for Secret, you know, the NA Destroyers from yesterday, my favorite thing from that whole matchup yesterday was the interview afterwards, where we saw how much it meant to the player, how respectful they were to their opponents. Just a beautiful picture.
Yeah, and such a good attitude, such a good energy. They're coming here, they're full of hunger. I don't see the pressure on them. I actually don't think they're seen as favorites, despite winning EWC. These guys are still thriving on that momentum. They've worked so hard to get here, and we might be looking at one of the youngest teams in this tournament, facing one of the oldest as well. It's beautiful to see that hunger in them, Jack.
It's really hard not to fall in love with this team as well. They've got so many good gunners. They play such an exciting brand of Rainbow Six Siege, and realistically, they make you want to watch this game because of how they play, how confident they are, how humble they are. I think as a team, they are a very, very young team, as Leo just mentioned, but they've got a great IGL in Savage who will lead them around the map, lead them around the park. In fact, they are the youngest team at this tournament, average age of 22, which is kind of strange realistically, Anne, because you're looking at players there that we've seen in European Siege for a long time, but they're the youngest team on average. They've got the best entry, the best KD, and they are the fastest. Why is that? Well, they've got Savage, who plays often on the shield. And
These team
modern
pictures
way
crack
of
me up.
applying the game, applying the IGL into this game, and he's surrounded by some of the most incredible fraggers inside a European Siege. You've got Mowgli, frontman in a lot of
poor
his
cats
former
think
teams,
that it's
frontman in
food
this team,
time.
the same with Noah, and then Jum and Adrian kind of filling up that middle line and the back line. But every single one of these players, this is the big thing to know, is that they were on previous rosters or on this roster a fragger in their day. And what that makes them is it makes them dangerous in any single situation. They managed to find a way to turn impossible.
Oh. Come on. Come on.
5 defenders are facing them. And if we look at this, they actually have a crossfire here into Freezer, another crossfire into White Hallway. In what world is Secret winning this 3v5? Let's take a look at real footage. Let's take a look at what happens in their heads. You see all of the defenders here, and the main thing is you look for weakness. You look for a gap somewhere. And so if we look at the position, we see Azami here in Cocktail. We see the Wamai as well. We see the Warden hiding in tops. But most importantly, look at this. Jagger is isolated in Freezer. Blackbird, that's Savage. Noah on the Hibana. They are the key to the victory here. And look at what they will do. Blackbird will go and take a 1v1 on the Jagger, completely isolated. Noah doesn't help him because Noah thinks that Savage will win that 1v1. What he does instead is look for a trade. And instantly, boom, we go from a 3v5 to a 3v3. And suddenly, take a look at the remaining defenders on the side of Wildcard. 3 players, all grouped up. The Predator has become the prey. And if we look at this, everyone on the side of Secret can now collapse Savage and Mowgli from one side, Noah from the other. From a 3v5 to a 3v3, it's now them that have the upper hand. Noah wins another gunfight. Mowgli can down, play aggressive, behind Savage, and take another one. And from a 3v5, we go down to a 3v0. That's what makes Secret so amazing. They've got great fragger, yes, but they will find a way to turn around a round that was impossible into a victory.
Yeah, the cats think that it's food time right now.
From Secret here on the stage as well, and with this being a best of 3, a rematch, the last time they played, it was quite close on all these maps as well. That's why I'm really curious to see if we'll see similar maps as that matchup or new ones.
Yeah, well, the map veto is a little bit interesting. There's a little bit of tomfoolery going on. We're going to see
Nighthaven, Chalet, and
Nighthaven
Fortress.
which is a map that Secret beat them on inside of group stage. But it doesn't stop there as well. Secret, they picked Chalet. Even though they love the map, it was a map actually that Fluxo W7M yesterday picked up against Furia. And there's a little bit of mind games going on. And of course, if we get there, first time for Fortress on the main stage.
Now this is going to be a big one. And I am just looking at the middle of this and I'm thinking of Chalet once again. I look at 2 teams that probably have some of the best gunners in the world.
Hi, little one.
And what is the key word for Chalet that Savage said all the way at the beginning of this event? Gunfight. They have some of the best gunners, all about the gunfight. It will be an amazing matchup on that map.
I feel like we got a bit of the crowd's response as well there when the map veto came on, and the potential of our first Fortress here to either upset or make the crowd very happy. Do you think we'll get to a decider?
I think we deserve
think-
it. I think it's a side, men's stage. We need a third map to make it epic.
Yeah, both of these teams have got enough quality on their day to beat absolutely anybody. If both teams turn up, I don't see a reason we wouldn't go 3 maps.
And if we do go to a third map, or even if we don't, who's taking this matchup?
Obviously, we've got to say Secret.
Secret, yeah, we're in agreement with this one. We're in agreement.
Maybe scared of the crowd in this potential as well. I totally understand it. EU versus Brazil is our first elimination match here at the Six Invitational, day 2 of the live playoffs. It's time to welcome our teams to the stage.
Joyeux Saint-Valentin tout le monde!
Is it up yet?
Valentine's Day. We would rather be than the city of love, celebrating the game that we love. 10 years of 6 invitationals, and this time we are in Paris. I'm so excited for this, Miloš. The master, he is the man who knows about a million languages. But you speak in French this weekend.
Today we speak the language of love. Aujourd'hui on parle le langage de l'amour. Il n'y a pas de plus grand amour dans tout ce monde. Ce Saint-Valentin à Paris que l'amour qu'on a pour Rainbow Six.
May I see the co-stream feature, please?
Invitational still going on? Was that all weekend?
Une quatrième qui attend à la finale et 3 qui s'affrontent pour avoir ce dernier spot demain.
Now, of course, there's a lot to celebrate this weekend, and there are very rarely any certainties.
Whenever it's at 3 o'clock, it'll open up.
We have some very dangerous Brazilians in FaZe Clan waiting in the wings, looking for a challenger for this hammer. Who will it be, Miloš?
C'est la grande question, c'est big question. Certainement, on arrive au Six Invitational chaque année et chaque fois, il n'y a qu'une seule qui est garantie.
I think 3 o'clock.
C'est le fait qu'il y a une
Okay.
équipe qui
Let's see.
pour pouvoir peut-être lancer le marteau la deuxième fois back-to-back qu'ils auront fait. Peut-être, ça dépend des 3 autres équipes qui vont s'affronter aujourd'hui pour cet honneur dans la grande finale ici en direct à Paris.
For day 2 of the Six Invitational 2026, let's welcome our first team.
Yes, I would love to see it. However, I need to refresh to see if there's a freaking co-stream button.
Fluxo W7M! You can hear this crowd cheering this Brazilian team on. It's for many reasons, of course. They've been playing spectacularly so far here at SI, but with Palu, one of the greatest players to ever play, looking for his first major triumph here, and he's got this French crowd behind him.
And their opponents.
Listen, I would love to see a co-stream button. Please and thank you.
Team Secret! Ce n'est aucun secret l'amour que Paris et toute l'Europe a pour cette équipe. Que ce soit Noah, Mowgli, Adrian, Sabatoujoum, ces 5 sont là.
Because instead of refreshing, I would like to enjoy
Immense effort à Munich.
the team intros and everything, but I have to keep refreshing.
L'éternel. Pour ce seul bout. Peut-être qu'ils joueront en direct pour vous demain.
Noah, come and join us, and Palu as well. We'll have a brief moment together in front of the crowd and our audience watching at home before you get into what I know is a crucial and important matchup for you both, the best of 3 that will determine whether or not your journey lives on throughout today. Any final words from yourself, Noah?
I don't really care about them. Just keep being an amazing crowd and we're going to do good today.
Ça m'est égal ce qu'ils font, Floxo. Pour moi, c'est le plus important, c'est vous, ici, dans l'arène. Vous donnez notre énergie et on gagnera pour vous. Palu, he's fired up. He loves the stage. You've been on here a million times. You're now an expecting dad. Anything you want to say to him?
Just have fun, like it's gonna be a great match. People will cheer against us, but that's fine, it's part of the game. Let's play our best.
It's a tough one.
Les chants ici, the whole thing, the crowd. Ça leur est égal. En fait, pour eux, c'est juste le fait qu'il y a des cris ici. Palu, il est prêt pour gagner.
It's a tough one to call. Can we get a handshake here? Go and take your seats. Want to keep the dream well and truly alive. Let's get into this first matchup on the main stage on day 2.
Can we?
C'est parti.
Thank you very much, guys, over on the
Oh damn, what's Bolo doing there? Look at Bolo.
And Tim, we've got someone in the middle.
There is. We've added somebody, as we always like to. We got a special guest. We got Bolo.
What's up, guys? But honestly, believe it or not, if you win an SI, you can kind of convince absolutely anybody to do anything. So here I am with the absolute GOATs, and I'm ready for a absolute banger of a match with Flux of W7M and Secret.
It's going to be an incredible one. We've seen these guys play throughout the tournament. I think Secret...
Come on.
Win something big. We'll find out. Tim, what about Fluxo?
Well, you know, there's a lot of excitement around this one, Des. It's a game where opportunity and dreams collide for Palu. The opportunity to continue his quest for a first major title. For Mowgli, 2 more wins to make real the dream of a grand final on home soil. This one doesn't come much bigger, Des. This is Fluxo versus Team Secret, and we're ready to get underway right now.
Perfect in real life. Rage your ass out.
Come on, I wanna turn this. I wanna make this full screen, please.
Getting into just a second. Team's final handshake. Because come the end of this series, Tim, one of them, unfortunately, has to go home. You've been here on a big stage before.
Are drops even showing up right now? Like,
being stood here or being stood up there, and you said, well, this is the first time for everything.
Yep. I think genuinely, I mean, I'm a little nervous right
nope,
now.
no drops either.
We got parents of these players.
Are there drops? There's drops all weekend.
Children to make their dreams come true, and they just have some old guy who won a tournament talking about their hopes and dreams, right? So I think the first time on a caster station, I'm nervous. The first time I ever played, nervous. But the thing is, with these guys, they have all been here before. All these guys,
excuse me.
players, won events, been in grand finals, absolute legends and veterans here.
Yes, the bandit skin.
Do you still remember that moment of lifting the hammer?
Oh, of course. You keep talking about it. I'm gonna start crying. Don't you do it. Of course. I relive it every single second I get, especially when you're in Paris, when you're at the Six Invitational, and everybody is fighting for the title. You know, you get a little goosebumps. You know what they're feeling. You know how badly they want this. And it's honestly quite an honor to be able to relive and say, I know what they're fighting for. I know what they're feeling. And you can see it from outside in. It's unreal, and I wish them the best.
Aw, that's very heartfelt.
Another interesting.
That was very nice.
It was
I'm not normally that nice.
And to continue that, like, another interesting angle here, of course, is Mowgli has got that added level of like trying to do it on home soil. You were in Sweden, of course, and it was a little bit of a different SI that year.
I don't know any Swedes.
Can you even imagine having done something like that back at home?
Oh, that would have been absolutely amazing. I mean, I had the pleasure to play in front of my parents, my family, one time, USN 2019. Didn't do so hot, but, you know, they had that happen at least once, right? And I think home soil, especially for Mowgli, would be like that's the top feeling. Yeah. Top feeling.
Did your dad come over afterwards and was like, I'm not angry, I'm just...
Didn't even know what's going on.
He's like, you shot people, cool.
He's like, round one. He's like, all right, they got one. It's like, oh, wrong team.
Okay,
Wrong team,
this frickin' button still isn't up yet.
You've seen the veto come through and heard the Dev speak about it as well, that it's a really fascinating one. Fortress, I would love to see, as that map that both teams have played, they've lost, we haven't seen enough of it yet. I don't think I really want to see more before the tournament is out. And we looked at it coming in towards Labs. You know, great map coming out for Fluxo, Tim. They're off to a strong start if they can get this one over the line.
Yeah, definitely. So I was looking at the maps last night thinking, as we
The cats do think it's breakfast time.
There's a few that I thought we might see that we're not. You know, I didn't know if we'd maybe get a little club thrown in the mix. Both teams have been pretty good there, but not so good that you might want to take it away. I was a little surprised to see Nighthaven, you know, making it in through that ban, but Fluxo W7M love it. And initially, I had a little bit of a feeling of a 2-0 Secret with that home advantage. I look at the maps now, and I think, I don't know, I think we might have a bit of Fortress on our...
I really hope for a Fortress, especially, you know, I never really even played it, so this is my chance to, like, really understand what's exactly going on Fortress. And I was agreeing with you.
I still don't think any of us fully understand. We're not at that point.
It's always evolving. It's always evolving.
You know why he's really here? It's because we get the second monitor where we can see top down. So we get to really see Fortress now. He's here for it. That's why he's studying. No other reason.
Yeah, a little insight. The casters have 2 monitors here. They have the POV.
Technically, the match is about to start. Where's the co-stream button?
Dream as a spectator. But going back to the match, I was really thinking a secret 2-0. And I think and I hope we make it to Fortress. And especially...
Because I don't think anybody has... Well, I don't even think the Rainbow Six...
And maybe I'll be a fan.
Rainbow Six has drops either. Right now? It could be on Twitch's end too. That happens a lot. Dude, what is going on with my freaking Chrome right now? Hello? Chrome? Okay, let me do that. It doesn't want to be open. Hold on. See what happens when I have to keep refreshing it? Store.
You know, outside of the siege, it's quite an interesting because I haven't been at home for Valentine's Day for 8 years. But
we are always having to make it up.
I always send her a gift. I always make sure there's a card, but it's not really a thing.
For sure.
I'm always working.
Yeah, Siege players, Siege casters, Siege talents, they know the struggles of the absence of Valentine's Day. It just comes with the life.
You'll be really doing it to us, huh?
Yeah.
They're making our life back home hard. What are you doing, guys? What are you doing? We'll see when we get into it, of course, quite soon. Paris itself this year's been quite good fun. It's been a while since we've been back as well, Tim. It's been nice being back here this last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we were fortunate enough to spend a lot of time in Paris through the ODUL days. And we, you know, I can speak for myself. I absolutely love the city. I think it's a brilliant place. And, you know, being back here for the biggest tournament of all, of course.
Is anybody else having problems?
Years and years ago, but being able to see the 6th Invitational back at the home of Ubisoft in such a beautiful city. It's been a phenomenal thing. I think, you know, the staging that we've got, the Toile de Jouy hanging off, the sledgehammer, just everything about
of course.
it is just chef's kiss.
I want to be the guy flying this drone around. During rehearsal, we saw it just whizzing around the arena. Real cool. Obviously a beautiful stage as well. Like, I promised we wouldn't talk about the flowers, but I'm going to talk about the flowers. Lovely stage setup we've got. I love the glass doors, my favorite. When we open those.
Okay, it looks like.
Well, it's quite interesting because I was talking.
Looks like these guys don't even have drops yet either, and they're fucking there.
As like a POV, what it's like to walk out at the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, because they just have this up, but I do need to be following Fat. I like watching his stuff.
You know, all I had was just behind the big screens, and there's just some Polish man saying go. Walk left.
Yeah, it looks like.
Doors,
there's no drops anywhere right now.
Honestly, it makes sense. It makes sense.
It really ain't that different because we've now got Danish people who say to us, "Okay, go."
That's true.
Producer Tommy and the team behind the scenes, of course, doing a wonderful job here. We'll get ourselves into it very, very shortly. As said, we're just waiting for a couple of lobby issues to be resolved, and then we can dive straight into this game. Of course, not forgetting that whoever wins this game has also then got to play later on as well. They'll get a little break in the middle to, I won't quite say rest and recover, but they've got to be ready, Tim.
Yeah, for sure.
How did you manage that kind of a day, boss? So you get up in the morning, and often you're going to play one game. You're focused on that one game. Like, what particularly I'm thinking about the prep. So a lot of prep goes into a game from all the analysts, the coach, everything else for a team. How do you prep for that second game? You don't know who it's going to be. You've got a limited time to find out. You know, what's the process
I mean, that is all behind-the-scenes magic by the coaching staff, right? Every event, all the coaching staff, they forfeit their sleep. They prep and prep and prep because, of course, you're going to prepare for the best case scenario. We're going to win this loser semi. We're going to play loser finals. Then the next day, we got to play grand finals. So it's just nonstop. Every map, every variable needs to be accounted for so that the players can be rested, ready, and prepared for their match, individually recovered, and of course, leading into the next series, it's just a breakdown from the coach.
So they kind of try to take as much of that weight off you as a player as possible, so you can just be focused.
Question on that, because obviously then you as players, like, it could be very, very short time before that next game. You get dumped, okay, here's all the counter prep, here's how to play drones, here's what you've got to do to respond to it. How do you internalize and store all that? Because that's a lot of info to get dropped on you.
Well, a lot of people, they're like, okay, is it a
baby
advantage
girl.
by not playing and waiting for your opponent, or is it an advantage playing the loser bracket and winning? And I've always been in the side of, if you had a 100% guarantee that you would win the loser match and then go into the second match of the day, I would take that every day of the week. So you have the reps, you have the warm-up, you have the chemistry on the day, and you know you're battle ready.
You feel like you're just going into that one. It's kind of like map 4.
Yeah, it's like another wave. It's like another
continue.
wave.
Yeah.
It's interesting, very interesting. It's a part of the game that we don't really get to see. Like, we know that analysts and coaching staff are absolute socks off at these events as well, because, like you say, there's so many games they can come into every single day. But same for you guys.
Yeah. There'll be times at events. You see your coach. You say good night. You come back in the morning, same spot. Good morning.
Well, we are pretty much ready to go, guys. Thank you for your patience. Labs awaits in the first game of this series. 9 for 1. Can't wait to see how it's gonna go. Let's lock in. Here's Labs.
Okay, let's refresh. Is there a co-stream button? Still no co-stream button.
Here we go then. Fluxo starting things off on the attack. Secret on the defensive. Labs. It is Fluxo's map pick. And we're confident we can see a fortress here, Tim.
Interestingly, you know, we've got to look at the last time these two teams played on this map. It was just a few days ago. Team Secret came away with the win 7-5. So there's already a little bit of form, a little bit of history here. Again, from a player perspective, is that playing in your mind a little bit? You've lost this map to this team recently.
Honestly, it's a little bit intimidating. But at the end of the day, whenever you have a rematch with an opponent that beats you, the loser is in the advantage. They have the driver's seat because they lost, which means a lesson was learned.
Yep.
Every lesson comes with an L. And so you know what went wrong, what they did right, and how to counter it. And in the event that you run it back, no matter how many days later, if they do the same thing, you're a little bit more prepared. And then it's on top of the winning team to determine, okay, guys, we won. Are we going to just leave it at that? Are we going to go on to the next one? Are we going to think about what we did, how we won, and how to switch it up?
And touch on these operator bans real quick as well. Somewhat similar to what we saw the other day. Fluxo during their game took away Kaid and Mira was their third ban. That's now here in round 1. So you might see the bandit get brought
co-stream
out
buttons up.
by Secret. On the other side, the Grim banned away. One of our best and most picked attackers at the tournament. Ying is a new one. Only saw it picked up the one time by Fluxo, admittedly, but it was enough for Secret to be scared of it. Enough that they've chosen to take it away. So we'll see how those bans have an impact. We are starting things up here on the top floor. Let's see how Secret do in round 1.
Heck yeah.
We've seen the clash brought along there, but again, we've seen a lot of clash use here at the tournament. How much of a frustration is that for the attackers?
Oh, it is a huge frustration because at the end of the day, if you want to go Raptor side, if you want to go anywhere like Aqua, it is just this non-stop force. And a lot of people, the Ying is banned here, so they're thinking that maybe there's going to be a shield, and they're already preemptively taking the clash to prevent an Aqua.
That was thumbs up because we thought you did really good.
Oh, okay. There you go. I'm like, what did I do? What did I do?
So you guys weren't seeing me until the same time when thumbs up, like, yeah, that was great, really good. And he was like, what?
Right, I stopped. Thank goodness I brought my good underwear on, just in case.
Lucky underwear for Valentine's Day and a semi-final. Who can complain about that? Well, to get things off then, of course, got the beautiful top down here, so we can see everything going on off towards our left-hand side. Tim, we've seen frustrations throughout this event where teams have made things very, very one-dimensional, only taking over IT and looking for catwalk later. At least here, there's a bit of pressure out towards the meeting side. You've, of course, also got the clash currently sniffing around Aqua as well, trying to make sure no one's pushing in on that balcony.
Yeah, we're seeing Fluxo W7M just trying to create those multiple pain points, as we call them.
Hot feet.
Often we can see in front of us there, the Maverick just doing a little bit of work on IT wall. Palu is straight out onto that connector wall, so they want him to just let them know that this is not going to be all from one direction. Another big factor in Fluxo W7M's game, of course, has been that clutch ability, Des. We look at Team Secret, they've been super organized, they're the top on KD, entry kills, whereas Fluxo W7M, they're right up there with the multi-kills.
Oh!
Big start from Savage.
They were even watching it, too.
Manages to hit dots. It's an oldie but a goodie. The Nitro finds him.
I thought he'd get two then, Tim. I saw the rappel come down. I thought, oh no, surely not. That could have been disastrous.
Yeah, Dots is going to be eating himself up because that wall is still banded. That Nitro, if it touches, it's gone. Dots made the hole that ended up in his demise.
Wonderful stuff and a great start to it. Indeed, they can still get the ball open up. They just take a little bit more time. Secret here, really trying to run that clock down and just see Fluxo struggle in the dying seconds.
You've got Lobin now starting to pressure on Catwalk. This is going to be good for W7M because it's going to take a little bit of that pressure because Secret has to start fronting this up. And there you go. It opens up a
Flash is gone.
Volks manages to pick up Adrian. That's the Clash gone as well. That's a real big pickup for Fluxo. W7M manages to take a quick peek and get another.
Oh yeah, you're not wanted against that shotgun.
Savage steps out with the shotty.
Even with the flash coming on through, he finds his man, and that takes away a lot of that IT pressure. They've now regained that ground, and 2 kills come out for Dodettes. Parlo in for the last round 1 to Fluxo.
Absolutely huge round out of Volks right there. Honestly, I was scared with this clash because it seemed like everything was kind of falling apart. Dots, opening kill on that breach, losing the map. They had to re-evaluate what they wanted to do. Nade the bandit, ace the wall. But if they wanted to go conside, which it seemed like they were setting up to do, that clash would have been a huge wrench in their plan. And Volps just said, you know what? I'm Volps. I'm going to just walk at these guys. I kill the clash. I get a great shot on a zombie, opening up more pressure into the pillar. Huge round out of him.
I don't want to sit. I want to stand up.
Showing us that it's that ability, like I said.
Oh, right through that little hole right there. Holy crap.
The numbers to this tournament, Fluxo W7M are biggest when we're looking at multi-kills and clutches. It doesn't matter that they've lost that entry kill. It doesn't matter that they're on the back foot. This Brazilian side have shown such an ability through this tournament to turn those rounds upside down, particularly Parlo. I know it was Volps in this case, but Parlo's numbers for those clutches are top of the table. They're off the charts. And it's just, it must be difficult to play against a team like that. Because surely you sat there thinking, right, yeah, we're 5v4, with maybe even 5v3. But in the back of your mind, you're thinking, these guys keep winning these.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that's one of the, to kind of tap into the Brazilian mindset. It's like everybody's a gunner. Everybody can clutch. And of course, you have, I mean, I'm gonna play
turn on my lights too.
Harper again here right now. He is such a
I actually got like a full night's rest because I went to bed at like 6:30.
It's amazing to see.
Let's see how this round plays out then. Looks off to a flying start. Secret, admittedly, yesterday, Tim, they clutched out.
Yesterday was rough.
Disadvantage rounds that came out pretty big. They've just been shown in round 1 that other teams can do exactly the same to them. So there's going to be a bit of composure required. Dots across onto the blitz in this round. Tim, when we've seen a lot of blitz throughout this tournament, it's because a team wants to go pretty fast. They don't want to slow it down. They want to be aggressive at some stage. It doesn't mean straight away. They can start slow and go fast later, or it can be an outright rush.
That's it. It's not always, necessarily aimed at sight. It can be aimed at an aggressive roam clearance. It can be, aimed at, especially on a site like this, you're going to have those players up on top floor. Get in there and bully them away. Create that space.
Oh.
Straight in as well. Dots down pretty low as he takes with a nasty shot towards Dodettes.
Oh. Jeez, man.
Gets him first. Down to a 3v3. Initial chaos started to settle here, and it's Secret coming out on top. The C4 meaning he doesn't find Lobin as he retreats back or backward, but both Volps and Lobin are low. This is looking bad, Tim.
Yeah, it's not ideal for Fluxo W7M at the minute. They've got Volps just kind of wandering around site at the minute. He's just having a little look underneath, see if he can find anything, get anything going. He does manage to
Noah's down.
That brings us back to a 2v2.
Not looking too bad. Diffuser still to be recovered up on Cargos, we've just seen. Noah will get finished off here. Dancing around the pillar is very, very best. As we come towards that latter half of the round, it's easy to forget. There's still 75 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm a little
scared. And they don't have diffuser. Ooh.
In a 1v2 inside, I think Lobin is just kind of waiting for anything to happen here.
It's really on Volts to make it happen here. Flash comes forward to at least try and push the man away and does so successfully. They know that diffuser's up in cargo. They know they've got to fight for it. And really, maybe it's on Lobin here. He's still working his way up, as you say, on that first floor. He's not going to be able to assist his teammate here, trying to get a bit too much done. Does get the diffuser and has a minute to clutch, Tim.
Yeah, I think the loss of that diffuser in no man's land there at the top of cargo has really cost Fluxo W7M here, because like you said, but Volps was inside for so long on his own in that 1v2, and as soon as Secret recognised that, they just doubled up on him and got the kill. So now they're in a position that they can just hold their angles there.
So smart as well from Juma Savage, so they realise as that frag comes through, they won't have the 2v1 back straight in towards Sank. Doesn't want to stay there for that engagement where the swing comes in from Lobin and leaves his teammate in a 1v1. Very smart close.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what Ace was saying in the prep right there. When they have the blitz, they want to go fast. And on that line, you might have noticed no vert. So their intention that whole entire round was swarm the first floor, isolate the first floor, third floor doesn't matter, and just get kills. No matter what, get kills. We don't care about utility. Clear the map, fight the bodies.
I like that Bolo. He's doing a really good job.
Continued that plan. He kept going through. Hit the the site, but he doesn't have case.
He's like, where are you guys?
It's like,
where is everybody?
Loban, I need help. There's 2 guys on me. What are you doing, man?
Someone wrote that down wrong on the strat sheet. It was meant to be get kills, like you say, but instead it was get kill. Both players falling down so early as well. It's a shame because you could see again the brilliance of the plan coming together with the line, the blitz, but it did collapse in front of their very eyes. But Tim, my favorite thing about it, both teams have got a round on the board. Nice warm start for both.
Yeah, we know that this is going to be a close matchup. I personally am very much looking forward to Fortress if we get there. And one start at least starts lining us up like that.
What does the script say?
What does the script? I mean, I'll just check. But I can't reveal that, Des. I can't reveal that.
I actually see it right there, and I mean,
this is it. You know, we're on a bound to keep it on the wraps.
We're contractual, we can't talk about it. You can leak. It's totally fine.
Yeah, maybe I need a drone operator over here to do a flyby.
Right, that's how things were back in round 1 with Adrian across on towards that clash. Slow start for him, had a brilliant series yesterday. Top rated for his team overall. Him and Mowgli, absolutely lights out. And admittedly playing on a clash, you're not expected to walk away with tons of kills, Tim. But of course, we don't want to see him going down in the entry in this round as he was previously.
No, absolutely not. It's something that Secret just need to continue, essentially, you know, keeping on top of Fluxo W7M.
God, that opens up so far now. That thing goes blasted.
They're going to be looking for a third here. The question is, how do Fluxo W7M shake that up here? Is it, do you think, Bo, going into the roamers, given that it's that mid-floor side?
It's really hard to say. I think
my boy Thermite.
Isolate something up top here because the positions are all mainly top floor here. But I am scared about this clash because very similar to the CC setup we saw, but it's a storage. It's a bit more layered. They can fight the top if they see the attackers giving them a little bit of space, giving them an opportunity to get some picks back. They can just fight and scramble on the top or peel it back and just play it layer by layer by layer.
Oh, the timing on the C4, it could have been beautiful, but doesn't quite find his man. Not like we saw back in round 1, Bo.
Just going to be continuing to try and hold on to this top floor Secret, giving up absolutely no ground at the minute. It's impressive from them. It's organised. It is, you know, really great teamwork to be covering each other's positions. They're creating a lot of difficulty for Fluxo W7M to actually move in and get any real progress or ground here on this top floor clearance.
I will say this is very much like a kind of like a wave attack where all of Fluxo is all on one side. There's no real external pressure. There's nothing else. They're all just fighting bodies with bodies, and hopefully the trades work out in their favor. But as you can see from Secret, they're standing their ground. They are fighting. The clash is here. They're comfortable with the Aqua hit, but now they're peeling. They realize, guys, minute left, 5v5. They're not doing anything. We can give them space. Maybe they don't have vert. We can peel back and play the time, play the utility, and work the execute.
I love how they used Adrian as well. Just sat at the top of Aqua, just feeding information the whole time. So we've seen no one's coming from below. We've got no one pushing in towards Aqua itself. There's very little they can do, and admittedly, he's danced around grenades, and as you're seeing here, flashes, all sorts. He's played it brilliantly so far. Might not have got a kill, but it's the time that is being wasted. Air jab. It's a cast a curse there, Tim. I'll set him up to fall.
It is, Des, but we're 2.5 minutes into the round that's been burnt there. With
Ouch.
W7M trying to solve this problem. They've now got a lot of work to do. Just like Bo said, they've peeled back that defense.
20 seconds.
Now back to side. It's 3 versus 4, but there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. And Secret, they can just keep doing this. They can play this game of attrition now. Kill for kill for kill, keeping the trades. The teamwork is there. Vobs, he's so low health. One bullet does this. He knows Noah's position.
Oh.
Finds his man. 2v1. The time is down. There's no way Dots gets away with it. And Secret lock it out.
Well, I mean, honestly, attrition is the name of the game. Like you just said, layer by layer, utility by utility, walls open, burn some nomads, burn some flashes, they peel back, and then at the very end, minute left, they're like, okay guys, we've won the roam, we've won the first half of this round, okay? Let's leave Adrian, which I do think it's a good idea. It sucks that it didn't work out in his favor, but burn a little bit more of that time, because what's scary than hearing your teammates say, all right guys, they're giving up top, and then it's like, oh, there's a clash.
Hey, Peanut.
What am I gonna do? Granted, Nomad was the perfect operator in that position to completely counter him out, and then it was just a bottleneck.
Because I asked you if you wanted to go up there, is that why?
Say, okay, guys,
such a little defiant baby.
Maybe let's go storage, maybe let's work workshop. They just kept going and going. It's like shark and bloody water.
Very masterful. And wonderful from Savage there as well. Just the C4 came out of his hand, still to find that C4 that you saw place a second ago. Huge from him, and Noah also retaking Aqua. After they lost the clash, for him to get back in that spot and make it a thorn in the side of Fluxo was absolutely wonderful. 2-1 to Secret then.
Excuse me.
I think we'll have a quick rehost coming on through. We have had a chance, of course, to see our operator bands coming out. Bandit going to be the band that I said we might see coming out here. It's a small swap around of the Mirror and the Bandit. And on the other side, the Ace, which was also banned away in this exact situation the other day.
Do you think that Bandit ban boy is like a direct response to that first round struggle that they had with the IT wall? They lost the player on the Nitro. They didn't clear the batteries.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very traditional kind of lineup on bans. It's like you usually get the Cade, the Mirror, the Bandit. And now the question is in which order, because there's a lot of talk about the Mirror and the long-range breachers. And if you have the Mirror up and you don't have the long-range breachers, nightmare for attackers. And for every Labs attacking team, it's wall denial. That is the main thing. You have to open up so many walls. You have to open up IT, you have to open up connector, and then depending, rafters or the connector wall into pillars. And it just makes the job easier. And as we saw that very first round, it was a long, long time before anything even happened on that IT wall. And then we lose the map. And then you have to bring nades and then your ace. So it's like it takes a 2-man job to a 4-man job, and now it just expedites everything else. And I think it's perfect ban for Fluxo here.
Back into things in just a second. Do you want to kind of touch on how this has started, by the way? Savage 7-1 after just 3 rounds. Normally, we see these as one of the best attacking teams in the world. We said coming into the tournament, Team Secret, best attacking team in the world, bar none. They were unbelievable. And Savage, we always
I do really like their stage with all the flowers.
Well, it's actually flipped. If you look at the numbers here at Six Invitational, you're absolutely right. On the way in, Team Secret, #1.
She's up on my desk now.
We even saw them strong on the attack at the beginning of the tournament. That's dropped down a little bit to in the 50% now. But their defensive win rate has actually jumped up to about 65%. So if anything, they are stronger on this side of the game at the minute at Six Invitational. And the other strength that I want to pick up on for Team Secret, because by the numbers, let me tell you, they are one of the top teams that we've got left at the tournament at the moment. I'd put them up there top 2 in terms of stats and numbers. Absolutely brilliant from them. But I'm looking at the flexibility in the team. Mowgli goes big. Noah goes big. Savage is going big. Adrian has these moments. You know, everybody. Doom doesn't even need mentioning. You know, it's not like they've got a front line of 3. You know, they've just got 5 that are delivering.
5 capable killers on a roster. And I think a lot of people would kind of compare like Brazil.
God, I love the freaking cosplay.
Heavy gunfight.
That's so cool.
But I think Secret, these players are all so capable at doing absolutely anything in a round to make a hero play happen.
Every once in a while, we see Rainbow Six cosplay here at like our anime convention and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Which I think is what I was going to say, is that I think Fluxo needs to have something else kind of happen with their attacks. It's very defaulty to me right now. They open, they see what they can work. It's a wave attack, people at once, which granted works against some teams, but I think they need a little bit extra here for Secret.
And I think that leans into what we've been seeing in the stats when I talk about, you know, Fluxo are topping, clutches, multi-kills, because they're finding themselves in those situations where an organized team like Secret, it's going to be more difficult to get away with that.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, back underway. Let's see how things continue from here. Fair to say, Secret have shown a very impressive defense. We've seen some good ideas coming out from Fluxo, including that good start in round 1, but we've got to build on more and more off the back of that. It is their map pick. You do expect them to see struggling a little more on the attacking side rather than on the defense, Tim. As I always say, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. It could be very different once we get to that round 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see there's a bit of a switch up in the attacking lineup here. You know, rather than the map, the ace has been taken away. They've said, you know what, we don't want to deal with those struggles again. This time, it's going to be the Thermite, 3 exothermics now, of course, and also Palu reverts from the ace back onto the Hibana. We've seen Palu play a million hours of Hibana. He's great on this operator. So, yeah, Fluxo definitely going for a different approach this time.
Yeah, I think a lot more emphasis on utility.
That
is.
This is so good because the IT wall right now is jammed. They couldn't get it open. They wanted to make use of the Deimos to get underneath and shoot it away. They've now dealt with the micro EMPs, but I think realized there, the power play coming out from...
I love that angle.
Yeah, I think that's a huge pick, because with this lineup, they can kind of go anywhere with this. But I think they're going to go pillar side with the Deimos to track below for that close generator position and the cap to force out any other spots. And now that variable is gone. They have nothing for under.
The one big question mark I've got for Fluxo W7M at the minute is Lobin. He's just been lurking out by
There's the smoke's gone.
And he's just stepped in and got himself a kill. He's on the nomad, so he's pretty self-sufficient. He can cover his own flanks, and he can just push in and just be a thorn in the side from that opposite side of sight.
It's now that phantom pressure that he provides, right? They've lost their main cover, and you're just in the air jab off as well. They've got to be careful of him. Palu stepping his way forward. Oh! Only the snake on his belly finds one more.
So Lobin has relocated now to Catwalk, but it's still taking 2 Secret players over to
Jeez.
it's not a matter of
Oh.
Secret because they're putting that utility to outstanding use. Mowgli, Savage, and Nitro kill a piece. Dots manages to pick up a late trade, but the damage is done, and surely it's a matter of time now for Secret to see themselves at a 3-1 advantage.
Oh, that shotgun right there too.
Here he goes, pushing on through with the bulletproof cam, of course, giving him away. You've got to deal with the utility coming out from everybody else.
How horrible you do. Oh my goodness. You don't have a bailiff there, buddy.
Horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think out of that round, Fluxo had a little bit more kind of uniqueness to that attack. They had the Deimos, they had the cap, a little.
Gatilho, tá? Arsenal, a gente vai fazer assim no garagem, só que precisa prestar atenção no bagulho. Eu quero abrir a garagem embaixo, eu quero literalmente tirar toda essa pressão aqui e eu quero ter gente na entrada da pilha, eu quero ter gente na entrada da garagem, gente no TI, gente no azul.
Old Pistons being most adorable.
Algum vai ter espaço pra jogar, tá? E aí a gente vai ganhando.
O Matou ia jogar L depois?
Hã?
O Matou ia jogar L depois? Isso, o cara aqui rápido.
Isso, exato, depois pode descer, tá? E no barril, eu quero fazer o ataque do barril, lembra do plant rápido? Esse aqui. Só que eu não quero fazer rápido, eu quero trocar também essa Ing por Termite, termitar a garagem, e eu quero trocar esse cara por Nomad, e o Volpão vai estar lá embaixo, dominar marrom, com vocês aqui, a gente vai ficar fakeando plant e fazendo eles bater, entendeu?
There you go, guys. Look at that little baby.
I truly wonder what he said in that timeout, because what I was saying is that I actually liked that attack a little bit more. You saw them try to do a fast play with that thermite on the IT wall, fast raptor door. In the end, it didn't work out because, of course, there was a jammer. The timing wasn't there, and they had the Deimos for lower, but such a huge pick to die so early. So it was a much more like efficient attack with utility encounters and everything else.
I can't claim to speak Portuguese. That has not changed between our last broadcast and now, I'm afraid, Tim. But to me, it looked very prescriptive. Deliberately do this, pointing at a layout on a map for them as well, and knowing how they need to approach things. I imagine Norris has seen that Secret are doing things they didn't expect here, and therefore the plan has to evolve.
It wasn't a vibe timeout, as we call them. You know, it wasn't coming in and saying, "Come on, guys, you can do this." Let's be, you know, that was a very specific.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen these opportunities. This is what we need to work on. Interesting stat for Fluxo W7M: 69% win rate the round after timeouts. So we're expecting a big impact coming in here. On the flip side of that, if Secret can respond to that and win this round, that's got to be a hammer blow to W7M.
For sure.
We'll see if they can evolve. This time around, we have got that vert on side. Looking in towards the ram of Dodez, and no shields come charging on through him.
That little baby.
Like we saw last time around, so there is
Little baby.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, honestly, again, it's like, okay, so we got a little bit more vert. We have the Deimos, so we got reloading. Perfect pick. Now they're aware of a Capcan. Honestly, it's so hard to get prep drones on lab sometimes, so maybe that death saves his teammate, even though they get the opening pick. That Capcan's presence is now aware to the attackers. Now they see the Legion. They're like, okay, guys, these guys are running heavy traps. Be careful. Let's clear the map. We have the Dope. We have the Deimos. Any stragglers left alive up top, we will find them. Once we find them, we have the Ram. And now they can end either side. They can go Animus Box side, Pillar. They can go Assembly Exo. Really, this round is Fluxo's to determine right now.
Especially with the amount of advantages that they've found so far, absolutely. You are right as well. It's again Secret leaning in towards slowing things down with the 4 trap operators they've got on side. Dodez getting rid of Mowgli. This is the problem, I think, here. Getting maybe a little bit too aggy here. Secret, it's worked well for them so far, but Fluxo found the answer.
Yeah, they're starting to largely be forced back as well now, Secret. That top floor presence is gone. If we look across, everybody is now back towards that mid floor, and they're going to try to hold on from there. But Fluxo W7M can now, as you said, both start to dictate the pace a little bit. They've got the top floor, they've got the Deimos tracks coming out. This is going to get real problematic for Secret.
Super low, but look at this. It is just suffocating Fluxo, finding anyone that is not in the bowels of this site and tearing them apart. The 9-1 Savage, all that stands between those 5 players. And Tim, you spoke about that 69%.
Oh, he missed all those shots, man.
I think it's definitely about to go up right now. Savage fighting back. He's had a big game so far. 9-1.
Flawless, let's go.
We said 69% win rate after a timeout. I wonder what the percentage is for flawless rounds after a timeout.
Don't get Rudy too cooked. He'll keep on going for days to find those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it just sucks. It sucks for Secret on that, because when you lose the first pick on a defensive roam and they are clearing you, it's the first domino to fall. Labs, it's a layered roam. You have your basement boys, you have your first floor, you have your second floor, and it's all just like peel and take, peel and take. And when you lose that first one, then he gets all uncontested first, and it just starts falling because you would need to play that power position. You want to play storage. If you're playing a roam, there's a storage player, and he wants to play there to die. He wants to kind of see what he can get and see what he can disrupt for the attackers, just to make it a little bit slower. But when you have the Doke, when you have the Deimos, you have uncontested verse over storage, there's nothing you can do as a defender.
What I love as well about that round was that we had Secret playing the trap comp, as we said. They were trying to spring trap, surprise the other side. It feels like the first 3 kills that came through in that round from Fluxo were all them springing their own traps, right? Look at, for example, the round breaking open IT and getting the freebie on there that they didn't expect. And then look at the Deimos from above, just like bam, 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 bam. They just were being caught off guard throughout. So it's very much a spin of the narrative for the round, which is wondered from Fluxo. And I think you saw that come out of Norris as well. His reaction to me was, we fixed the problem here. We've got that one right. And they could still be on for a 3-3 half.
Yeah, Secret could be in a little bit of trouble here. And in all honesty, it's one of those rounds that I talk about where if Fluxo W7M come away with the 3-3 half, you can feel like it's a robbery. You know, they've really stolen it away from Secret because they have been in the driving seat for so much of this game, and then just one great timeout can really turn the...
This is W7M's map too, yeah.
Right now, we're going to be attacking onto that third choice start. It's going to be storage again, and so W7M is more of what we saw in the last round.
Yeah, I think kind of what you were saying is just the importance of a coach is just like it can really turn the tide of a game, because at the end of the day, one round can win you championships. And it's
Listen, I love seeing my boy Thermite being played more.
Amazing coaches that have the stats to back up their performance.
Well, last time around it was a big 3K from Savage on this side to keep them going, but I'd say it was pretty comfortable overall in terms of a round. So if you look at history, you probably say Secret quite looking likely for a 4-2 here. But as we've seen, attack timeout, Fluxo can change things up. That 3-3 could still be on the way. We've got Dots going across on towards the shield. We spoke about the threat of the clash in previous rounds, Tim, but here the shield is on the other side.
It's a really nice team performance from W7M at the minute as well. If you look across, there's Dodes on 6, everybody else has 3 kills, everybody's chipping in, whereas Secret have got a couple that are just a little bit quiet coming into this one so far, and if they can get that extra little bit of juice squeezed out of them, then it again is going to catapult them into a couple of rounds, might get them that advantage, that breathing space that they had back.
Things can change dramatically once you go into the next half. We'll see what happens when we get there. Question for you, Bo, because I do this to everyone at least once on a broadcast. You want to do a bit of play-by-play?
A little play-by-play.
You want to do that?
Honestly,
you can take the round-ending moment.
It's about to be a fast one, so you better get ready because we are stacked up on forklift window. They looked at top and they said, we're not doing this, guys. We looked at Raptors, not doing this. So I think their best avenue approach is Volps in from the basement, coming up barrels, huge power position. Control has no idea he's even there. Juve taking the shots from the back. Mowgli trying to assist, but both the damage game is being won, but it's traded out immediately by a beautiful Nitro, but there's so much control. Dots has this guy cornered. Monty ADS, a little scary, but Mowgli in a corner. The Frenchman backed up. What will he do? He's getting tracked. He still barrels, though. This is still such a dicey play for the attackers because there's still back pressure from Oswald. Monty's pressuring.
That was good. That was very good.
Like that?
And it's still the pressure. Oh, I love it.
Did he just shoot his own C4?
But here we go.
Oh.
Only getting rid of Dots. That was the pressure building up. The shield was the big one for them. Lobin in on the backside. Gets onto a second onto the Frenchman. We're into a 2v2.
Yeah, this crowd here in Paris needs absolutely no invitation to cheer every single Secret kill and every single one that Mowgli finds as well. That's going to give them something else to shout about. Savage continues his great game, takes down Palu. 2 versus 1 now. Secret, 15 seconds left to go. They can use that third man, the clock. They can just let it tick down.
Jeez.
But the push has to come, and Savage is going to pick up that final kill. Beautiful stuff from Secret.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, like they opened up IT. They were droning out Rafters. They have the Deimos, which is a perfect Rafter counter because Azami, the easiest operator to ping on that. Deimos, he loves that. Monty, he's looking around. He started to op IT. Then he went mud. They're like, okay, guys, this is a
all right, who we banning now?
Too sketchy. Let's rotate this around. Which I think is a good
Grim
play.
Bandit.
At the end of the day, they had no map control. They wasted probably, what, a minute just working and seeing what they could work, and then Volps working basement, up barrels, which is a great pinch. Forklift jump, up barrels, outer pressure 90 side or maybe even a lobby walk. I'm unsure exactly where the positions were. But at the end of the day, the trades looked like it was going in Fluxo's favor. That damage out of Bulbs, absolutely.
Jason Kaid.
Mowgli, a huge throw to help his boy Joom secure their first floor. Gigantic, and the trades just worked out in Secret's favor.
What I love is it was a repeat. We were speaking about it at the start of that round. Oh, last time we were here, Savage got a 3K. He's coming in round 6 and done exactly the same thing against him. He's got 12 kills himself now, more than the rest of his entire team combined. We speak about IGLs around the world. You know, Spiker, me and you love watching him at the minute. You said you wanted a Spiker jersey. Did you get one?
I've not got one. I don't know if the message has got back to Spiker.
You out.
This guy's fake. This guy's fake.
I've been loving watching Spiker this tournament.
But to come back to it, Savage, he's only 22. An IGL of a team that's won an event already throughout this year as well. You say unk. You're aware who you stood next to, right? But no, for someone so young to be IGLing a team and playing the way that he has done so many times over.
Yeah, he shot the he shot the C4. I did see that. Okay.
Just hitting that
That's what I thought.
Inadvertently, but it might have just saved his life.
He did.
Otherwise, he was definitely getting taken out by that.
Yeah, I think that was Savage. Savage was like, "You've done your job, Mowgli. Godspeed." But Mowgli's like, "No, fam, I got this, bro."
Well, now we get to see how, and he's coming into the tournament, the best attacking team in the world approaches Labs. Now, we did see, of course, this exact matchup the other day. On this map, it was the third and the decider. There will be a lot of changes, I imagine, for both sides. We saw Norris and his words of the team to get them that extra round.
Welcome back, Peanut. You gonna come back up here?
Yeah, now we're seeing Secret going for the Cade, Bandit,
Peanut.
both wall denials. But as I was mentioning earlier,
Hey, sweetie.
we have the Mira, but Adrian on the Habana.
Look at that little unit.
Absolute option for this wall because IT, huge wall you need. Anything to happen without cheese needs this wall. And of course, we've seen many Habanas. You would think they're pros, but they will mess up on
Okay,
this
bye.
wall if they do not play it
She says,
properly.
"Nah, I'm
You
out."
guys don't know how hard it is. It's pretty hard.
We've seen some messy ones.
Yes.
What is that?
This is one.
Hey, it gets the job done. If it gets open, it gets the job done.
I will give, there's always that tiny little bit of, I mean, fair enough. They got the job done. They got to kill them, then get inside. That's all you're really looking for. Though it does look like a very interesting piece out of the Louvre, Tim.
What is... Okay.
Is there with a response elsewhere? We've just got Savage kind of floating around on that Monty. He's a little bit undecided as to where this push is going to come. Looks like he's going to use that shield to try and take the ground on Catwalk, which is going to affect Palu in this position. He can't continue playing. IT door, if that
Hi, sir.
Catwalk is taken. So right now,
Good morning, sir.
attack is kind of waiting for Savage.
And I think,
Good morning, sir.
honestly,
Come here.
Savage is going to play the Monty a bit more efficient, a
Fetch.
bit more by the books
here.
rather than Fluxo. They're going to take it a little bit slower. They're going to get that Raptor control. They're going to open up. You probably use the last two
Sir.
on one of these walls for Raptors and then just pinch out CC. But of course, the picks are just not working in their favor. No death falls to the IT wall. It's a 1v4. You just have to see what you can get. Peek and peek and peek and peek. Smoke is the best operator for this, but you have such long angles. The attackers know the aggression.
Oh.
They know this is the only opportunity for Bolt.
Jeez.
Secret just so good at
Yes, sir.
those clutch situations. We saw this yesterday.
I love the Cherry Blossom Jaeger.
Series coming into him is Fluxo. They're a massively
It's so
clutch team.
pretty.
So reliant on it. You know, like I said, coming in the beginning, I repeated it, right? That is their biggest start. That is their biggest success.
You weren't last seen playing Arc Raiders' stupid freaking Lumia stream. I seen it with my own eyes. You were playing the Minecraft. You were playing the Minecraft. I need to get a new shout out thing. Hi, Mua.
You might get the cool clips. You might have Ace and Dez scream your name at the top of their lungs.
Arc Raiders DLC. Yeah. The Pixel Raiders. Oh. Oh, look. Look at those heckin' Pete's.
Yes, of course.
You have to look at Dutch Pete's.
Who would not love that? Imagine everybody at home. Imagine if these beautiful
Dutch leggies.
blessed their voice with so
Welcome on in, guys. I'm usually not live at this time. However, it is my birthday weekend. Look at the camera above me. Look.
When I retire, that's how I'm making money.
There you go.
You know what? I always thought, would that ever happen in a game? And it did happen once, but the funny thing that happened was I got into a game, someone was like, is that Desi the caster? I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Can you say bottle of water for me?
I'm usually not up at this time. However, it is my birthday weekend, number one. Number two, birthday weekend means that it's Siege Invitational weekend, which means we're up at whatever fucking time they decide to go live. They happen to be in Paris. So it's an 11-hour difference.
Seeing your your opponent 3 rounds ahead and 2 away from taking away.
Yeah, Secret with a
You're getting biscuits and he's licking the chair.
have the lineup to basically do absolutely anything. They're going to open the walls. They're going to see what they can get top. They're going to count the numbers. Because Siege is a number game. Labs, a huge map. 2 people over here. That means there's 2 people not here.
Look at that handsome little boy.
That you can see that is free. And now they're just droning out the side. They see the Echo, a huge pick. Kind of counters out the
there you go.
With the roam clear, because they're going to be clearing the roam, but they're going to have the yokais on the top floor.
He's so handsome.
You've got Lorbin up on top floor. He's going to come
Yeah, guys, welcome to what usually happens on my birthday weekend. Siege. We watching Siege, and then it gets me interested in playing the game, and then I go and play the game, and I'm like, no, I'm absolute dog shit at this game. My anxiety can't handle it, and then we stop playing. He's such a happy little boy. It's like the happiest little man ever.
Not all is lost, but in the event that Secret get down to the execute, and if Paulu is still alive with the Echo, if he has a good Echo for a plant, which I will say is hard on last, but in the event, that Dokkaebi is absolutely huge. I know
Get yelled at by teammates. Not only because I'm crappy at the game, but also I am a woman.
Certainly helping out with Dodas being taken down. Still going to worry about Lorbin if upvotes him. They're starting to look towards site. Palu is still going pretty big here. They've got the right idea, but Palu is just too good. A 2K in the round.
So I get double yelled at.
He's doing it all. He's doing it absolutely all. And now,
Jeez.
You're going to do it all. You might as well do it all.
I know, that's 2 strikes.
He ended the round with it. He was droning. He was shooting. I mean, that's Paulu, right? He's been in the game for so long, and he's about to be a dad.
The third would be I'm also a streamer.
Yep.
There's 3.
Well, I mean, I hung it up. I hung it up, right? I mean,
I'm dog shit at the game. I'm a woman and I'm a streamer.
You're right. I mean, my rank stats are looking pretty good, right? So I think there's that.
It's bad.
There's got to be something in that.
I got to have something here, guys. I got to have something.
Hello, sir.
There's such good use. I've always loved seeing Echoes being used aggressive. I think we first saw it pioneered a few years ago by Deepak.
Yesterday was rough because I was oh my goodness, I wasn't feeling well, so I was already loopy and stuff. And then I stayed up on Thursday. I wasn't feeling well. Stayed up, went to bed at normal time, but still got up at like 2 hours later because the game started at like midnight. So I was up early. Took a nap during like the second game for a couple of hours. This was the team secret game from yesterday. They took out NA, so. And then
Oh my gosh, we're either gonna win, and then the nerves kind of hit in. It's like, are you counting your eggs before they hatch?
And then I decided to stay up until about 6:30, and then I took some stuff to help me go to sleep, and I went to sleep. So I got normal hours tonight.
Just say it during that time. It's 1 round at a time, guys. Like, forget about the score. It's 1 round at a time, but you can't really ignore it.
Yeah, it is there.
You have a coach saying
So I actually got enough sleep tonight.
Straight back into hell. And all the flames that come with it as flames burn out next to Dodas there. One of these player cannons being removed. We've got the Capital on the other side of Savage. So keep an eye on where those firebolts and of course the smokes go. That's a hell of a lot of utility in back pocket. IT now being opened up too. They're getting a lot of pressure starting to build up, Tim, around IT and Catwalk.
Yeah, it was a really confident round 4 Secret. Last time we saw them attack onto this top floor.
Yeah, this is always my favorite time of year.
Defense one piece at a time. It was organized. It was a great team round.
Also, hold on. If you guys are interested, you can give my kitties food. How many? We got 2 treats left in there. Here, let me point in the direction. Ready?
They're giving themselves avenues to attack.
Yeah, and does with this lineup and with these positions, I do want to say maybe they're trying to go for a rafter hit here because all the Habanas are usually used up on the IT wall, but typically when a rafter hit, you want to open up the CC wall so they can't play the mirrors. They can't
For 5 bits, you too can help a starved baby who never ever gets fed ever, and it shows. Totally not 2 chunky babies over there.
and just squeeze the defenders until some
Oh,
control
oh,
happens. And of course, Whoops wins his winning fight with Mowgli. And I think that was Gen's side. Mowgli loves that position, but it doesn't work out because what happens when you have a pump? You get pumped.
Trying the best to step in here is June, but no, Dode's a little bit sharper in the moment, unfortunately. Does lose his HP. I've looked used to the laser gates, by the way, to protect the mirror windows throughout the round, Tim.
Yeah, it's just been about gunfights as this round versus the last time Fluxo tried to defend here, and Fluxo have come out on top. Adrian, he's out on that connector side on his own, low health, trying to get something going.
Piston is guarding the treat dispenser. You guys gotta be nice. Oh, who's giving treats?
There'll be no trade comes in here because there's no opportunity from them to be in touch with each other, to be in a position to contribute when your teammate is dying. Again, there will be
Oh, Flippy.
They certainly tried.
God, W7M with another flawless.
Also looking a bit different gravy in that round.
And I will say that's one of the downsides of the Anaconda, right? Like, maybe that's not a common term. Maybe I made that up right here, right now, right?
I've never heard it in my life.
Well,
we're keeping it.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
I'm gonna
make
use
sure.
that for the next
Write that
year.
down. Write that down. But anywho, that's the downside because you have one.
Dutch thanks you, and look at Piston. Piston's so sad.
Was the first to fall, and usually Mowgli is the one to kind of open up that space. He's the one to kind of chisel away the defense and say, guys, I have an opening here. This guy died. This means space. This means overreaction. But he lost. And then the other guys on Aqua side lost their fight. Pillar lost. And let's listen to the timeout.
They just started the mode extra swing, and that's the only way that they saw that they can win, so they will be trying to extra on that one. You guys are okay with just holding the angles and try to play to punish them, or you guys just give away your lives over there, like not holding that much aggressive, and just wait for the execution? Because both of these would work, you know, the round either wouldn't go to the execution if they are extra swinging, or the round can go to the execution after.
Can you see? You can see Piston right under there too.
To get the kills, you know, you guys decide which one you guys want to play, and we play out.
Oh, we got a tactical timeout.
Okay.
Just wait a minute with the resources here and take a big DMR and just to show them.
Use the time, guys. The time of the round is ours anyways, because they're playing that aggro. So let's use it, okay?
Yeah, just don't make mistakes here, guys. Well, also good breaches, guys. It's good.
Which do I hit there is to swing or not to swing? That is the big question.
Yeah.
You're saying just do it as a team.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing is like, you know, if you're going to play stupid, play together. If you're going to play smart, make sure there's no stupid players, right?
Ape strong together.
Yes, ape strong together. You can do whatever you want. Make that decision in the round.
Is there a timer? There shouldn't be a timer.
Because he's not in the lobby.
I know it's like 30 seconds, because it'll say that treats dispensing in 30 seconds.
We see all. We have the all viewing eye right now. But the
I don't have a timer on it.
What's happening? You don't know how many you're being faced with. And if you just do it together, no matter what you do, your success will be higher.
It's a nice attempt on the 2 versus 1, but I think it would have all been futile there towards the back end of the round. Fluxo starting to cook.
I need to go get more treats anyway.
Gee, I wonder which side the crowd are on, Tim.
There is absolutely no question of it in the
Oh my-
Adidas Arena. Let me tell you, it only gets louder when Falcons play.
Do you say Adidas Arena?
Yeah.
Dutch.
That's where we say Adidas in the UK.
Dutch.
I got told
Already got treat.
you're not one of us.
I keep
You
hearing
say Adidas?
I say
Look
Adidas.
at them. Look at Piston. Look at her.
What did Parker say? Parker said they said it in a really weird way, like Adidas or something. And I was like, no one else in the world says it that way. You're a special breed if you say Adidas, because no one else does that.
She's so goofy.
I'm cooking you here without you being able to defend yourself. I can't remember
What is a kilometer? What is a kilometer? Adidas. Adidas.
To be fair, don't feel bad for her. Dutch got it, but don't feel bad for her because she's the one that typically gets treats. So Dutch is usually not in here. But they'll hear the treat dispenser from like the other side of the house and come barreling over.
So let's see how they do on the mid floor. A lot of the time, the defense here is all
They know.
come down to the top floor hold. We've got Lobin, Carlu, Dodes all up there. There's 3 of them to support each other. They need to make sure they're covering each other's angles. Don't let Secret pick them apart. And
But thank you for clearly feeding my starving babies.
this top floor defense.
100%. I mean,
Just
again, you
they.
see all these traps.
Andy does it too. Oh!
Lobin losing such a crucial spot, and now they get so much space to the attackers. IT wall, gen control, and now it's just going to be an absolute flood from the
Even
attackers
Andy will come over too.
once they get this
They all know.
wall open. And I think
And again, they know the sound.
and now we're going to see whether or not Fluxo says, are we fighting? How important are we going to put value on this top floor? If they open this wall, do we peel? Do we stand our ground? Do we fight? Do we trade it out? And it doesn't matter because June is taking control.
Jeez.
And now I think Bulbs is going to give, but he's going to wait for his moment to try to strike back and try to get some of the picks back. because it's been an absolute slaughter top floor.
That's all it's going to be sometimes. Someone walks in, has a life round. He had 1 kill prior to this point, but finds 3 in the round. And what a
We got a minute
critical round
left.
it could yet prove to be. Volts and Dots with a lot of recovery to do, but I don't see Secret giving up a 5v2.
No, I really can't see that happening. Volps has dropped back down to that ground floor put. He's on a flank there.
Oh.
He's try and move up meeting, but it's going to be too late.
Are we gonna get an ace?
Move cross through connector, but Joom has done the
Are we gonna get an ace?
It could be an ace on the Blackbeard. Volps moving across. Plant is down. Now's his time. He's going to have to just ace, clutch this. No other option. Sees the burst, can't get him.
Could you imagine?
They know exactly where he is. Hit by the air jab. The challenge was a little bit slow from Adrian. He's let him get back to his feet. 20 seconds there's for Volps to do something.
He's coming. He's coming. They're trying to give him the ace and he's chasing him down through this top floor. About 10 seconds to go. Here he's set.
The ace! Jeez.
Absolutely love that. Not a lot of players would do that, but what's a better time to get an ace?
That's how you get your team back into this too.
Final loser match. I'm sure Joom is feeling himself so good. He's already been playing such a good tournament, and another ace to just make him feel even bit more warm and fuzzy, especially on Valentine's Day. We gotta love that.
I mean, I take it all back. I said Adrian was a little bit slow on the challenge. Never for a second did I dream at this level they'd be like, no, let's get Joom the ace. That was more
Oh, that right there.
Adrian, our humble king, he is 1 in 8. He has flashes. He has a shotgun. This guy is right on top of him. He says, Joom, you've done so much for us.
Yeah, he's right here. He's right here. Come get him.
Let me give you that ace.
I respect that from Adrian a lot. Like, this way, my king. Through you come.
Look at the Blackbeard. I love the cosplays. Look at the Blackbeard cosplay, man. That's so good.
Like I said, Tim, if we're following our pattern, these next 2 sites could be the ones that Flux will get over the line and take us to OT. How's your,
Oh my gosh, he's propped. He's washing himself in front of the treat dispenser. Let me snooze ads really quick.
Don't worry, Fett really messed it up, so you can't do any worse than that. You'll be all good.
Let me talk to production real quick, and I'll let him test it out real quick. Is it valid?
It's the only problem with streaming this is timing ads.
I really think this is going Secret's way at this point. Fluxo, I think, have adapted well through.
This is match point for Secret.
Key moments, the tactical timeout, and then we've seen a change a couple of rounds ago that have got them a bit of momentum back.
He's such a little cutie pie.
They're ever evolving,
Sorry.
they're ever changing, and they're responding to everything Fluxo W7M do. And so they're constantly trying to hit a moving target. And for me, I don't know if Fluxo W7M have now got another adaptation in them to, face up against the latest version of Secret that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, a wise man once said,
Oh, it's jammed.
Right? Secret is just flowing through this. No matter what, they're going to get open their prerequisites. Open this, open that, drone, C, and then they just go where they can. And the trades are working out in Fluxo's favor. I don't even know what happened. But the lobby fight loses out to Lopin. I think that is a perfect thing you want to see as Fluxo in a 6-4 deficit. Huge 2 kills out of him.
Just looking at the Fluxo lineup across the bottom left of your screen, we can see that there's still Lobin and Volps up on that mid floor. They're looking to hold on to those verticals for a while. They need to, because Savage is there on the book. So Secret has the utility that they need, and that gives a little bit of hope for the home side. Mowgli taking down Lobin, Savage still on board, means that they can use these verticals. They've got the hard breach, they've got the exothermic. There's plenty of work still that Secret can do. If they get the kill onto Volps here, there's big trouble coming for Fluxo W7M.
They've almost
Oh, there goes Thermite.
Them and trying to pressure them around the map, run that clock down, but in the process of trying to waste time, have wasted 3 players on the other side.
Everybody from Fluxo W7M has just recognized the situation and gone back to side. They've decided now is the time to turtle and hold on, and it's working perfectly.
That's huge.
Palu manages to take down Savage 3 versus 1, and Mowgli, he's got his work cut out. He'd love to do it, but Palu says no, not today. That's not happening. And I love that moment from Fluxo W7M. In the 3v2, they recognize now is the time, and you see them as a team just collapse back to side. We're just going to hold the angle.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I love 3v3 Siege. 3v3 Siege, to me, is much more entertaining than 5v5, because 5v5 is a chessboard. All the pieces are on the board, but what happens when you lose your queen?
W7M, I believe, is
and see
Brazil,
who the
right?
third guy is. They saw Volp's cargo side. That's one guy off. We can assume that after this roam clear has been won by W7M, which is already a huge
Yeah.
fight, that they're going to be back to side. They're going to be blaring it
Yeah,
back.
they're Brazil.
The first guy we see is cargo
And
side.
then
That means he's on his way.
Secret,
So that's a
I believe,
that's a
is
call to hit the side. To
French.
just try to take our chances. 3v2 the guy's side, wait for the straggler, and I think it is a great choice, but at the end of the day, Fluxo was already ready because when you
So they're the home team right now.
when you win that first half of the round, you say, what are they going to
Or
do?
EU.
Much similar to the attacker
EU
mindset
French,
to
I
a
believe.
3v1. They're going to get aggro. They have to flood and flood and flood. Their only chance, and they were ready.
So this is the first match of the day.
Clutch, but I'm also looking back at the number of 3Ks
And then
we have
whoever
played
wins,
in our top 6, we have 4 players.
whoever wins this game has to play another game right after against the people that lost, Team Falcons, who lost to FaZe Clan, who's in the grand final.
The Secret have got a few of their own, 4 throughout the game so far. They've been doing very well, and that entry could be a good starting point to slow that down as Loban's the first to fall.
Oh, Loban's already down.
They've lost the DMR as well. Of course, the Arune, the laser gates will already be deployed, but that DMR offline is a big bonus to Secret.
I mean, Secret's the EU team, so Secret is the favorites necessarily. The home team, yeah. However, FaZe Clan is now in their third grand final.
What a better time to win it. He lost it earlier, but not on match point. He finally wins it. Jabbing off IT, secures the aggression IT, because again, 5v3, what did the defenders do?
Because they were in.
Containing the aggression. Huge.
They won the Siege Invitational last year.
When the team played either the day, it was
They got second in 2024. So they were in the finals again. So this is their third finals in a row that they're going to be in. They're going to try and win back to back.
There was a little look around the corner for Balu, but he wasn't quite ready to take the challenge. So Mowgli survives for at least a little bit longer. 5 versus 2. Palu Dordes desperately trying to hold on to Fluxo's map choice here, but you just get the feeling that Secret are circling. They are looking for the fight that is going to end this one. Palu, though, fights back, manages to find one onto Noah, but Savage is there with one of his own. Mowgli.
All right, that's map 1. Yeah, FaZe got third in the major in November. The Munich major.
Granted, they just had a perfect, amazing match versus Furia, sending the previous world champions home. But now, can they survive? Can they do it on Chalet and bring us?
They got third in the South American League Stage 2 finals or playoffs? Finals? No, playoffs. And they won in December the South American League finals. So FaZe is really good. And it's the same team too. They haven't changed rosters. So that's even like more crazy to think about, is the fact that they haven't changed their roster around at all. Okay, I'm gonna play ads really quick. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Hello, little boy. Hello. Look at him. He's such a little ham. Little hammy Sammy. Piston just bopped the... Okay, I'll be right back. I'll grab more treats too. Get more treats. Okay, let me I gotta update the treat count now. Retreat bot reloaded. It just yelled. So watch. The noise has been made. They might be preoccupied because they're eating right now. I fed them.
The last time Fluxo played labs against Secret, you lost. Why did you choose to go through the same path again?
After we lost to them, the map, we kind of revealed everything and we kind of, let's say, we fixed a lot of issues. But on the match today, I think that wasn't the issue. They were getting kills that we were like misplaying some things. That was the thing that kind of made us lost the map.
Talk me through the gameplay to be able to beat them again in labs, but not being so predictable.
I think we had a pretty calm game plan. Like in the beginning, we kind of knew how they were going to play. Our prep was really good, and obviously Savage was playing out of his mind in the first couple rounds. He's just going so crazy with the kills. And then once Savage kind of brought the energy, I think everyone felt the energy. So after that, it was just a dominated game.
Excuse me.
1-0 in this series, and I feel like we have to agree with what Noah is saying. With how this map started here on Night Haven Labs, Savage is bringing the fire on that defense.
I think it's so important when an IGL starts out strong is that they
Yeah, that's crazy. So
feel it, they get into a flow state.
I'm looking at the phase roster.
Savage particularly, great C4 kill to start us off. He got quite a few of them across the defenses. But when he's playing well, he inspires the rest of his team to play well as well, Leo.
If you look at most of the replay package, by the way, most of the time it's very critical kills. It's 3v4, 3v3 is the one guy that puts the man count back to positive for Secret. If you look at this, he's the real king of the defense. So many C4 kills, so many important kills to try and get the last bits of the round. The shotgun plays as well on the surrounds.
KDS has been with them for a while.
He is the one player that
he left and then came back.
You said as the IGL, it's just something else.
Yeah.
When he's doing it as a
Handy
team, he brings
KDS.
everyone up.
How often do you see a team have a
Rafa Del, Vita King. When did Cyber join? Cyber's been there since 2021. Jeez.
But then Fluxo came back, and I think they had a great read on the attacks from Secret. The thing with Secret, and I know Bull mentioned he was saying the Anaconda, or he was saying it's all a split take, right? They're all individuals on one side. So Fluxo started being aggressive. And what was their answer? Joom was the answer.
Dude, the prize pool for last year's Siege Invitational was $1 million.
This is the turning point for me, round number 10, when Joom gets aggressive with that grenade, and then will push with the Blackbeard. He gets multi-kills here on the room. Look at those flicks. That was a Joom that was 1 and 6 before the beginning of the round, and he comes back with an ace, 6 and 6. At this moment, we all knew that's it. Secret has won.
And they let him come and chase that ace, which I thought was a really nice touch. Obviously, the crowd absolutely loved it. They were chanting for it, but it was what that round represented as well. Twister in the timeout had just spoken about how they needed to do things together. It didn't matter whether it was, just one player, doing a silly play. They had to all
in 2023.
They were trying to be a bit smart. It had to be together. That whole
Handy joined the team as a player in March 7th. Then he
but it was a real team effort.
left the team March 7th. So did KDS. And they both joined again on March 10th.
We're going to talk about the second map as well in just a little bit. That is Secret map pick. We're going to go on to
They have a whole timeline, like,
what do we hope to see for that?
Well,
that's really cool.
Is one player right now is the one that's stepping up, and it's Palu. He's the only guy that's double digits on the side of Fluxo W7M. The only one that's positive ever. Yeah. He's the one player that's stepping up here, and we've said it's so important for him to maybe reach a grand final tomorrow. So I think I'm looking at the other teammates and I'm wondering what's going on. Because you need everyone to step up here, especially the IGL in Dots. Yeah.
That's the link for the information.
Stepping up, Savage is doing double digits, then Dots needs to step up as well, especially on the shield game on Chalet.
There's a redeeming factor here actually for Fluxo W7M in that the map pick that they're going on to is a map they absolutely love. It's Chalet.
I love Chalet.
They picked yesterday when they were going up against Furia. They're not going onto an unfamiliar map. Sometimes you go 1-0 down in a best of 3 and you go onto your opponent's map pick and it's a map that's maybe a permaban or you don't really like, or your opponent's got a better style on. That's not the case for Fluxo W7M here. So as much as, yes, there is pressure now, they are facing elimination from this competition, it's a comfortable home ground for them just as much as it is for Secret.
Things top 4 would still be an incredible achievement for them, but of course Paolo is chasing that top 2 finish just once again. I mean, potentially a hammer lift as well after those.
It sucks I was busy and I wasn't able to get the doc drops or the Dokkaebi drops, but
there's still a chance to have at least one French person in the final.
And I don't think it's ever been a problem for the Brazilians to face an opposite crowd. They actually like this. They like the crowd that cheers against them, and I think
There's a reveal panel
if you look at
tomorrow.
the on the side of Palu, maybe it explains why he's the only player that's performing right now. He's been there so many times, so many more times than most of these players.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the one that needs to be vocal, not only in the game, but also bring that energy up for the rest of his teammates.
I just hope that thought isn't creeping into his head of, oh, not again, I'm in this situation. I don't think it will, but there's certainly the potential for that. This is where the pressure does get real. You know, in reality, in W7M Fluxo, they can't make any mistakes now. They do have to be.
I hate it when my light does that.
They do, and we've already heard of some of our players. They were speaking their thoughts. We also have Maria standing by to check in with our coaches.
You have the best entry, the best KD. You are the fastest team in the tournament. You just won a map. What do you feel the need to tell them to adjust for the second map, if that's possible?
I think it's just a contention of damage over there. We throw a little bit some rounds over there that we shouldn't. So we are playing a good game. I just help with the confidence for the players, but watch out into the small details, into the mid rounds, you know.
A camera on his chest.
Stuff. They're playing great, so nothing much to say.
Chalet is a really good map for Fluxo, but it was a map choice from Secret. What can we expect from it? What do you expect from it?
Eu acredito que eles tenham planejado algumas playzinhas counter, focado na nossa defesa. Só que a gente tem tanta vivência no chalé que eu acredito que é muito difícil surpreender a gente.
I'm also a little biased, but I think Rainbow Six has some of the best broadcast talent out there.
Okay. I think they have some really plays prepared for us for our defense, but we play that map so much that we just know how to do it, so it's not going to be a problem for us.
Got some very open-minded people in these interviews here, really, you know, putting up for us what we're going to see and what to expect on these maps here. I feel like when we were listening to Twister, you were just nodding, yes, about those mid-rounds.
I think it's spot on. I mean, the only win condition for W7M and for Fluxo, the entire map, what was it? They lost most of the entries, but in the mid-round, when Secret is setting up for that execute, when they're all spread around, they get aggressive. They go and find a pick. They bring back that man advantage.
Give me one
It's
sec.
the same case again and again, and that was the only recipe for success from that comeback. So he just wants to abuse that, make sure that doesn't happen again. Whenever you have the man advantage in that mid-round, close everything and wait for a gunfight because they're going to come swinging.
And then what we heard from Norris as well, I mean, there is a tough task ahead of them. We saw them actually have a pretty interesting pre-game ritual, right?
Yeah, for Norris, yeah. I actually do like it, and I did want to talk about it. Norris, very often, he will meditate behind his players as they're setting up, and I absolutely love that because I think what it does is it instills some confidence and some calmness into the team.
He anchors them down.
He literally sits down behind them and meditates. And I think one of the things that will do as a player is when you're up there, when you're on the main stage and you're seeing all these faces and you know, right, we're under pressure now, he will instill that calmness in you to allow you to go on and perform.
Is the confidence going to help W7M keep themselves in the competition, or will Secret just clear this at a smooth 2-0? Map 2 is with us.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we are back again for another map. Chalet awaits to see which way the series goes. Is it a 2-0 going the way of Secret, or the Fluxo fight their way back in? You can speak now.
I'm excited. Well, yeah, I was like, this is abnormally large here right now. This is a long flower, so I had to really prepare for that one. But I'm excited for Chalet. Ace and I were talking a little bit behind the scenes, and of course, Chalet. Fluxo went absolutely crazy versus Furia, but all on the table now. That was all hero plays, and I think Secret might have the advantage on this one. I'm thinking it might end 2-0 right here, right now.
I was thinking about your playstyle name, the Anaconda.
Oh, yeah?
Sure, we go for the Bow Constrictor.
Oh, I like that. I like
that one. That'll be a good one to roll with. Well, hopefully we'll get ourselves into this one nice and quick. You've heard the coaches having their few words around what to expect. Norris feels they've got them figured out, Tim. But everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah, they certainly do. I think the problem that W7M face here is that they're coming up against a Secret team who, in that first map, just played better Siege. Yeah. Both of them are very good on Chalet, but are they going to be good enough to overcome Team Secret? We'll see, as we've got map 2, Team Secret versus Fluxo W7M right now.
Here we go then, Chalet. It stands between Secret and a spot in the next round, and Fluxo and a flight home. It also stands between us and Fortress, and I really want to see that third map, so let's see how this one boils down. So we're into our operator bands to kick things off.
As much as I would love to see Fortress, and even though I said Secret, I really hope Fluxo comes in and upsets me again, because it would be a shame for a loser semi match to go down 2-0. Like we gotta really live it and have every little round and detail come through to really experience the Six Invitational. And we've got Fluxo banning the Line and the Doke, and then Secret with the Azami and Thorn. So I'm excited for these bans. I'm excited. A little bit emphasis on map control for the Azami, and still with the Thorn, you can kind of, make it a little bit faster. We've seen a lot of Thorn play recently. We have with this addition of the buff.
I'm just really hoping this goes the distance, because I want to give Bo the true, it's not really a true Designates SI experience if we don't have overtime at some point. So I'm just even if it's just in this map and Secret, we were close in the last one. I'm just hoping that we get that overtime moment.
I'm really hoping for the same. I want to ask you more about the Thorn, because I found the Thorn so interesting. Obviously, picked right through the roof, seen it banned a few times now. What's your take on I don't want to call it a rework, but the changes?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I might have been in the minority on this, is that I enjoyed Old Fortress. Granted, wasn't a pro league.
Thorn, sorry.
Oh, Thorn. You said
We'll
Thorn.
talk about Fortress after. Thorn, the operator.
Thorn.
Yeah. It's noisy, man. What
Okay,
can I say?
well, that's a little bit different. I did not like Thorn, and now with the faster activation, with the increased traps, you're seeing Thorn banned.
Yeah.
Like, tell that to a 2022, 2023 player, and it's like, why? What are you talking about? Why are we banning Thorn all of a sudden? And even that another small thing is that CZ FOV change. You see so many loadouts with the shotgun, the M870, which honestly a lot of people would regard as the greatest shotgun in Siege. It's small, but it packs a huge punch, and you have a fully auto CZ to boot. I mean, you have firepower, you have traps, and in the meta that we currently have with all these shields, all these fast plays, these aggressive rushes, Thorn is a huge thorn in your behind. Oh, here he is.
He's fitting right in, and he's fitting right in.
You're welcome back here anytime, Bo. That's it. That's your entry. That gets you your ticket.
If you're gonna start dropping puns on us, then you're in any time.
Yes. I'm all here for it. Remember, guys, I'm a dad now. This is my bread and butter.
That's it. You got to get on the dad joke train. That's what it's all about.
Just you wait till I hit the creme de la creme. I'm waiting for it.
We'll be getting into game in just a moment. As you can see in the top left corner of your screen, a quick technical pause while we get our lobby re-hosted. So back into it in no time at all. Are you expecting a 2-0 here, Tim, or do you think there is a world where Fluxo do get us back onto that third map?
Like I said, as we were coming into that, I do expect the 2-0, and it's because I look at Chalet, and both of these teams it's kind of similar preference for them. They've got a similar record, to within a couple of maps. They're winning more than they lose on Chalet. They're both very capable here on this map, and I just think when I look at what we've seen so far today, Secret are playing the better team Siege, and I think that's what's going to win the day for them, unless Fluxo W7M can come out and show us something different. But through the tournament, they haven't really shown us that difference. What they've shown us is an ability to win those difficult rounds, is an ability, to get the big multi-kills, to have the hero plays. But I'm looking at the Secret side and I'm thinking, as the steam run out, have you come to the end of the line being able to do that if you Fluxo W7M? And right now, I think they might have done.
Yeah. I mean, again, kind of going back to the Fury game with Fluxo versus Furia, where there was a lot of hero plays. Granted, I think Furia was playing very not Furia-like that we're expecting. Fluxo still the absolute better team, and it shows that because they won. They beat them. They sent Furia home. And I do think what you were saying is Secret is playing a better Siege. If you look at it all on paper, if you look at it top down, it looks so clean. It's in unison. It's cohesive. It looks like these guys have been playing forever together. And Fluxo, I still see that, but not as much. And I actually would want Fluxo to win. I would want them to win because I think for Fluxo to win, they need to be playing good, but I think one of them has to have a sensational life game performance.
Sorry, coffee is coffee.
Because I feel like as a caster, it probably makes your job easy if one guy's dropping 20 kills. Let's watch this guy.
But
It's watch this guy called Bolo a lot.
it would appear as though I didn't miss anything.
He pushed up on the Goyo, on the mirror, that Vector, he was a bit of a demon with it.
We need to get the Bolo spin lessons in while we're here.
I can't do it on a trackpad. Bring me the mouse.
There's no I mean, you could try and do a spin on the trackpad. Des might not be too happy when his laptop goes flying off the desk.
Pull up whatever tabs are up here right now.
What you don't know is an absolute nightmare now.
There we go. That should be fixed now.
Anything just spins it and it's off flying. Spinning stage, you can make that spin, you can give it a go. I don't think we'll get quite far with that one.
Maybe
but
one day.
We are now back into things. Thank you for your patience. It looks like we're loading in and everyone is happy and ready to go. Secret start on the attacking side, and one thing I'm looking forward to, with a little bit of trepidation for Secret and their fans, is they did not win a single defense against Falcons on their game on this map the other day. So we hope there's some work that's been done because they've got to be better than the other day.
I mean, luckily for Secret, they are starting on the attack, so you know.
Yeah, because Falcons.
To get a few rounds before they have to face up to that difficult side, you know, where they struggled. But Flux or W7M, they are a side, as we've said, that can turn over surprises quite easily. We may well see them come into this, and you know, we certainly don't want to make it sound.
Yeah, because Falcons 2-0 Team Secret.
Just thoroughly surprises.
That's
you know,
right.
Got the capability, like you said yourself, boy. You have Volks come in here and just do Volks things. Palu take over the game, and all of a sudden it doesn't really matter what Secret are doing. But
They beat him 7-3 on this map in Chalet. Okay. I missed like all of the other stages.
We can see they've got half of the wall open on the breach side. They've got a real presence out towards Library as well. It looks like Dodes is going to be playing.
Stupid work.
So they are looking for a complete top floor hold here at the minute.
Yeah, and I mean, you see this very traditionally now. This is the current Chalet meta where it's a heavy bar extend.
Oh, they got it.
Great push round usage, but also kind of a blunder out of Dodes, I feel like. As a Mez Mira player, you need to be ready for that because that is one very direct operator to just stump your whole entire setup. And that Mira being open is not good whatsoever, and huge to this Library attack if Secret decide to push it. But it seems like they're kind of rotating elsewhere. I think they see this Mira, these Elemines, and of course Lobin just already taking out
Ace is down.
Ace, which is instrumental for the Solar because that wall being closed and having no chance of ever being open for the Solar take is so bad for Secret.
Ooh, Blackbeard.
Honestly, the catalyst.
It's one of those maps a little bit like Border in a way where you do have to challenge outside the building as best you can. Get a replay of that one here. Lobin just full spending it. You can see why. There was a little bit of trepidation from Savage to try and go
The pixel.
towards him. Causing a little bit of bother. At least now we've got the air jabs down so we can't push out in towards Solar Tim, but I don't think that'll stop him.
No, I wouldn't have thought so at the moment. They're going to be looking for the nades to go in, clear some utility as well. Flash will go with it, and that allows now Savage to get a little bit mobile on those stairs. Does he know about the man underneath? That's the big question. I think that's where he's being sent. I think he's being sent to sort of make that challenge and make sure that that area is clear. We're going to see it was the Ella that you were looking at, Palu. He's going to dash his way back towards those blue stairs. He gets himself back safely to site. So again, it's just more time wasted by Flux or W7M.
Palu here on the side on towards the piano window. Challenge coming in here. 2 or 3 players swinging all at once, and we know this is a horrible spot to be in. Noah's gone, but elsewhere, 2 kills. Fly back the way of Secret, make it a
Secret just got.
This round rolling now, looking in for Palu, who's dug in on piano. We've said how big a clutch player he is, but he's got to go massive, Tim.
They've missed the opportunity there as well. Palu sends out the Gasmot mine. It's going to create that shield break, but he can't challenge onto him at the right time, and ultimately he's punished at the piano as the 2 come in, and they manage to take him down. 2v1 now with one of those. A Blackbeard Bolt is in serious trouble, but he manages to do some damage to the Blackbeard. Can't find the feet on the second challenge.
Shoot, man.
Mowgli, he peeks on through, finds his kill, and Team Secret take their first attack.
That was a beautiful effort on that 1v2, but really, what can you do when a BB is staring you down in your eyes?
Yeah.
This BB.
Well, you saw him just say nope, and just start running the other way.
Behind, but I will say a beautiful 3v1 jump out on that guy on the bathroom window. That was absolutely stunning. Bathroom window swing, jump out piano, Ivy window, but all of that's 3 bodies for 1. Secret responded perfectly for a perfect response for a perfect aggression play on the bathroom. Mowgli takes Library, hits the guy in the back. All these guys swing in Solar, and they just explode, and they punish the capitalization on their attacker who died.
Well, let's see how things go for Bar and Gaming then. It's a good start from both sides, really. I thought you just kind of touched on it yourself there a little bit, Mo. Luxo have had some great plays in the moment. It's just the Secret were a little bit better when it came down to the sharp end of things. Started last map at a 1-1 scoreline. Secret get first blood here. Luxo bite back. We'll find out.
We won't get too far into it, but the chocolate team panel chocolate continues. We can confirm.
I tell you what, this is looking a little bit scary here. Volts advancing himself a spawn peak, almost lost his own head in the process.
I do like this energy, though. I do like this. This is something you would see in these deep, deep runs. Nothing is out of the question. Spawn peaks, aggression, fast rushes. This is where real siege happens.
Looking at the Vigil on board from Dordes there, we often, we talk about it being quite a selfish pick because you're not bringing much utility. It's all about getting out there, wasting time and finding kills. Is that kind of the role it's seen within the teams as well?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you really break down Vigil to his core, he is the best.
I'm about to order breakfast.
Fast jump out of Savage, but there's two.
Dude, why the fuck are hash browns $4.30?
Perfect sync on the defenders.
What the fuck?
And Volps and Mowgli.
They've got a cut. They've got the down. Adrian's gone absolutely nuclear. Volts are pilot to full.
Thanks, Mickey.
He was the distraction, he was the bait, and everyone on the side of Fluxo except for Lobot is down tip.
Plant's going down as well. Noah's managed to get into position just inside of that double window. There's absolutely no chance for Logan to move back in. Morgan's got the cover, and Secret, they are feeling it. Right now, to me, they look like a shark that's just smelled blood in the water. They know they're circling, and they're just taking bites out of Fluxo W7M at the minute.
It's kind of what I was saying on Labs. Siege is a number game. It's pieces on the board. Timeout for all the Portuguese speakers.
Imagine we'll get that restarted in a second, as you can't hear them at the moment. But what does that say in terms of panic stations when they're already slamming the brakes on Tim in round 2?
Yeah, exactly that. You've got a really early tack time out there, which I don't hate, by the way. If you can, if you can see that you're off the tracks, you got to try and put it back on. You got to pick it up and sort it.
For sure. And I mean, again, it's like, I feel like Fluxo is playing good. They're doing the 2v1s, but maybe their backline is like not holding it together. Maybe their side players are straggling a little bit too far away, which sometimes is a good thing. But if fire is matched with fire and you aggress and they react with aggression, and you can't hold your back line, everything falls, everything crumbles. They're still playing good, but they're not playing as good as Secret.
It feels for Fluxo, I look at it, I feel like it's kind of a rising tide raises all ships.
Yeah.
So as Fluxo improve, so does Secret. And, no matter what Fluxo seem to do, Secret are going up there with them, and they're keeping that extra 10%.
Yeah.
They're just keeping themselves on top. So like you say, this is not a bad game being played by Fluxo W7M. It's just a very good one being played by Secret.
For sure. And again, it's like, I don't even know what, as a coach, I would tell my players right here, because it's like, that's good communication. It is showing, even from our perspective, that they're communicating so well. One guy jumps in trophy, 2 to react immediately, 1 guy in bathroom window, crucial for a solar take. 1, 2, 3 involved in the kill to give space to the defenders. So it's like, what do you say? Hit your shots, run back to side. Don't do these aggressive overextend your hand. So this is a tough one.
I think Mowgli's soaking up that time in front of
I like it.
Even Noah especially has been very vocal up on that stage so far. If that momentum can carry them all the way through, then what is the complaint? The big question comes for a lot of this crowd, Tim. These fighters are getting a bit like a following behind them, but let's not forget, they've got Falcons waiting. They are the French team.
This is the problem for Team Secret now. They're looking at potentially facing off against Falcons, and they've had so much support so far, and that will continue.
Yep.
But it will also be tempered when they go up against Falcons. We can
is this why?
Lobão, eu preciso que você bate Denari e faça aquela Denari que a gente viu no treino. A janela do Solário, tá ligado?
That makes sense.
Bom, a gente vai voltar pra aquela tua antiga que você joga de Castle. Tá? Não tem recurso pra quebrar isso daí e a gente vai pegar e tampar.
Maybe we don't do
A
this.
gente consegue jogar full unilateral, peitando só uma área deles. E realmente, guys, desculpa, é muito mais atenção e comunicação, muito mais proativa de onde eles estão. E se não tomarem moscando, que a gente não toma essas porra, tá ligado? A gente não tá com novidade nenhuma. Então não desanima por causa do primeiro round, não, porque o primeiro round vocês jogaram pra caralho, os caras tiraram do round. Então bora, caralho. Bora.
Let's see if they can flawless again out of this tactical timeout.
Very silent timeout from the players. It's just coach had the floor. But honestly, it kind of sounded like he was a bit frustrated. It sounded like something that he noticed was very, very crucially wrong with their defense. And again, this is the third round. 2-0, timeout off the rip. Surely he sees something so early on that he has to address right this very second to salvage as many defensive rounds as they can.
Well, look, that's what was said on the interview.
Oh,
Is like, you know,
the Dokkaebi.
we know what we're doing.
That's so good.
That was like, right, this is not what we planned for. And this is where the demand is now going to be on the Brazilian boys to recover and fight their way back in, because, Tim, we spoke about it coming in. Palu yet to win a major or a hammer. We can't imagine a timeline where that is not a thing. Is this his best chance of getting there finally?
It certainly is a chance, put it that way. You know, they've been playing very well so far.
Is it a slim chance right now?
It's narrowing, we will say that. Another interesting follow-on from that timeout, as you've said, you know, it looks like Norris has seen something there and wanted to rip that timeout forward immediately. They're going back to the same start that they were in round one. They're not continuing that rotation, so again, that screams to us. Usually we would see teams just finish out that 3 rotation, make a ban, and then go back. This screams, no, we can do this. The plan will work. This is what we need to change.
Yeah, and you already see there's a bit more traps on the board. We had Ella, but I'm unsure if we had the Denari and the Legion, so a bit more emphasis on holding this BB because they are expecting, it's secret, there's always going to probably be a shield. They had a shield before, and they're expecting it again. And they're going to reinforce their site a bit more. So even if, say, library side...
So interesting with the Thorn, the Thorn buff too, seeing that and out.
Secret down, I certainly do not blame them. We've seen what happens when they start moving at breakneck speed. Every team in the tournament has struggled to stop them. That is why they stand here.
Well, they don't take out the Blackbeard, you know.
Final few. See how this round, of course, changes up the secret. You've already seen Savage being a little more cautious on that Blackbeard. But as a change to them, they've got to work through all that utility first. That's why the Flores is going to help them clear their way through.
Exactly. Again, it's a great response from Team Secret. They had the Flores back in round one. They brought it again this time. The changes are the Legion and the Castle. That was Mirror and Warden last time around. So as you say, it screams slowing down. But the Reteros are there. The X-Kairos pellets are there. The Ash Chargers are there. They've got everything they need to deal with this utility, so it still seems like
Jeez.
and they managed to find one in the round. Adrian picking up Lobin. That is an entry, so not only a Secret responding to Fluxo W7M's changes, they're actually overturning the one area that Fluxo have been winning so far. They've had both the entries, and now Secret have come in and found it. There's no trade. There's man advantage. It's looking good for Secret again.
Yeah, I honestly think right now the panic is kind of settling in because, again, they have all this utility for the Solar, and they've already overplayed their hand by putting them under default. Denari extended out default, and then just already picked off. Granted, it's 55 seconds. A lot of time has been burned. A whole lot of solar pressure. But now West main control is obtained, and now Solar will fall. Dining falls. Trades are working back. I don't think it's enough though, because Secret the overextensions and the aggression.
That was not a happy face.
Made a big difference, but he was handled so comfortably by the player on the window. This is Secret to lose, Tim.
It certainly is. Dot's just taking that challenge out there onto Solar Stairs. He's just trying to hold them back at this point, but the problem he's got is he's going to be facing pretty soon. They've got the double window control as well. June manages to find another in the round. Savage on the shield is the one to close it out. His game just continues to get better.
I fucking love that cosplay too. That's so good.
From one set to another, Secret are slowly working their way forward. I do hear, however, we have got Maria on hand for a translation of that attack timeout. Maria, are you there?
You don't have resources to break that. Let's play with Legion too. And let's be real, guys. I'm sorry, but it's much more about the paying attention and communication about telling to each other where they are so you don't get killed out of nowhere. Let's not get upset because of the first round. You played it good. Let's keep the energy high.
Thank you very much, Maria. What do you think of that one, Bo?
Interesting. I mean, yeah, it sounds like already after like such a good 3v1 on that first round, it's like, okay, it's a solar hit. This guy's on bathroom. Let's aggress. But of course, what I was saying, there was no utility in the site, so Secret just capitalized. And then, as Maria just said, that they were a little bit upset. You could hear it in the comms. It was a little bit kind of bad. But also the thing about like not paying attention. So maybe if there's 3 people aggressing on this side, the other 2, the back line, like like I mentioned, maybe they weren't cluing in. Maybe they're saying, okay, this is happening here. What do I need to worry about? And maybe they're in their own idea. Maybe they're in their heads because it's not involving them. We need to be a full functioning like engine. Every cylinder needs to be going and going. But if two aren't, you're misfiring.
And that's what Secret are doing right now.
I was about to say the same.
Yes, because Secret, they have the front line, the three on the windows. They want to do a solar, they have the three pieces, and then they have a little bit of back pressure here, under and up, taking
They got the blitz.
taking solar, working the pick, working the over-aggression.
That's so interesting the way that works.
It's not looking very good, but I think it's salvageable.
Playing into the trap operators again, playing into a hell of a lot of score with the Kai and the Tub on side along with the Clash. Now on the other side, what is their game plan going to be? It's going straight towards Ivy and hunt down Volts.
Bro.
Gone. In the blink of an eye, we weren't even 20 seconds into the round.
Now the utility will be there, it'll be done. That's not the end of the world. The big problem for Fluxos W7M is two things here. One, the manpower, of course. You're now 5 versus 4. You've got no trade, no response, which screams to me again that communication.
That's so not good.
They're not in a position to be able to trade, to play off each other. But the other problem is that confidence issue. This keeps going wrong. This is now a slippery slope. Does it become a mental block for the team?
Yeah, I would agree with that completely because Wolf's solo play, which is a good thing to burn some utility, burn some drones, and we're having the Mav play, which is absolutely huge. Usually you would have somebody doubled up with Adrian, but I think Secret are just feeling themselves so much. Maybe they're skipping steps, but maybe they're able to.
Ooh.
He has so much confidence.
Bait building up here as well. Forget about upstairs. We're going straight in towards site here. Shield is in with Doom, looking for his man. Misses out on the flash. The blind run towards the side. He's just better. Mowgli in for another. He is absolutely flying this map. Dodes now to try and recover.
There you go. There you go. There you go. He's down but not out.
It's a 2v1. Can Mowgli clutch up big?
Secret starting to find out what happens when you skip steps. Sometimes they've not cleared the vertical, and Fluxo W7M have seriously punished them. Mowgli could really do with getting some back on their feet here. But he goes for the direct challenge onto the Clash. He nearly gets the job done, but Parlu just using his experience to get himself out of danger there.
It backed him up to get another one up.
Important to keep that utility on the board than to try and take any part of that fight.
Great read from Mowgli. Sees the two upstairs and knows he has time to get outside and get his teammate up. This is winnable, but they're stacking up. He almost gets Dodes, who's good for a 3K in the round. And now in a 2v1 with 1B in the Clash. Surely Secret can't get this one done.
Certainly looks that way. Savage is going to take his little peek. He's taking his time to think. He manages to grab the diffuser. He's got options now. He could think about maybe putting it down in a spot where there's no vertical above him. It at least changes the paradigm a little bit. It means that he becomes the defender in this situation, and he is successful. Guns are back up, but he's got to deal with a Clash shield. He's got to deal with Parlu, who hits a beautiful shot past the bomb chassis. Fluxo W7M get themselves around.
That was lucky, man. Oh my gosh, she's sleeping next to it.
Absolute war that round. I mean, that was such a fast play. And what I was talking about is like Secret up until that round, the very beginning of
That little
round,
baby.
7-0, so confident and just running. That guy might not even had drones for the prep and just sent it at Volps, over capitalizing on him trying to start out for some utility, which again is a good play. Mav, remember what I was saying? Usually there's somebody doubled up with a Mav on the office wall, but there's a reason for that because he denied the half wall pressure. He allowed the BB or the blitz to run through short because he knew even if there was verb, which there isn't, there would be nobody watching because he's scared for his own life on the top. That was a beautiful, beautiful play out of Secret to gain the site control, but in the end, Fluxo's trades just worked out in their favor.
Here we go for Baron Gaming again. I think we almost got teased a little bit during the prep phase last time round, Tim, but we could see a fast hit coming in for the execute itself. We did see an execute in the end, just not quite in the fashion that we expected. The cutoff at 90 was absolutely beautiful out of Secret. Really kept Fluxo guessing the entire way through. Could yet see the same again, because Fluxo jumped back into a similar setup to last round, just a solo.
That's a cool way to cover that.
We've got some really nice counterplay coming in here. We've got the Brava being brought along who can deal with those gadgets, of course, like the Clash, you know, the electronics that we're going to see on there. We've got, you know, plenty to go at with the Denari, with the Kaid, lots and lots to be looked at. Secret, though, they're going to be looking at the main execution coming alongside that Capitao and the Glass. That's going to be a big focus, and the Grim in addition to that. That's going to help you control all of that site area whilst you go in and get the diffuser down.
For sure, for sure. I mean, honestly, a lot of things could happen with this lineup right now. but they do have the cage. So even if a lot of people use the glass and the cap for a top control pressure, but if Secret goes for that, they have the cage. That is one.
That's a Brava drone down, I think, too.
Maybe a second in library. I think it is open, actually. One hatch completely denied. Open it up, and Savage with the opening kill onto Bar. A huge, huge pick on the Cade nonetheless.
It's very much the spine of this defense being broken now that it's been moved out of that spot, and it's not that we won't see a Fluxo player stepping into the grave of Dots, but it still means they're down a man, and now Secret, by the looks of it, are getting themselves ready. This is that set piece play that I was on about. Here we go with the smokes going in. Jumon towards Lovid. It'll be a nice shallow plant, and nothing coming out to stop him at this point. There is no one nearby to stop this from happening. They're going to completely crumble here. They at least managed to get the down, but the fuser sticks on the back of it.
Jeez.
They've got Mowgli on the top floor window as well, looking through library. Secret are ticking all boxes here, but this is a beautiful attack. They've got the cutoff from above. They're not going to get hurt on the verticals like they did before. No, they've got the plant down, and now they just hold the crossfires. This, for my money, is one of the most difficult retakes inside a siege because you've got those external positions. You've got to go out of the window here. You've got to win those fights, and this is what happens. They are ready. Savage, he manages to get the first. There is redundancy after redundancy here. Adrian is ready on the cut. Savage can take the fight. Mowgli's above. There are so many options for Secret. The time runs out. Bolts can do nothing, and Secret take another round and another step towards moving on in the Invitational.
Yeah, a 4-1 is something you do not want to see on a second map. Oh my goodness, and that was actually a beautiful rush out of Secret. It was slow, but it was still a rush nonetheless. Savage got detected as the glass on the game's window, picks the first guy in the sight, and he's like, all right guys, it's showtime. We're compromised. They are aware. That was the catalyst. That was the domino. And if you notice in the prep phase, they hid the Clash. They hid Palu on the Clash. Maybe for a top pressure. I think W7M was expecting a top floor clear with all that utility, the Clash, the Glass, the Denari, but instead Secret says, nah, we are hitting the site. Savage opened it up, and it was just, everything was cascading. Smokes and Glass versus a Clash. Glass wins every day.
We've had a little bit of heat in the chat so far between Mowgli and Volps. Clearly Secret in Fluxo's heads here, and well inside of their walls at the same time, because everything is just crumbling around Fluxo right now. Even with Norris' intervention stepping in to try and stabilize the team, they've struggled to find anything. We've got a similar comp coming out again, leaning in towards these trap pots. But Tim, it's almost like Secret are used to teams trying to slow them down with trap comps.
They have all the answers. It's like they've seen the test paper before sitting the exam today. They are so prepped and ready, and it is exactly what I expect from a Twister side. You know that he's going to come in there, he's going to have the plan, and he's going to look to execute it, and Secret have done so brilliantly so far. Last defense coming in now for Fluxo W7M. It's Master and Office again. If we have a look back, they've lost this site twice, and boy, do they desperately need it now. 5-1 down at the half is pretty much as bad as it gets. Of course, there's 6-0, but it ain't going to make a massive difference.
Yeah, the blitz here is going to be huge, because this is the first time I think Secret is actually committing to a full library, and usually everybody...
Volps is already really low, too.
Giving Mez space. The blitz is staring down a Warden right now, top blue, but he needs help. He cannot do anything in their doubled up blue. He needs his attackers to be on him and ready to react. Adrian with the opening pick onto the site. The blitz falls. Blue is instantly traded out, and it's a 4v2. They have all control except for Mez.
At least the one back. Palu, as I've often said, has been the clutch player for these boys. Now we're a little bit better. First kill on the map, but it's a crucial one because now Volps, already a little bit rattled from the last round, has got to win a 1v2, Tim.
You know that he's always got it in the locker, as the entire roster of Fluxo W7M, but you just don't feel it from them today. I often say that teams will have these ebbs and flows at tournaments, and it just feels like Fluxo W7M are maybe not setting the same pace as they have previously in this tournament today. Noah manages to secure that plant just in behind the half wall. He's going to hold his position. He's got Adrian on the cover. They are locked and loaded. They know where the fight's going to come from. I love the use of utility. They just buy themselves 5 seconds there, and the nade comes in. More utility being used. 10 seconds now. Burnt out from Volps' opportunity to be able to take this fight. There's so little that he can do here. There's no
Jeez.
and Team Secret go 5-1 on the
If you want to see what domination looks like, just go back and watch those 6 rounds at any time. I mentioned earlier on that we didn't see a single defensive round win coming out of Secret against Falcons, but they look different gravy today, Bo.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it doesn't even matter about the pass. When you have 5 clean attack rounds such as Secret, it doesn't matter. You have such a buffer, 5-1. Even if you're traditionally bad on a defensive side, on a map, a 4-round lead is like, surely you can squeeze something out. They can give 4 more rounds and you're still in the lead, or you're still tied and you're still in it for the map win. And I'm scared. I'm scared really for Fluxo because, again, I do think, though, with how I saw them playing in the early round, I think actually after like the first 3 rounds, they started to falter a little bit more, or maybe Secret just kind of ramped it up. Say, okay, I see your timeout. We're gonna increase the dial. We're gonna hit harder and harder than ever before. But now it's Fluxo's time to see if they can match what Secret did and explode on the attacks and overwhelm Secret.
Attackers need to listen. As you said earlier, Des, Secret, of course, previously against Falcons, struggling on the defensive side of this map. Fluxo W7M's best hope now has surely got to be that Secret come in and drop the ball for a couple of rounds and give them a little bit of a way back into it, give them an opportunity to grab a toehold in this. You wouldn't back it at the minute. You think that Secret are going to come out here and keep the pressure on. They're going to keep that aggression. They're going to keep on top of them. And now that they're on the defense, they can kind of dictate the pace of that. They can, when a barricade opens, run to it and take the fight. They can make life a little bit of a nightmare for Fluxo W7M right now. Secret then will take us to the top floor to kick off their defense. They need 2 rounds to move on to that matchup with Falcons.
Won't that be a bit of a spectacle, Tim? We've seen that matchup so many times, and it's a rivalry that is only increasing intensity over time. And to know that we've got a French player on one side, 3 on the other, and a chance to really go to war for a spot in the grand final against FaZe. Don't really fancy anyone's chance there. It's going to be a hard battle against FaZe, but maybe it's just what they need. A little European showdown to see who might take down the reigning world champions.
Yeah, and I think we have another little bar extend right here, right now. Very similar to Fluxo, but I think it's a little bit lighter. But Secret is always known for their 2 Mez guys, their Mez and their bar guy. If they have any sort of pressure, if they have contact, the defenders will run and assist. And that track is the first identifier that it is a library. A huge...
Jeez, man, that's not a good way to start.
This just thwarts all.
That's not a good way to start.
Because him in the corner, they have to reevaluate. They cannot isolate the bar guy without the library guy. And Savage running over to help, kills the lower flank. And it's a 5v3 low. It's not good. It's not looking good. This is all coming down right here, right now.
And they've already got low HP, so they've lost out on 2 gunfights they were going into, all things air quotes equal, but have just fallen short. And this is where you can look at Siege as a beautifully tactical game. Sometimes you've just got to hit your shots, and here, Secret are the ones nailing every single one.
Just watching the angle here, he knows the Siege timing just isn't with Fluxo W7M at the minute. Parlu just nearly had that opportunity to have a little look at Savage to take the Solis out of this. Let's not forget how important Solis could be in the late round here. If there is an opportunity, if Fluxo W7M fight their way into a plant spot, it could be Savage that denies that opportunity. So taking him off the board would have been huge, but it just wasn't to happen. 1 minute left to go, 5 versus 3. Secret, it's almost hands-off keyboards at this point. Just let them play into you. Mowgli manages to pick a kill up onto Dots. 5 versus 2.
This is not good for them at all.
And just waited, and he has been rewarded. Every gunfight going their way.
Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. That's such a cool angle.
You can just see there's a little bit of needle creeping into this matchup with the little bit of body shooting at the end there. There's, you know, I think Secret know that they're in the mines. They're winning the mind games at the minute.
100%. And as a previous player, if I lose an attack that catastrophically, and I see the last guy dump 50 rounds into my dead body, I am fuming. Now the question is, what will Fluxo do with that emotion?
What's the response?
Will it fire them up, or will it keep them down? Will it keep them submissive, and Secret will just run over them?
Imagine if you're Secret now, having played a lights-out series like this. You look on top of the world. You're coming into that game against Falcons so on it.
Jeez.
I'm scared for Falcons seconds at this point. These boys look so good.
Yes, and one of the side effects of a 2-0 on a loser semi is you get just that little bit of extra time to prep, to recover, to rest, to recollect yourself, because this is a huge match right now, but a couple hours later, there's an even larger match for a chance in grand finals.
The blessing for them almost is, if this does end now, it's been a quick series. They haven't exhausted themselves out for 4 hours playing a series.
It's almost perfect.
Because that adrenaline does come plummeting down after a game, so it'll probably be a good thing for Secret. They haven't had to expend all the energy at this point, and like I say, I can't wait to see that next game and how it plays out. Fluxo, they've got one hell of a recovery mission to pull off here. 5 rounds in a row needed, and then they have to win OT if we're going to see map 3. At least finding their way forward is Logan on towards 1. Doesn't let go of that left out. Great start for them.
Absolutely love that from Lobin. Little bit of intel there, just telling him there's another man coming. They're coming for the trade, and he punishes Secret. I've talked about Secret's team play and trading throughout the game, and it's been one of their strengths. But I love what
He kept pushing that trigger, didn't he?
reversed it, and they've made it a weakness by getting that second kill. Brilliant stuff. 5 versus 3.
Trying to do what they can though. Volt's marching his way forward for 1. Part of also is getting June. The team play is looking good in this round from Fluxo. But as I often say, Tim, when we're at these kind of score lines, Fluxo have got to be right every single time. Secret have only got to be right once.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do in a 1v5 at this point, right? You just have to get aggressive. You have to see if Secret messes. It's not you playing well, it's Secret messing up. And of course, no one would be the one to do it. With the Scorpion, the best gun. Oh, the best gun for that situation. But no.
That's a nice turnaround for them.
Able to do it, which although it literally impossible, but Noah could have been.
For a second there, Noah just had this crowd in Paris on the edge of their seats. You could feel it. It was palpable. The tension was rising as those first couple of kills come in. They look like there might just be a moment there. But there's going to be a moment here for Team Secret.
Everything that I want to say is so good. Guys, the thing is about this round over there, let's try to see if we can focus a little bit more to cutting their drones, okay? They're trying to replace those drones so they can have the info in the early round to make this fast plays. If we cut it, it's half of the round done already, you know, because they will need to go in blind. Also, if you guys want to put layers into that with more traps or everything, make them clear stuff, you know? They need to clear out positions before focusing onto you guys. After that, round by round, okay guys? Focus on round by round, you guys got this.
We need to say we'll play 2 weeks out.
You guys got this.
Let's go.
I always talk about the next round.
Yes, I'm playing yellow top fire. Yeah, afraid.
Yeah, I mean, he finished up and he still had 10 seconds to spare. So Twister is still so confident in his players. But the one thing that he knows, and again, that's how Lobin got the first 2 kills right here, right now. And it had to have been off a free-placed drone. And so Twister says, guys, the only way they're going to really scout back these rounds and try to save the game is by these fast, unexpected plays, although off info, so we can counter it and just be mindful, be ready, even if you probably have to forego a rotate.
That's scary when Noah's the last one up too.
Piece of utility, just be ready.
You know what I love from Twister? Because you and I shot each other a look. We know what that timeout was to do. They were just there to just chalk the mental a little, make them sweat a little bit on the other side, knowing, okay, they've had a timeout. Are they going to rush us now? Are they going for something crazy here just to break it over the line? Because like I said, Secret have only got to be right once. Fluxo cannot be wrong at any point throughout the rest of this map. It'll just take something a little bit cheekier. C4, spawn peak, you know.
Yeah, they're now consistently on match point.
I mean, on the entry, Lobin getting that was massive. It is the first one in 6 rounds that Fluxo W7M have been able to get. You just have that feeling that Secret, again, just need to fall back to what they've been doing, what they've been working. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go in there, get the entry, and then bully Fluxo W7M with that man advantage, the way that they've then been able to dedicate pairs to play together, to play off each other, to ensure trades, and to keep grinding the Brazilians down. That is, you're just waiting for that round where they get that opener, but Fluxo W7M, that's going to build them some confidence at least a little bit now. Getting that round, and it was in, you know, a very confident fashion. They can carry that forward into this. Going to be another one of the slow comeback from W7M.
They expect some aggression to come out there as they're getting themselves ready. It's going to be a fast plan. In they go, trying to look for anyone. No one's home. They're not even here, Tim. Scattered out to the the high winds. This is their chance to get a planton down, but Volts, I believe, was the one with the diffuser. That's now dead. They need someone to step back in, but Dodez goes absolutely nuclear on the Zofia. 2 kills to him, and it's
Noah's above.
Surely they don't start a fight back here.
I wouldn't have thought so. I think, you know, Noah's the one at the minute that's preventing this plant going down. Luxo W7M aren't really moving him at the minute. They're not positioning themselves to do so until this point where one gets onto the library window. Noah is going to need a little bit of help. They go jumping in. I'm not really sure. Lobin was looking for the kill there, but it might have been a bit of a big play. Parlu, however, does back him up, manages to get the trade. Dodez.
All right.
One Fluxo W7M.
This is nice.
There was another second there where you thought Noah might have an opportunity, but no, the fight back could be on.
Well, at what point do you start dreaming?
As Fluxo? Are you saying as Fluxo?
Well, they'll be believing from minute one,
course.
but we as the casters, as the viewers, as fans of the game, when do you believe?
This round is going to be crucial, especially for Fluxo's motivation.
If they lose
and their fight. Well, obviously. But what I'm saying is that overall, I think that's when Secret starts feeling it.
Yeah.
Because 6-3 is still you're double.
Yeah.
Double the rounds. But when they start closing it in, second round, third round, and they get closer and closer to that overtime point, it gets a little bit dicey. It really does. And I really do love how Fluxo attacked that.
Ella and Lion both got banned.
Blitz and isolate somebody off site, and they were targeting the dining guy. But they realized there's a guy, West Main Holes, there's a guy dining, and then there's another guy from site that followed through. But they had great info, very similar to on their attack. They counted the numbers, and they realized this guy alone is no longer alone. We have to go elsewhere. Numbers game.
Yeah.
Go to the site. Site guys running to help off site, go hit the site. And it was a beautiful attack.
I wonder if Twister will come back to rue a cheeky, somewhat unnecessary tap timeout. His boys probably could have cracked on here. He's had his chance to intervene, and if Fluxo fight their way back in, they'll be kicking themselves.
I think if you're Team Secret, at this point you're still comfortable. Like you say, you've got 3 rounds still to get it done. For me, 6-4 always feels like the threshold, because it's then like, you know, if they get one more, they're back in touch with, you know, really facing down overtime. I think this is the round for Team Secret to get it done. If they don't, we start looking at Fluxo and thinking, you know, this is on here for a little bit of overtime. And it's going to be the basement side, which we haven't seen yet.
It's a lineup that I'm excited about here. Seeing the Finker on side, of course, the Rowell to lock down a bunch of doors while the Blitz charges them down. They've got a lot they can do here to hit Secret fast. I think Secret have got great tools to hold on. The 3 C4s, the traps, the Malusi is going to help.
Oh yeah, there are 3 C4. Yeah.
Stem the tide, Bo.
I'm unsure. I mean, the Mozzie can definitely do some damage up top here with his guy in library. Mozzie pests for the drones, but the Blitz is coming. It doesn't matter. They have the Finka. They have the Blitz. All this side of the map is clear. That's a huge win already with no bodies. And so now they have basically confirmed this half of the map is secured and is ours. And now this is like our operating base. We can keep going forward. Continue to hold
Minute in.
hold the stairs, and now let's see, do we want to clear the whole map? Do we want to go all the way to blue? Do we want to kill the Mez library guy? And do we want to walk into the site with a 5v3 advantage, or hold the flank and work a 5v5? But obviously June is pressing this. He doesn't want to do it. Brower for the flank, but he's already pressuring it, and only the guy on Ego Balk is holding this right now. It's a 1v1 if June commits, but I think he's going to play a bit more reserve and wait for that final window of opportunity to really pressure.
Halfway through.
Really kind of disrupt the execute for Fluxo.
Wage is feeling so cheeky here. Of course, that's that C4 we've already spoken about, but does Volps know? He has been rattled so often throughout this game, and it could yet happen again. Slowly steps his way forward, sees the gun, but not the man, and he manages to get by. He steps in and wins the fight. There is a trade there coming in as the Blitz goes.
There's a C4 down too.
In classic fashion, explosion between the two. June turns round and Dots delete it.
3 versus 3 then as Secret just try to hold on. They've got a couple of important kills there because they haven't given away that man disadvantage. If we have a look, they've still got Mowgli up in dining as well, looking to play around and hold on to that hatch area that we know can be so important. 45 seconds left for Fluxo W7M to keep themselves in this and find an answer. Adrian is going to take a fight on blue. Is he going to lose some health? Yes, he is. Doesn't lose his life. Will continue to hold them back. 30 seconds for the the Brazilians, Des.
We've really got to see Adrian go big here. Absolutely no C4s to play behind. As flashes come on through, it could be a freebie, but no. Palu, the one taking a couple of shots off the back of it.
It's one.
Just when his team need him to. Last 15, Adrian, Mowgli to get Secret through and have this one done here and now.
There you go, there you go, there you go.
Man, but Mowgli gets rid of one. Palu, diffuser in hand. He
Oh, man.
refuses to die.
That was absolutely insane. I mean, again, that was a 3v3. Best rounds to watch ever because it's just so scrappy. It doesn't matter about your map control, doesn't matter about anything. It all comes down to the gunfights at the
This is
very
huge,
end
man.
of the round.
You like that, Tim?
Is that another cosplay of me?
Yes. There's quite a few of them. A few weeks ago, we were talking on WhatsApp, and I said, just
That's
remember
phenomenal.
you said
I
this.
love that. And I love the shirt as well.
The thing is, I think there's about 15 people that have the ball caps. You've seen 2, but there's a lot more for you to find
Really?
outside, really. Do you remember a few weeks ago, we were chatting, and I said, just remember you've said that.
I don't want to get emotional on stream, and I'm not going. No, but I'm gonna make. I'll make a serious point here. Like, you know, genuinely, anybody who watches this back, if you've been here and you've done that, like, that's genuinely my.
Oh,
Like,
that shot though.
a game, and I started playing it 8-9 years ago, and to have people turning up and cosplaying and like, you know, it's all a bit of it's so much fun. You know, personally, I really appreciate it, and there's a lot of thanks for that.
For
That's
sure.
unbelievable.
One of the many reasons of why we siege, right? One of the
Exactly
many
that. That's it's phenomenal. It's
Hashtag we siege for Tim.
It's very humbling. It's very humbling. So thank you all if you've done that. A bit of fun, a bit of
Went to sleep in Mua's stream. Now we here. What's up?
I love it.
It is, mate. It is. You'll see many more later. You'll be mobbed outside.
Who do you want to win? Well, all the NA teams are out. Secret's the home team, but seeing W7M starting to come back, they were down 5-1 on this game or on this map. It's a best of 3 or best of 5. Sorry, best of 5.
The most 1v1s, the most multi-kills, the most clutches overall. He showed it
Oh,
in the previous
best of 3.
round, but his team will ask from him.
Holy crap! It is 5 o'clock in the morning. I've been up since 2:30, so don't mind me.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I think if Secret does not close it out right here, right now, it is.
This has been
so rough, and the ever looming comeback will.
this has been pretty interesting to see.
They're trying to work it. And I don't know. This is looking like a pretty good solar take out of W7M right now.
To see how much they're coming back.
The wall is open. They know that.
Like I said, seeing W7M making a comeback against Secret is pretty insane.
Underneath in kitchen, I think he's keeping himself off the radar. He's got impact nades, so he can, you know, deal with that press underneath. If Lobin wants to get in there on the Deimos, he's going to have to.
Thank you for lurking and hanging out. I hope you slept well.
In pocket, he still is in a position to play that plant denial as well. So Savage is ticking so many boxes for Siege right now. It causes multiple problems for Fluxor W7M. But the thing is, there's one solution to all those problems, and that is to go and take Savage out. He could well feel under some heat in the next 30 seconds.
100%. If you look at all the attackers' positions, they're all
This is my typical birthday weekend.
slowly chiseling away and see what they can
Typically, the Siege Invitational's been on
prime target to really
Valentine's Day weekend.
of this round. And you already see Wolves
So I always get Siege Invitational for my birthday. It's great. It's probably my favorite, or it is my favorite esport competition to watch. This and Peak Overwatch League were so much fun to watch.
Solo player can't step on forwards. They know that he's here, but they need him gone. A flash coming on 3 pre-fire. Fight against Nodes. Adrian going big. There is a kill on the other side though. June back the other way. It's looking like it was good for Secret for all of the few seconds, but Tim, there's 30 seconds left.
3 versus 2 now, and Fluxor W7M, you feel, just need to continue that aggression, keep pushing that man advantage, but June, he looks to fight back. Des 2v3, Secret could hold on with 15 seconds left to go.
This is all they need, this clutch situation yet again. It's coming out massive. Adrian, a smoke coming on through. All 3 players starting to square up here in the last 5 seconds.
They gotta move. They gotta move. They gotta move. Oh, thank you. My birthday's tomorrow. Appreciate it. Thank you. You didn't. Yeah, you didn't know. That was crazy.
Lie down and die.
And the team kill too. I fucking love this game.
End to the round that we see there from Fluxo W7M. The tension right now is off the charts. They have got themselves back to 6-5. They could do this, Des. We wanted Fortress. It might still be in the cards.
I have to go and look at where we go to when we get to OT. Fluxo will start on the defense when we get there. It is a tall ask. Even both teams so far have only won a single defensive round each. That's 4 in a row for Fluxo. That's a lot of Palu. 2 big rounds from him has kept them fighting.
The TK.
Yeah, like I said, 6-5 is absolutely insane. Who would have thought we would be here right now, especially with the beginning of this series? Fluxo on defense. We never thought this would happen, but instead, I think Fluxo is making it really work. Maybe not as decisive as Secret was making on the attacks, but they're still winning rounds, and they are overwhelming Secret's defense like no other. It's scrappy, it's beautiful, but it's happening.
We love an underdog, Tim. Being 6-1 down definitely makes you the underdog. The arena is behind Secret. No surprise. But it's not over if they were to lose here. We have to get through OT and then potentially Fortress if it demands it.
We've spoken multiple times about Fluxo W7.
Oh, that's big.
To clutch up in this tournament. They haven't shown us it round to round, but are they going to deliver the biggest clutch of all? That is the question. Just this round gets them back into overtime, gets them
This is
fighting.
crazy.
And for the first time in this game, I feel like Secret are really on the back foot in terms of momentum at the minute.
Yeah, I truly think right there, Joom's death is kind of a sign where they're feeling it. They're feeling the pressure. They're like, hey guys, we were up 6-1. We should have been done and dusted. We should be eating food, getting ready for the next series. But instead, you lose your clash. You lose your clash. It is a 4v5, and you invested so much utility and the lack of to go into this clash, and he's gone. And now it's all gunfights, and it's a 4v5.
They know where they are as well. They've had these drones roll on through. We saw them being shot out from the side of Lobin. Last round they were restricted heavily on the intel game. It's why it was a bit messy at the very end of things. They got the job done then. Can they now?
Here comes a push from the Blitz. Noah, he's going to hold on, manages to get 1-4v4, but it's a flurry of kills. Dots and Lobin, 2 for them. 4 versus 2 now. Adrian and Savage trying to hold on, but Secret, you feel like they see the writing on the wall. It's like this one was written in destiny at the beginning of Chalet, that we would get those few extra, that we would get that tension to feed off. And right now, 4 versus
What's crazy is that this is the last match. Last map was I think that was W7M's map, and Secret won. Oh. And then this is Secret's map.
But all they've done is stick to their guns and battle their way back in. Tim, say the line. We're going to overtime, Bo.
Yo.
Wait a second, I just caught that. Wait, that was my name. Wow, absolutely insane. Now, the question is, do you think Twister's regretting it now? Like you
Oh, I know I'm trash at this game.
his little chuckle at the beginning.
But I've been into this game, playing this game since beta.
30-second timeout and say, basically just have fun. Yeah. Shoot some drones, boys. Have some fun. And now, overtime.
Set this picture for you. We're in OT. Fluxo actually start on the attack. Sorry,
This used to be my main game that I would play.
They've got the favorable side. If they come on to win this, and then push us to Fortress and win there, that will be the turnaround of all turnarounds. A team that looks broken, battered, bruised, mental, completely chalk, couldn't win a gunfight to save their lives. They've got the opportunity to do something really special here in Paris.
What's been good is they've actually been like behind each other and not taking necessarily 1v1s. They've been doing team fights, which I think is what changed us around.
They know a little thing or two about comebacks in Siege. You might remember a little match back in 2024. It happens.
Oh, was that a tournament called Six Invitational by
Could have been in Sao Paulo, I think.
Oh, no, we're at the Six Invitational now, Tim.
We are there.
Oh, that's so weird. It's almost like it's a coincidence. I told you the script was good, we just couldn't tell you what it says.
I mean, if there's any event to have a monumental comeback, when would you ever want to make it happen than right now at the Six Invitational, the World Championship of our beautiful game, Rainbow Six Siege?
Good question, Bo, and I ain't got the answer for you. Let's see if they can get it done. And they've been on a roll. 5 rounds in a row, and they stay on that attacking side, as mentioned. It definitely favors Fluxo. See, this is what happens. You get tongue-tied.
Okay. It's okay.
It definitely favors them. See,
I'm ready
if
for
they...
the flavor train right here, right now.
And that gravy train just keeps on delivering. We've got dots on that shield once again. Admittedly, a really quiet game overall in terms of KD, but you've seen the impact across those last 5 rounds. He's played Blitz for the vast majority of them. He has caused chaos, and this is why you can't always look at KD as the answer. In he goes.
Here they go. Here they go.
Pushing the Mez player back here into the waiting arms of a team.
Oh, they're running.
No one was there from the office balcony. They do not get a freebie in.
Mowgli's going to take some damage there. We see the bullets raining down through the piano window, but Doom, he manages to pick up bolts with the first. That's the twitch down, but he's going to be pressured. Dordes is there for the trade, and this is something that Fluxo have started to do better as the game has gone on. They've been in a position to impact on their teammates' deaths, and we see that beautifully as they keep
It's like, that's what I said.
This is the top
They're actually working together as a team and getting trades.
basically given them library and mezzanine. So now it's a case of foot off the gas and continue building, redrawn, clear utility, and prepare for an execute.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the only times where Fluxo has had like a reset point where they have 4v4, not a 3v3, not a 2v3. No, it's an even spread. They have great map control, and it's almost like they have a blank canvas. They can determine what they want to do. They can dictate everything with this blitz. As long as they get this wall open and put their pieces in order, I think they can make for a great execute on this top floor.
It's Adrian Halford they sorely need. He was in a great spot to clutch up big for his team previously. Here,
Let's listen a minute.
He's being left out to dry. He is the bait for his team. They've got the longer angles being held down here, especially out towards piano and bathroom, but they need him gone as we get towards the last 45.
I like this patience from Fluxo. They've not rushed the blitz in there. Instead, they're opening more favorable angles for him to move in through. So he's going to have that bit of cover on his feet from half wall.
They gotta take the smoke out.
That's going to give Fluxo about 10 or 15 seconds.
Oh no, he's out of babes. That was the last one. I didn't realize that.
Make a move and put the diffuser down. That's what they do. Adrian has an opportunity to go big and does. That's the diffuser down in no man's land. And W7 MDes have got 15 seconds to get in there and recover it. But Savage is down. Mowgli is low. 2 versus 2 effectively. Palu manages to finish off the down player. It's no better for them though, as it's now a 1v1. Palu, he has to stick this Des.
No one knows it. He's getting the plan down here. Will sure enough be granted his kill. Defensive sight win off the map goes the way of Secret.
I'm snoozing. Snoozing ad, sorry. I almost missed that.
That is a huge, huge round for Secret. After blundering all those defenses, finally getting one in overtime, nonetheless, and they're back to their much more stronger, favorable side.
I really wish Logan had got the track and just held. He wanted to swing before the track was even active, and I get it. You're excited, but Palu can get that diffuser down. You just got to wait for the cross, that's it. So been given a little bit of a gift there, I feel, and that could be the moment they look back on and say, that was where
This little girl is like sleeping with the treat bot. That shot right there.
Adrian so far in terms of the numbers has had a little bit of a quiet day. He's doing well here on Chalet. Overall, a little bit quiet at times, but he's been doing a lot of that backline work. He's been setting his team up for success. We've spoken about this, but he could not have got a more important kill there. If that diffuser goes down when the blitz goes into half wall, I think we have a different outcome in that round.
100%, and that's the key thing about that half-wall player, no matter it's Dining or Master. Instrumental to the front line defense of a Master or Kitchen setup. If you go 1 for 1, it's a win, because it's such a strong half-wall position that can literally disrupt and kill anything and everything.
That's what I like about overtime is they have to win on a defense and attack.
No, it looks a little bit stressed to me at the end of that round. Even after winning that 1v1, they know that this is not yet done. They need a big attacking round here. They've been bruised and battered for many a round in that second half, and now Mowgli Gone straight in towards the Frostmat and finished off. That is not the way to start it. We spoke about it earlier in the game. He was in ahead of drones, and here, that has punished him. They've lost the Deimos.
There was only one site that Fluxo W7M won defensively. Can you guess where it was? It was Kitchen Dining. They've come straight back, and they've got the entry, a freebie from a Frostmat. Secret really handing them the keys to this round.
Yeah, I do want to point out that Volps was the one that died earlier to Mowgli, and that was so many rounds ago. So a great awareness play out of Volps so long ago, saying, hey, this guy's going fast. I'm going to get off Denari, which he was previously, and then put a Frostmat on Mowgli's preferred entry. Great play out of Volps. A such small detail, but yet could pay dividends.
And it just shows the fine margins that they're working with. This is one drone missing one window, and that's the outcome.
Absolutely crazy that rounds can be decided by something like that. Of course, it's not over yet. They can still go big, and like that, they found him back, but the teamwork is great. Dots is there for the trade. Noah elsewhere gets rid of Lobin. That might open things up a little bit here. Secret can still do this. I'm just slightly nervous about the fact that Palu is on that clash.
Yeah, Palu's going to be playing deep here. He's on solo stairs for the time being. They haven't dealt with the verticals either. If you remember last time when Secret attacked onto this site, they were punished from the verticals, so they need to be aware of that. It's Dodez that's playing up above on the Tubarao. Given the time, given the lack of breaching, you know, yes, Adrian's on the map, but it just takes so long to do that. They go to clear him, but it doesn't matter because Dodez gets one. Make it two. Can he find a triple? No. Adrian,
He's low though.
becomes a 1v2, but Fluxo W7M.
He's low though.
Smart and drop back to side, but Palu has left his shield up above Dez.
Adrian was the hero for his team yesterday, putting on a lights-out performance and almost gets Palu through the floor. Enough damage.
They have a drone somewhere.
But not enough to finish him off.
I mean, I honestly don't even know. Adrian has to get something to even make this salvageable, I feel like. But he does have a DMR, but it's versus a TCSG and a big armored clash here. It's dicey. It's 20 seconds. I really do not know.
Just which way this can ever possibly go. Adrian's got to check every single corner. They know where he's coming from as well. As long as they're stacked up as a pair,
they just got to hide.
You've seen Dots up nice and close. Palu slightly off site. Adrian going to go in and try and make the plan happen. Seen on the bulletproof towards his side, and Dots. He steps
going all the way to 15, Des. This is what everybody wanted out of this match.
Snoozing again. This is the last round, I think.
Secret fans, the W7, you know, they might want something a little bit different, but we all want to taste the fortress from these two.
My heart is bursting out of my chest. This has been absolute madness. Just when we thought, okay, this is an attack-sided map, it's an easy win for Fluxo and OT. Both teams have come out and won on the defense. Now where do we go? Where do we go from here?
After 8 invitationals now, I think 8.
This freaking girl, I swear. Look at that little chunky lady above me.
When we get to the point of having a great game, and they are
cuddling her treat bot.
You feel that? Like, you remember being on stage in these big moments like this?
Yeah, I've sadly played through a little bit too many 7-7s in my lifetime, right? And it's it takes years away from you. Imagine being up here, casting the game and feeling stress. Imagine being all 10 of those players and those 2 coaches and everybody else behind the scenes watching.
The only one that doesn't stop at 15 is going to be the grand finals.
You couldn't pay me enough.
So this is the match. This is the match point.
That is very true. But of course, if you lose the 7-7, then you don't get the payday.
You're right.
Not that you know that. You won, so it's fine. We're all well and good. Well, let's see then. Can Fluxo get it done on the attack? As you said, this has been a super attack.
Yeah, they changed that a while ago that only grand finals get unlimited overtime.
This is our statement map because, Tim, there'll be some doubters if they get this one done that they've always got the composure to see it through to the end.
It's such a funny turnaround in overtime that we so often see, and I think it speaks to the stress and the nerves of the players that you get a game that has been so one-sided in terms of the attack, and then all of a sudden nobody can win an attack on overtime, and things just drastically change up.
Yeah, and I mean, against all odds, Secret won the last defense, but now they have to do it once more, and can they? Milk with a huge pick, a survive out of Noah.
Getting rid of 2.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely enormous for them. They had a chance to get one back there, Fluxo, but it just did not go their way. 2 minutes to recover, and it's not a 3v3 like you love, Bo, it's a 3v5.
I mean, honestly, really driver's seat position at a Secret. A good funnel on this Ivy Hall. E-Box Mez, it doesn't got him. Trades are working.
Into a second.
Jeez, there goes Secret's about to go. And a flawless too.
Secrets are off the whispers, but these boys roar their way into a dream date with Team Falcons.
What a result for the European side. That is also
Flippy.
to guarantee, of course, a European team in that grand final. There is going to be plenty for this crowd in Paris, not only to cheer about right now, but to continue cheering about throughout this tournament. What a result from Team Secret.
I mean,
You're horrible.
and Secret, and I don't think any of us were expecting that. Even in the beginning, before the map started, we were both thinking a Secret 2-0 pretty dominantly. By the time the side switch, it was so clear that Secret was just playing lights out.
What's great is that she knows that there's treats in there too. Because she can smell them.
What Secret did, some might say better, some might say worse, but at the end of the day, they brought it to overtime. And even though they fought so hard, it all came crashing down when it really mattered most, the last round of the map.
It's going to be heartbreaking to him coming this close and falling so short towards the final hurdle, but fair to say, they delivered in that second map. They showed us what they're all about and really showed heart. It just wasn't enough in round 15.
They dug deep, and the mental resilience and perseverance that they put on display deserves the respect that they are being shown. Not only
And they're pretty sure Palu might be retiring. He's getting ready to have a kid. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Now we get to watch Secret play again. Kids ruin everything.
Look at what it means to his teammates to provide that moment for him, to support him through it, and to continue on theirs for one more step.
That's what it comes down to sometimes, Tim. One moment can define everything. But for these boys and for Mobley, that time...
Listen, I didn't say that they don't.
You know what it means. But here they're down on the stage. We've got June standing by for an interview. Let's throw it to them now.
Well. Listen, we are guaranteed a Frenchman in the grand final of the Six Invitational 26 in Paris. And this crowd is absolutely loving it. Team Secret continue their run. They will play again a little bit later on. And we are standing by.
Yeah, they're about to play against Team
This
Falcons.
is not the first time that you're on a big stage. But for you, what's the difference between playing
And
here
Falcons
as
is also
as a team, performance-wise,
an EU
between
team,
Munich and Paris?
specifically a French team. So the French will be represented in the finals, the grand finals.
Pour le traduire, en fait, je peux pas tout vous le dire, mais la grande différence entre la performance à Munich et ici à Paris, c'est vous, c'est ici, les Français et toute l'Europe à Paris.
Today's just 2.
I don't want to be the potential bearer of bad news here, June, but I think that this might have been the last time today that you'll experience that level of crowd support. Because up next, you will be playing against Team Falcons. Now, you in Munich, you are used to the home support. Do you think you'll be able to handle the heat of potentially the tide turning against you from a fan perspective here?
Easily.
Sure?
Yeah, for sure.
Bah en fait, bien que dans le match suivant, on va jouer contre Falcons, je suis prêt, même si toute l'arène ici va crier pour les Falcons seront derrière eux, on est prêt, Joom et Team Secret. One thing though, you're known for one specific evil Joom face. Can you give us that to the camera? Just down the line, on the red.
This one. Oh, yeah, that is scary. That is scary. Ladies and gentlemen, Parry, one more time for Joom and Team Secret!
Thanks, Flippy. That's what you get. Okay. I'm gonna make breakfast really quick. I'll be right back.
Available now.
we get to congratulate Secret and give them their flowers as well for their continued run in the lower brackets. What an incredible matchup, a 2-0, but let's be honest, it got a little bit close for comfort at the end.
I mean, it started off the right way. If you look at the round one, Secret was pulling a usual clutch.
Yep.
An impossible round to win, and they still managed to do it. It's the beauty of Team Secret. They're in a 4v5 because of that incredible shot from Lobin. And then look at this. Savage once again, leading on the Blackbeard, gets aggressive, sends a nade, gets a first pick. And then at the same time, Mowgli is hitting the backstab. He gets another pick, and boom, it's a 3v3. And look at Adrian. He pushes at the same time behind the Blackbeard. Beautiful pinch on the Ela over there onto piano. Blackbeard is pushing in. Beautiful play here.
Yeah, it was so good. It's one of Secret's real strengths. We spoke about it the whole tournament, their ability to bring back a 3 versus 5 round, and the fact that they do it so well as a team. They're so good at that. They're also so good at these little pocket cheesy plays that we see them go for from time to time. But the thing that actually really impressed me was their resolve towards the end of the game, because that was nearly a comeback game there. And actually, we talked about them being a young team, right? Can they handle it on the big stage? I think the veracity of that really got tested today, and they came through.
Yeah, we're seeing that, of course, with a big comeback almost here, facilitated by Fluxo W7M. It kept us on the edge of our seat.
Absolutely, and I think they had the right game plan. I actually think they gave Falcons a blueprint as to how to defeat Secret, because it was basically dots on the shield, pushing them away, creating movement, and then once again, who is the flank watch on the side of Fluxo W7M? Who's the one player that never disappoints? The one player that's always double digits? The one player that wants another grand final? That was Palu. Palu was there, getting the kills every time there was movement. It was beautiful to see from Fluxo. And they came back, they had it in their hands, but it just didn't work out for them because of that player, the Frenchman on the side of Secret, Mowgli. Paris pour Mowgli! Fais du bruit! That player made sure there was going to be a Frenchman in the grand finals. And that is the beauty of it. Whatever happens, it will be Secret versus Falcons in the end. But we will have a Frenchman on that stage tomorrow.
The one thing I love about Mowgli is his unwavering confidence. It doesn't matter. The very final kill that we saw there was a kill that he got in Library. That was after Doom had started in Library and was being Deimos tracked. Doom dropped off. Noah then runs in, gets Deimos tracked, drops off. Mowgli was the third player into that room, and he just has the confidence. He has the balls to go for it. His confidence literally carried Secret through it today.
Yes, beautiful performance there. We saw it again afterwards as well. You know, speaking to the players, they've been giving us some really good interviews, but some beautiful moments as well. We talk about Mowgli going off the stage afterwards to go and hug, I presume, his family.
Yeah, it's an incredible comeback story for that player, and look at how much it means for him to be there, to be doing that in front of his family. You know, I got the chance to go to see him in Morocco, and he bought his first place thanks to Siege, thanks to the cash prize he won at EWC. You know, it's incredible to see what this passion can do for you as a game. The emotions that you get, you know, many people will say it's just a video game, but for most of us, it's our life. And so for him, it is a dream come true.
And you know how much sacrifice happens. You know, when you're a pro player, when you're on a team, you give your life to this game. You're 6-7 days a week working. Like you say, it's not just a game; it's a whole way of life. And to get there on the main stage in front of your family, to be one game away from a 6 Invitational final, so much emotion.
And then for Fluxo W7M, they now are eliminated from the 6 Invitational. But I feel like it's fair to say that they maybe defied their own expectations.
Yeah, they went further than I think anyone expected from them. I think that they had a year that was full of stumbles. They were consistent. They made it to multiple events, but they never really went as far as winning the major like they did the years before, right? And so for me, it is still a result. They can be happy about this. They can be happy about the comeback. They can be happy about the maturity on the stage here. Never giving up. Even down 6-1. And there is a beautiful story about these Brazilian teams when they led 6-1. They can have a great comeback.
All right, we saw it happening almost twice inside this matchup. Now, for Secret, after this matchup, especially with how close it got near the end, you'd wish for them to have a peaceful afternoon, relax a little bit, but unfortunately for them, that is not up on the schedule. They have another match. Do we feel like this 2-0 is going to help them, or do you feel like they might have run out now that they've already played such an intense match?
I think we normally see the teams that are in the lower bracket carry that momentum through. I think for Secret, it's about bringing that energy back down a little bit after a big win and then going again so they stay in the zone.
Inside a 6 Invitation, I've also seen a lot of beautiful cosplayers so far. We get to send it to the stage to celebrate them as well.
Back here on the main stage at the Adidas Arena with my good friend Milos, and we are celebrating 10 years of 6 Invitationals in the City of Love on Valentine's Day. And there's so much to love about the 3-day weekend of a 6 Invitational. One of the key elements that I think we can all agree makes this event so special are the cosplayers, Milos.
Bien sûr.
not talking about you guys, all right?
They're right here, bien sûr. À chaque SI, on arrive et une grande partie de chaque événement, c'est notre communauté. Et ces 3 jours, on le voit partout dans l'arène et ici juste devant nous, c'est les cosplayers et on va faire un petit runway show. On est à Paris, la ville éternelle, la ville de la fashion.
Oh, oui. You know what? Because we are, of course, with a catwalk behind us, let's put it to good use, highlighting 5 cosplayers right here in Paris. Let's do it. It's difficult to imagine the Siege cosplay scene without this 2024 commendation recipient. Andan supplied countless events and fellow cosplayers with his 3D printed designs. Known for his sledge cosplay, which he started in 2020, you wouldn't be the first one to mistake that hammer for the real thing. A little fun fact for you here as well. It even includes a tartan from a mill in Scotland.
The sky's the limit for no limit. Every one of his skits brings the perfect dose of entertainment, comedy, and relatability. He's here today as Doc, which was originally created as an homage to a friend and fellow Siege player that has since unfortunately passed. He once had the goal of having a cosplay of every single GIGN operator, and so bringing Doc on stage in Paris felt too good of an opportunity to miss.
Please welcome Cam Zorro. Cam Zorro recently showcased the love she's put into her many cosplays at the Montreal Siege exhibit in December. Today, she's here as Paragon Valkyrie. After 2 months of working on it exclusively, it marks the first time she's included lights and her own 3D designs, proving there is no operator too tough.
Listen, you probably deserved it. This is cool. What are they doing here?
Fell in love with cosplay after
Oh, we're showing off all the cosplayers. Yes.
at Paris in 2018 and has recreated many operators since then, but none more iconic than Ram. To recreate Ram's boogie, Dawn's mechanical engineering background took
That's so cool.
Over the years, Dawn's been a welcoming face at countless Siege events and has participated in many, many community projects.
Sonagi has been channeling Azami's
Look how cool that is.
appearance in the Demon Veil. Everything from her blazer to her firearms and gadgets are hand-painted, and every color choice is made to invoke the power and confidence that Azami exudes.
Pepe, you want some?
Sonagi's biggest highlight has been getting the seal of approval from the dev behind Azami's creation while in the cosplay.
I made a Canadian bacon, egg and cheese, English muffin sandwich. I know I missed a doc.
Il n'y a rien comme le cosplay. Ça fait des années qu'on le voit et merci à nos 5 cosplayers qui ont été avec nous cette journée et plein d'entre vous qui sont ici avec nous partout dans l'événement. Mais comme chaque Invitational, c'est pas juste les cosplayers, les communautés, mais aussi c'est nos commandations. C'est notre moment pour dire merci, l'honneur aussi.
Do Costco. I missed 2.
Et bien sûr, on va commencer ce jour-là.
Costco, I buy the English muffins in bulk. I buy the Canadian bacon in bulk. The eggs too. And I bought the cheese in bulk too because that cheese is gonna last us a long time. Of course they had Sledge.
The feeling of accomplishment, it's something I crave. The competitive side of me really gets scratched. I hate being bad at things. my God, you're good for a girl. That doesn't mean anything to me. That's not a compliment, you know? I'm good because I'm good. There's gonna be a lot of shit boys as well.
Hell yeah, girl.
My earliest memories are Nintendo, learning how to read through video games. I think I was 3 years old talking about my Animal Crossing mortgage.
It really started like one Christmas. I remember I asked for the new Nintendo, and Alicia was only 3 and she just took it away from me, and I think that's where she kind of got her love from gaming.
My sister is my biggest advocate. She's always just
Aw.
encouraged me from day one to really do
I'm
it,
sorry
you
you're not
know?
feeling well.
I'm her biggest fan and she's mine.
I wasn't familiar with the Twitch platform, so I'd done my research and I said, you need to download this, like this is what you have to do. That's how she started.
I kind of started off streaming Rainbow Six Siege during COVID. That's where the magic happened, and I haven't stopped since, not at all. I just downloaded Rainbow Six Siege
Hi,
to
Peanut.
hang out with my friends. It's all they played, and I was like, I want to get in on this action too. You know, I was gold with a 0.3, 0.4 KD for a long time. They would stop playing, but I couldn't get enough. Just because of how ambiguous it can be. There's so many different sides to it, and so many different sides that suit so many people. It's an expression of creativity as well. You know, every round is different. Every game is going to be different. Every squad you play with is different.
At least if this sounds correct, you might be the best player on this team.
When something goes right for you, it's the adrenaline is like no other.
I like having the sandwiches available
Community is probably one of the most
because they're easy to make. It's one pan.
so special and unique that we
I'll usually toast up the English muffins
one passion, one love,
and then
brings us all together. And
I'll plop the cheese onto the warm English muffins after I am done, like getting a little bit of color on them and heating them up, because then that'll melt. I'll do the Canadian bacon, put the Canadian bacon on top, and then the eggs don't take very long.
And I would never
They're super easy.
for anything.
She's back.
I saw hardship when I was younger, of being told, you know, you shouldn't be doing this. This is for boys. But you really learn to not care what people think of you. And it's a process. It takes time, but I have so much empathy for others, and I always think, what are they going through? Are they projecting? Is this something within themselves? I'm feeling bad for them more than myself.
No, I don't have hash browns.
I love for Alicia how she's so focused on other women
Or
in
potatoes.
Our scene, and I think she's a very good girls girl as well. And I think that's really important, having that as women in this space, making sure that you're looking after one another.
She is a safe space for women. Playing Rainbow Six Siege, she's very open to meet new people and welcome in new girls, which I think is very important, and she's a hard worker.
On the back of my charm.
Yeah, we need potatoes.
What 7 means to me is the name of my old duo, who unfortunately passed away. You know,
Damn.
even on days where I just, you know, wanted to just give up, you know, he would say, no, you're gonna do great things, and here we are. You know, I've always been someone with big dreams, crazy, unrealistic, but I really believe if you truly believe in something, it will happen for you.
See, it's this type of shit that gets me motivated to play Siege again. And then I go back into Siege and realize how shitty I am, and then I just don't power through.
Salut Paris, c'était Alicia. Merci d'avoir écouté et je vous aime.
Oh, look at her! She looks gorgeous. By the way, do you like their stage too? They put flowers everywhere. It's very gorgeous. Excuse me.
Make some noise for Alicia! Alicia, this is your award that you get to keep forever. Forever.
Forever. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Ian. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are looking absolutely delectable tonight. And yeah, I still can't believe I'm here.
Well, that actually brings me to my first question. Just come over here a little bit, Alicia. So we saw in your video there that you started streaming Rainbow Six Siege during the pandemic. If I would have shown you this scene the first time you streamed, you'd be standing here in Paris in this situation. Would you have believed me?
I think that teenager would have laughed in your face or ran away. But honestly, I'm so grateful. And may I?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, no, I'm seriously, she would have laughed in her face because, I went from being the shy teenager, not feeling like she fit in anywhere. And to be honest, this Rainbow Six Siege community
What you doing?
receive this community award it feels so fitting for me because this community is where I feel home, and I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way as well. So.
Encore une fois pour Alicia.
That's so awesome.
Commencé quand elle était toujours petite streameuse 2019, 2018, 2020 et maintenant elle est vraiment devant vous tous ici à Paris pour cette commendation. Elle n'avait jamais imaginé que le jour viendra où elle sera ici et elle est bien contente de faire partie de cette communauté avec vous tous ici et bien sûr online. Now, my question to you in this case, Alicia, as you alluded to, community is very important. You did get the community commendation after all. But from the streaming space, it's even more important because it is what makes you you. How do you feel your community impacts you and you impact it back?
To be honest, the community that I've built is like the biggest achievement so far in my life. And I can't imagine where I would be without my community. And to be honest as well, I'm so glad as well to share with my community a charm next season.
Nice.
Which is also something that I'd never thought I'd reach. It's almost every Siege streamer's dream. And I want to tell you a little story as well about my charm. On the back of my charm, there is the number 7, of course. Not a 6-7 joke. But what 7 means to me was the name of a Siege player who passed away last year, unfortunately due to cancer. But he always said to me, when I had times of self-doubt or insecurity about streaming, no one wants to watch bad aim or something like that. He would say to me, no, you're great, you're doing amazing, and don't give up. And if I have a message for anyone here today is, no, you're great, you're doing amazing, and please don't give up because you can achieve anything. I was just a teenager from Ireland on our Xbox, and now we're here in Paris on Saint-Valentin. So yeah, I also want to say that he really inspired me to keep going.
Don't do it. Listen.
The community is something I fell back on during those hard times as well.
I grinded the shit out of this game when it first came out for years.
So we're here for the first time. Yeah, so
The hurdle I need to get over is relearning maps.
Friend Aaron, who I met on a custom in theme park seven years ago. My mother, my father, sister, Dylan, Nick, everyone. Thank you so much to all the girls of Siege as well. I love you all. To the whole Siege community. The girlies and the whole Siege community. You are all so beautiful, so kind, and you all look like stars today. So merci beaucoup.
I love it. Milos, that's a lot to translate. I mean,
It will be.
You can pick out some highlights, right?
Merci beaucoup à tout le monde ici à Paris, merci à la communauté, à ma famille, mes parents, et toute la famille qui est là, mes meilleurs amis et aussi un ami très cher à moi qui malheureusement n'est plus avec nous. Comme des fois, c'est comme ça, le cancer, ça fait ça. Mais il m'a toujours motivé, il me dit, hey, t'inquiète, les gens sont là pour te regarder parce que c'est toi, c'est ta personnalité, bad aim, tout ça, on s'en fiche, on est là pour toi, tu dois juste continuer avec ce que tu as en tête, ton beau rêve. Congratulations, Alicia.
Paris, one more time for our incredibly worthy community commendation recipient, Alicia!
congratulations to Alicia for receiving her commendation. It's one of my favorite things about the Six Invitational, that we really get to celebrate those who mean so much to us, who mean so much to this game we all love and play all the time. And that's why we get to talk about them as well on stage. A beautiful speech. She looked incredible as well. Yes, but for the community,
Excuse
and
me.
also for speaking for myself, for the Siege girls, she has done a lot for us, but in general for the community as well.
It's so important to be able to have safe spaces, and when you're able to find a community member that you relate to, that you're able to share stories with, have fun with, and create a family, a bond. It's something that every viewer at home, I'm sure, understands. It's something that is very touching, and a lot of us fell in love with Siege, fell in love with creators just because of that connection and that safe space.
And I think that's something that everyone can resonate within them, that, you know, she didn't feel that she had a home somewhere, and then she made Siege her home. The community made her feel like it was home, and that's something I think really we all can agree with, which is why we're here, why we love Siege, why we like supporting each other from across all angles.
I'm gonna go refill my water.
Community, devs. This is a moment
Take care of my plate.
of SI where we celebrate it, and it's moments like these
Yes,
where we
it's
give
the
these
last.
commendations to these individuals who are so deserving of the award.
It's with every speech that I try so hard not to get emotional, because you can really feel how much this game and the community means to the people that get on stage and get this commendation. And just before the commendations, we've also had a beautiful catwalk session with our cosplayers. I've seen some incredible cosplayers all throughout the venue as well, some really unique ones as well. First day I saw someone cosplaying the hostage, which I thought was very funny, very clever. Never seen that before, but also for that, I mean, people take this game so serious and hold it so close to their heart that we get to see the operators truly coming to life at an event like this.
I mean, being able to have the creativity, I'm not creative at all. So when someone is able to, out of thin air, create something out of a video game, especially the Paragon Elite character, that was so sick to be able to see with the lights. So someone using their creativity to create life out of something that we've all fallen in love with, and being able to find a home in Siege is something that everybody here essentially has been able to find, and it's something that, you know, life, the way, the ups and downs of it, sometimes you need to be able to find an escape, and it's so beautiful that we've had such a good game that has such good creators, good essentially cosplayers, artists that want to fall in love with it and just create more life and beauty for everyone to enjoy.
And then just for you two, of course, having sat at the sidelines during the first game, but having watched it, behind the screens, how are we feeling? I mean, we've got a pretty tense matchup coming up after this.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect going in today. I was kind of curious how Fluxo was going to manage, and sure enough, I mean, Secret, there's no secret there. They understood what the goal was, how they wanted to get to that semifinal and make their appearance, and I can't wait to get on and see what these next matches look like.
That map 2 was close, though.
It was close. Yeah, I'll give it to them.
That map 2 was close. So that being said, I think the next match will really be a lot closer.
It absolutely was. Of course, with our Six Invitationals, we have really tense matchups. We celebrate the community, we celebrate the people that are so close to us. But as it is the end of our competitive year, that also means we get to look forward. We've had a fun announcement yesterday about the addition of a new region, the CNL, but there is more to share.
Hey Rainbow Six fans, I'm Ollie, Game Director on Rainbow Six Mobile. For the past few years, our team has been hard at work bringing the Rainbow Six experience to mobile. Built by a dedicated team, Rainbow Six Mobile delivers the tension, the strategy, and the PvP intensity you'd expect. You'll recognize iconic operators, familiar maps, and new content created specifically for mobile, all built on the same tactical foundations. In just 1 week, Rainbow Six Mobile launches worldwide on February 23. And if you play Siege, you'll be able to unlock cross rewards in both Rainbow Six Siege and Rainbow Six Mobile. Until then, here's a glimpse of Rainbow Six Mobile in action.
Here we go. Time to ring some ears.
Hostiles in sight. Watch your backs. Okay, guys. Time to go.
Let's have a clean up.
Roger that. Just like we practiced. In position. Get ready.
Go, go, go!
Get your game faces on. Show them what we can do.
Tango located! Time to armor up! Take some place!
Knock, knock.
One shot. One kill.
Shark bomb going live. Targets in sight. Stay clear of the blast!
Charge ready to blow! Let's go! Stay with me!
We have to make a run for it!
Cover me!
great news that we all get to play Rainbow Six Mobile very soon. Now, I feel like, mobile games are really at the up and coming, but also for people traveling out to events like this, when you get that Siege itch, after watching people play this game all day long, there's now at least a way you can get that Siege fix in as
You
well.
give them a treat, you little shit.
You don't have the ability to get on your PC or console. And people around the world don't necessarily all have a PC or
access
console.
to an Xbox or a PC.
So it's amazing to be able to have it on your phone and click away.
Oh, yeah,
be able to play
that's
when
right.
You have that Siege itch that you need to get it out of the way, and it looks very good.
Flippy, there's going to be ads incoming in a minute.
I mean, now I know what I'm going to be doing when it's late at night and I don't have to get out of bed and I can just pull out my phone or pull out my iPad and just chill in bed. So I'm definitely going to be taking full advantage of that on release.
To really look forward towards our year of esports as well. We have a look at the esports roadmap, starting with a special message from one of our partners.
Hi everyone, I'm Fabian, Chief Games Officer of the Esports World Cup Foundation. Our mission is simple: change the game, change lives, build global superstars. People said Rainbow Six is too technical, too difficult, too complex. You have proven them different. 10 years later, we are still up and running. And you helped create one of the best.
Well, yes, but that doesn't mean it's not everything that you just said. It can be.
Last year in Boston, when FaZe Clan made it through that absolute hell of a lower bracket and ultimately lifted the hammer. And now we are back here again in Paris. We are about to see who has that same kind of grit and who will lift the hammer once again.
Yeah, I've already had it we are introducing something ready to install.
National pride. Together with Ubisoft, we are officially announcing Rainbow Six becoming a part of the Esports Nations Cup. From November 18th to the 22nd, there are no orgs to stand behind, just the world's best Rainbow Six players and the nations they represent. We are about to find out which nation will make history.
That's cool.
The first ever best nation.
All right, ad incoming. Flippy. Go do something else for a little bit. Oh, of course.
Now that is incredible news, of course, to look forward to near the end of this year. Here is some chance already of specific countries, specific players that might really take a big role inside of that. I mean, from the Netherlands, I don't have much to hope for, I fear. We might not even get a full team together. But I look at the UK, I look at France, I look at the USA as well. I mean,
what the fuck is that emote?
To really form that perfect 5 team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what teams come about. I mean, you got to understand a lot of these teams are from different regions, so they won't be able to play with their teammates. They're going to have to make a brand new roster. So it really is going to introduce a plethora of players, a plethora of teams, a plethora of nationalities that we've never seen in Siege before. And I am so excited that we're going to be a piece of this history.
That's the beauty. You're able to root for your own country to be able to participate. And at the same time, for some of the less strong regions, for me, Canada, it's a positive that anybody might have the opportunity to represent their own country, and it's something that I might need to give it a try to come back and play it one more time.
Might have to.
I mean, I'm thinking of, for example, Brazil as well. Like, I couldn't even start to think of who I'd pick for a roster like that.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of names. I think you could go with a lot of different options and still come out on top. Now, that's when you start picking in the U.S. or somewhere outside in Europe. That's where it starts to get a little more difficult of picking teams. But I think Brazil's going to be pretty stacked.
The creativity that you can make different teams, different rosters, whatever avenue they want to be able to play, it's going to create so much innovation amongst the teams in their own inner region to be able to elevate everyone's competition.
I do like how nice everybody looks during the Invitational too. Everybody's
and I know that we're still about half a year away from that competition.
Dressed up.
I want to get your early predictions just so later on you can aura farm if you do get it right. Who are our favorites to potentially win?
What the?
It has to be Brazil.
Honestly,
how is that allowed?
Just based off that performance and that
How is that emote allowed?
they can carry that momentum.
But like, there's other emotes that aren't.
Pretty much determined every single SI winner. If they can keep that exact.
Jesus Christ.
Secret taking us all the way.
Ooh, all right. Well, of course, we have a look at this, one of our events coming up in the upcoming year. But there's so much more to share. Let's take a look at the timeline of what is to come in 2026.
The 2026 season of Rainbow Six Esports marks the next evolution of competitive Siege. A refined global structure, a rebalanced path to the Six Invitational, and deeper investment across every level of the ecosystem. Today, we're outlining how the 2026 competitive year will unfold. At the core of the 2026 season is a streamlined global calendar built around consistency, competitive integrity, and long-term growth. With the addition of the CNL, the 2026 season now spans 5 regions, all aligned under the same competitive structure, making the road to the top more open, more competitive, and spanning every corner of the Siege ecosystem. The season begins shortly after the 6 Invitational with the Challenger Series, opening the door for new teams to enter regional competitions, with top teams qualifying for all stages of their respective regional.
Oh, where? Do they already have the calendar up for like?
In April, each region starts off the year with a season kickoff stage.
They don't have anything up yet for 2026 schedule.
That sets the tone for the year ahead, where teams will earn the first SI points of the year. From there, the road to international competition begins. The first Blast R6 Major takes place in May, bringing together the top teams from each regional kickoff to compete.
Blast is usually what we get to stream too.
Crucial SI points in the race to the 6 Invitational. Following the Blast R6 Major, the Stage 1 runs throughout June and July as regional leagues battle for standings, momentum, and SI points.
Flippy, you taking notes?
Top teams return to the Esports World Cup, which has been integrated into the Rainbow Six Esports circuit as the mid-season competition.
Oh.
While the event does not award SI
The Boyga.
the winning team will become the first of the season to secure direct qualification to the 6 Invitational 2027. After a brief reset, Stage 2 begins in September, continuing through October with SI points and qualification on the line for the final Blast R6 Major of the year. The final major arrives in November, where teams battle for one last shot at international success and a decisive SI points boost before the road to the 6 Invitational comes to a close. At the end of the calendar year, SI Last Chance qualifiers return, giving teams one final opportunity to secure their place at the 6 Invitational 2027. In February, the world's top teams, based on the SI points rankings, will meet at the 6 Invitational to compete once again for the Hammer and Siege immortality. But the 2026 season is about more than just the top. We're excited to introduce the Challenger Circuit, a unified competitive ecosystem designed to spotlight the next generation of R6 esport players and teams worldwide. It will include all official Tier 2 tournaments, organized by Ubisoft and partnered third parties. We'll have more information to share with you in March.
I don't know if Piston's paying attention to. Piston!
To regional leagues and global events.
Idioni macaroni. Peanut butter.
Growth at every level. And this is
Peanut butter and jelly.
The road to the 6th Invitational 2027 starts now.
Just leave me alone. It's a lot of Siege.
So good to have an idea about what is to come in 2026. Now, my main two takeaways for this is it is so good to have the international event, the major back in May, more international competition coming on there as well. And then even with the addition of the kickoff, it seems like we'll have Siege all year round. And that also means that for our teams, there is no time
You made Dutch. He's back. You made Dutch stop in his tracks.
One thing after the other, being able to watch their favorite teams play. For me, the two takeaways.
The little boy.
See how the CNL competes with the rest of the regions, and the T2 scene. The T2 scene being able to cultivate and grow new players, new grassroots.
I like that as soon as he came in, that went off.
And to be able to play among some of the top teams and maybe get it on the stage. And
Do you like
watching could be in that very
he paused it first. He's like, me, mine. I touched it first, therefore it's mine.
Going to be a big one because, as we know before, that didn't have any
Here, hold on a second.
implication towards SI points in general. So teams are going to be gunning for that spot. But also, like you were saying, the grassroots system. In order to have a healthy ecosystem at the T1 level, you have to have that T2, T3 support. And I think it's so important that we do highlight that because it does showcase these up-and-coming players. That some of these players, this was their first event here, and given next year, who knows who we're going to see on these main stages and who we're going to be talking about. So healthy ecosystem starts with the grassroots.
And we're seeing that here at this 6th Invitational, right? We had Team Heretics qualify through the open qualifiers, a team that spent the entire year inside these grassroots competitions. And something I think that a lot of people here underestimate is how much the Tier 2 teams actually get to play inside of Europe with the primary circuits, the secondary circuits. They all give you points, and even for aspiring players that might be sitting here or might be watching from home, it is a very healthy competition and a clear path to make it at the top and potentially lift the hammer at some point.
I mean, it's so important. You have to start somewhere, and if you're someone at home watching and you don't know where that is, the T2 circuit, finding yourself on a team, making it a friends, trying your best, even just getting noticed by the other teams competing. That's how you get your name out there. That's how you're able to progress and get into the right rooms to be able to maybe approach a main stage like this. But you're right, anything can happen. You know, there's teams, there's players every year that are brand new, and it's something that's so important is up-and-coming spirits to be able to raise the next generation of Siege players.
And just really quickly to touch upon the CNL as well.
You just sat in front of the camera.
International competitions as well.
Sir.
To force that region
Chungus.
from the get-go be super competitive.
Yeah, and like I said, if we can get players like Reaps that we know is absolutely dominant against these regional matchups, I mean, they are going to be a threat for sure. But it also is going to be a testament to their own to see how well they can fare up against all these other regions. And I think it will be a slow progress over time. But hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully they just come out the gate swinging and show how competitive that they really can be at these major events.
Now for another update, we have 3 new additions to our R6 year partner program.
There you go. He is rubbing his face.
Spoit wins those every day of the week. Thraxon's got him dead to rights. Thraxon goes nuts. Surf with the sidearm will get the ace. He does the whole thing himself. Another one for the young gunner. Look at him go. Holy shit, Ambi. Canadian finds a second kill, a third kill, and it's a flawless end to the match.
Who's coming in?
Wow, that was incredible to see. We gotta be super happy for Virtus.pro having been in the esports for so long to be part of the R6 Share Partner program. Shopify Rebellion with so many fans, but the last one, 100 Thieves, part of the R6 Share Partner program.
Oh wow!
Way to make an entrance too. Might have been the coolest intro video I've ever seen. You guys are wearing
100 Thieves.
I was gonna say, I think we kind of got the theme going for LA Thieves if they're watching.
Yeah, it makes me very excited. The 100 Thieves is one of my favorite orgs, and so to see them join Siege, I'm sure brings a smile to a lot of
That's
fans'
cool.
faces, but at the same time, Virtus.pro, Shopify Rebellion, being able to have something in the game that represents their history in the game is something that is beautiful, and congratulations to them. And now, because of the SR video, none of those players can get dropped. They have to stay at roster forever now.
No, I think it's important that we acknowledge these rosters, these organizations finally getting to be able to rep their skins, rep their charms, rep their drone skins. I think that's important. But again, LA Thieves coming into it, I think it's something even for us that when we see new organizations join this league, it really motivates everyone across the board to watch, to participate, to cheer for a new team. And who's going to be on that team? We don't know who's going to be on that team, so I'm super excited for all 3.
All right, tell him I say hi. Thanks for hanging out, Flippy, and giving the kitties biddies.
We've given you so much information, but there is one
Again.
more exciting thing to share.
2026 is
Here, I'll turn it towards her. Hold on.
in Siege Esports, but our destinations continue. It is time to announce the announcement of our next event, the May Major. Spit it out
There,
already.
I'll put it right in front of her.
The fuck? What? He's taking way too long. He's got a form, you know. Milos loves to yap. Take it easy, man. Guys, can you please keep it down? Coming at you live, it is going to.
Why am I not surprised?
Perfect. Scene done. Absolutely.
Thank you, Flippy.
That Malkovich movie when you go into people's heads, it's perfect.
Pas sûr qu'on verrait ça si on était dans ta tête. No offense. Are you offended?
What does he mean? Is he making fun of me? Nah, dude, chill. Look, you're a great guy. You got a great personality. You're full of mystery.
I love
bro.
Milos.
Yeah, exactly. Full of mystery. Look, never mind. We still have to figure out November. What's the plan there?
I
have the idea.
You wanna know what I'm into?
Oh my gosh.
You know the wash it away. Tell me if you looking to stay. Now we can get it in through the daytime. It's hard kept, but it's more than a promise. The way you move got me leaning all on it. I wanna see you tomorrow. Talk to me.
Maybe it's not 100% ready. The most important thing, 6 Invitational.
Yes, 6
Come on.
Invitational.
Where are we going? Okay, we need to call him.
No, absolutely not. No. He's always like this. It's just too much to handle.
Listen, it's the dude.
Hello, Ian speaking.
Hey, Ian, what's up?
Hey, Leo, how you doing?
Good. Do you know?
How you doing, Green Hornet?
The next R6 events are?
Yeah, I absolutely do. Just give me 1 second.
Steve be like that.
Get ready for the first major. Salt Lake City, USA. For the November major.
Damn.
Go to Japan.
Ooh.
The location of the 6 Invitational 2027 is... Actually, I'm gonna let my brother tell you.
Estamos de volta no Brasil!
Nice. The Japan major, though.
He's on it. I told you he's the dude. He is the dude. The dude.
Oh yeah, I've been on Twitch since 2009. Streaming since 2011, 2012? Very long time.
With our events all across the globe, and I feel like the most anticipated one, the one that the crowd reacted to most.
Salt Lake City.
Has to be the November.
I'm sorry.
Maybe overdue, long awaited. We're going to Japan.
It's so exciting to be able to say that we're going back to Japan. The last time we went was in 2019, and it was such a humbling and amazing experience to go there. And it's something that the whole community has been waiting.
That's around Steve's birthday.
I'm so excited that
We're not going to be able to go.
hopefully go back and have an amazing Siege tournament there and see the community
Because-
because it's so loving.
I think we're going to extend our stay.
Yeah.
I think that's one event we're extending our stay.
In Salt Lake City.
Yes, in Salt Lake
I
City.
think I got my trip, and we're not going to be able to afford going to Japan. But that would be really tempting to go for that.
We know how passionate their fans are, how big Siege is inside of Brazil as well. Incredible.
I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Whenever we go to Brazil, the community
And then-
is representing Brazil with the utmost respect. They show up, they're there, they're loud, and it's an event that you never want to miss. And we've had some of the most historical moments in Brazil, so it only makes it sense to go back to SI in Brazil.
I mean,
It's a 7-hour difference.
As well in Brazil, whether we were lounging for some of them, whether we were just having.
They'll probably be in Sao Paulo.
We were making history at the most recent one. I mean, I can't wait. I can't wait for this calendar year.
No, me neither. I mean, that concludes all of our announcements on the upcoming year when it comes to the esports. But let's stick
Yeah.
to esports for just a little bit. Let's send it back to the stage to commend a person that is very.
Well, I'm glad he made you come in here.
Thank you, and I think we're all super
This is my weird. I'm usually not on at this time. This is my weird schedule because of the Rainbow Six Siege Invitational.
again for us here on the stage, or no? Only if you dance with me. Okay, don't make me judo slam you, all right? Listen, we want to continue the celebrations here on the main stage. It's what makes SI stand out as such a pinnacle of our year. And I think the next commendation is touching for everybody here and for us as well, personally. Bien sûr, il y a beaucoup qui va se passer dans la scène e-sport de Rainbow Six en 2026 et dans le futur ici, d'ici d'un an au Brésil. Mais en fait, on continue avec nos commendations. La prochaine, c'est quelque chose de très proche à nous et à vous ici.
Do they have it on the calendar yet?
Et à Paris, c'est une personne qu'on adore, c'est la commendation e-sport. It's time for our esports commendation.
Je veux qu'on devienne l'e-sport le plus intéressant à regarder, que les gens apprennent constamment des choses. Je veux qu'ils puissent venir à des tournois et se dire waouh, ça a été un des meilleurs souvenirs de ma vie.
Nice.
ça me faisait rire de jouer à la guéguerre. Je jouais tout le temps. Et quand je pouvais tirer en jouant à la guéguerre, c'était fou. C'était le max. Rainbow Six Siege sort. Moi, j'arrive là-dedans. Je retrouve exactement ce que j'aime dans l'aspect shooter que j'adore. Et en plus, il y a des opérateurs qui ont des gadgets.
Really?
Je peux faire de la stratégie. Je grind le jeu tous les jours.
Well, I know a lot of people got into it during COVID too.
C'est R6 pour la vie. Non-stop. C'est mon jeu de cœur, je vais devenir joueur pro dessus. Et j'arrêterai pas tant que je serai pas joueur pro.
En fait, quand il a commencé à entrer dans ce jeu où ça tire de partout, etc., je lui ai dit, écoute, ok, mais surtout, ne perds pas ton lien avec ton cœur. Et il l'a pas perdu.
Donc la meilleure chose que je peux dire, c'est se défoncer, travailler à fond, se donner les moyens de réussir et surtout, être juste quelqu'un de bien. Ouais, c'est trop cool d'être joueur pro. Mais les gens, rendez-vous compte de ce qu'il y a derrière aussi. Il y a une pression mentale de dingue, on est tous jeunes, on vit des choses de fou, mais on vit aussi des choses négatives. Arrivé au bout de ça, j'étais lessivé, et arrivé en Europe, je me suis dit soit je retrouve une équipe top européenne, soit j'arrête, parce que c'est trop.
Puis à un moment, ils se retrouvent, voilà, c'est fini.
They're both waiting.
Donc c'est là un moment où ils se posent beaucoup de questions.
Ouais, en fait, je rentre chez mes parents, j'ai en fait 9 mois où je passe de je suis une star internationale.
These little goobs waiting for treats.
Je suis le fils du paysagiste et je vais l'aider à tailler des haies. Ça remet les choses en contexte. À ce moment-là, j'ai rien qui me garantit une place sur le desk. J'ai pas fait d'études, je l'ai arrêté. J'ai 22 ans, il faut que je fasse quelque chose de ma vie. J'envoie des messages aux gars que je connais chez Ubisoft en disant les gars, je suis un ancien joueur pro et j'aimerais beaucoup faire des choses sur le desk. Et donc Ubisoft France m'embauchera. D'un seul coup, j'ai devant moi une plateforme où je peux vraiment raconter ce que c'est qu'être joueur professionnel. Et à partir de là, ça a été un terrain de jeu incroyable. Et depuis 3 ans, j'essaie de construire là-dessus, de toujours arriver avec des nouveaux segments et des nouvelles idées.
Bon, on se rejoint là-bas? Non, je déconne. Non, bah évidemment que non. J'aimerais bien, mais... Et voilà! Blast.
Nice.
À destination.
Alphamar is one of the nicest guys I've ever worked with. He has some of the most important qualities to succeed in this business, and that is being a hard worker and being very humble.
It's showtime! Welcome back, everybody, to EML.
I was watching his growth as a player ever since he was just a rookie.
And then he finds 2 kills. Alphamar, what an excellent play.
So getting
Oh,
him
who is he
now,
watching?
all of that experience,
I know a couple people that are.
is something that you will rarely ever find.
Yeah.
Mon premier major.
No, that's what
J'ai Bertrand et Nelson qui sont des personnes qui comptent beaucoup pour
when he
moi.
really got
C'est
into
eux qui m'ont donné
cigars.
la chance sur le desk. Parce que quand j'arrive, je suis un joueur e-sport, j'ai aucune idée de ce que c'est qu'être en face d'une caméra et de donner un show. C'est eux qui ont pris le pari de me développer. Et du coup, je deviens ce gars du téléstrator et je le maîtrise à fond. Et je crée des segments de plus en plus compliqués et de plus en plus tactiques qui ont toujours pour but de venir rapidement vulgariser.
Yeah, Miller got him into cigars
Léo, je dirais que c'est un analyste qui
during
est
COVID because he was staying with us before he got stationed elsewhere.
une profondeur d'analyse
His family had already
tous les autres.
Je me suis vraiment inspiré de quelques joueurs.
His family had already gone to the mainland.
Qui sont devenus analystes. Des Sponge, par exemple, qui était gros joueur australien de CS. Tu vois, Seb.
So he stayed with us during that time.
Un joueur incroyable, mais qui vient raconter ça sur le desk de Dota. Et à chaque fois, avec des idées super intéressantes. Moi, je voulais vraiment viser ça et être cette personne-là pour Rainbow Six.
Je pense qu'une des grandes
Oh, Mr. Fields.
créer ce lien entre ceux qui
He
vont
changed his
faire le
username then.
match et ceux qui vont le regarder, comprendre ce que les uns et les autres vont ressentir et savoir ce qui va créer de l'intérêt en fait, ce qui va créer de l'émotion.
I didn't know he changed his username.
D'avoir une bande de potes aussi profondément ancrée, on se connaît tous par cœur. Et du coup, c'est des gars qui m'ont poussé à fond, quoi. Et ouais, c'est vraiment mon noyau dur, quoi.
Il fait des trucs de ouf tout le temps. Il y a une semaine, il va être à Copenhague, l'autre il va être à Rio de Janeiro. On sait jamais trop où il est, mais quand il revient à camp, c'est toujours le même.
C'est une personne qui est hyper attentionnée, il prend soin de tout son entourage.
Je dirais que sa principale qualité, c'est d'être bienveillant.
Alfama is the kind of guy when, whether he's playing on a team or he's here on the broadcast booth, he makes everybody around him better.
I think he's very passionate. You can see that in people's eyes when they're really passionate about something.
I think he is the hardest working member of talent I've ever met in my life.
C'est magnifique comme métier. Ton objectif, c'est de parler du jeu qui a changé ta vie et de convaincre les gens d'aller le tester.
Oh yeah.
Il y a quoi de plus, franchement? C'est incroyable. Je caille, moi. Je suis le seul qui caille. Ouais. Par contre, faut qu'on se dépêche, j'ai la traite des vaches après.
Why does he have his stuff set to sub only? What's wrong with him?
Y'a la Mimi. Elles sont trop bien là.
Can't see any of his stuff.
Au grand air normand. Là, c'est la petite pissouille.
Ugh. With how tired I am and stuff, and I'm better at faces than names. That's how I've always been. Always better at faces than names. That's awesome.
Congrats, Leo. Leo, this is, I mean, just standing here next to you, I can't imagine how it must feel to be stood on this stage in front of your home country, friends and family here. Does it feel like a dream?
It feels like a dream. I will say this, the last time I stood on the stage in Paris was, I guess, during the French League finals when I won my first event. And the French crowd was there and they were always cheering and they were always full of energy. And it is amazing to be here in my home country to celebrate Siege.
En fait, je le sens comme si c'était un rêve. La dernière fois que j'étais à Paris, c'était là, à la PGW. Je jouais, j'ai gagné la Coupe du 6 en France. Et bien sûr, c'était tous les personnes françaises qui étaient avec nous. Et ben, là, je suis de retour comme membre de talent.
I never thought I would need a French translator. Wow.
Really good. Well, Leo, I have to ask you something myself, because for me, you're Mr. Worldwide. You've been all over the world. We've seen you as a player and now as part of the on-air crew. How do you feel that has changed you as a person and impacted you to get to where you are today?
Yeah.
I left, I was 18 years old, so I left quite
Now
young,
Steve grew out his for a bit, then he chopped it off to start fresh, and now he's growing it out again.
Everything I believed about myself and also kept me open-minded.
It's so funny that people have never seen him. It's so weird to know that people had never seen him without the beard before.
It's just such a gift.
Our neighbors.
If you pursue your passion, if you really believe in yourself, you can achieve amazing things.
En fait, quand j'ai commencé, j'avais mes 18 ans. J'étais en Europe, puis je suis parti aux États-Unis. Je suis allé après en Asie quand j'avais mes 20 ans et je suis revenu ici. En fait, c'est des années formatives et ça m'a aidé à me former à la personne que je suis aujourd'hui pour être et faire partie de toute cette communauté ici au Six à Paris.
Right, that's enough from me and you. Yeah. Leo, Alfama, the microphone is yours. Take it away.
I just want to say thank you so much for everything you brought to me through the years. I'll say first a few words in French because you guys deserve it. Je vais passer en français parce que c'est grâce à vous que je suis là aujourd'hui. Merci.
That's so cool.
Merci d'aimer ce jeu. Merci de montrer à tous que la France est un grand pays sur Rainbow Six. C'est grâce à vous que j'ai commencé sur ce jeu. C'est grâce à vous que j'ai été joueur pro sur ce jeu. C'est grâce aux premières LAN françaises. C'est grâce à la Ligue française. C'est grâce à toute la communauté.
No, it's always nice to see everybody still around.
Merci beaucoup.
We still keep in touch with a lot of the Key West guys. And some we don't, for very good reasons.
Your passion, I will say this, thank you so much for making me live from my passion. It's been 10 years, absolutely crazy. I got to travel the world, meet amazing people thanks to you. I made a family here with these guys, everyone on this, the guys on the studio, Jack, the production, the teammates, the former coaches, the former players that I faced. All of that to me is a family, and I will forever be thankful for that.
This is cool.
Leo, I know that right now, in this moment, it's about your commendation. You're not technically working, but I'm just going to be a host for a second. You're going to be the analyst. Who's taking home the hammer?
Either way, it's a Frenchman.
Good answer. Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, Paris, please make some noise for your esports commendation recipient one more time.
That's so cool.
We are so incredibly proud of Leo for getting the esports commendation for this year. Almost losing my voice because of all the screaming and cheering there, but again, a very touching speech talking about his career as a pro player, which you two obviously can relate to, having traveled the world for that already, and then getting to share his passion with all these people here, all these viewers from home as well. And I mean, I said it in the interview, you can see it when someone is passionate about something in their eyes. You see that with Leo all the time. He talks about the telestrator.
Yeah, I'm mainly on Facebook just for family. That's about it.
Of words because of how passionate he is, and you can see how much this game means to him.
Just by having a simple conversation with him, you can understand how important Siege is for him. And it was such a beautiful speech. And I'm going to have to make fun of him in a second because I'm going to start crying if I don't. But I remember playing against him and thinking, this guy's a free win. There's no way this guy's going to beat me. And now to transition to watching him grow as an analyst, and his telestrator segments is just so beautiful. And the way that he's able to storytell is something that inspires me to not only be better and grow, but I'm sure inspires everyone at home who wants to be able to do something like Leo and be able to share a bigger picture.
She's sleeping with her emotional support fucking treat bot again.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't think of any other words to describe Leo. I mean, he's just such a wonderful character, a wonderful individual, to say the least. I mean, as you were saying, he's so inspirational. The way he does the telestrations, the way he conveys his thoughts and his breakdowns on the desk. I mean, he's really inspirational to me, and that says a lot for me because he's younger than me, and just to see him thrive in this environment really pushes me to better myself, to work a little extra harder, and I'm glad to be able to call him a friend, a brother, a member on this desk to share.
That's awesome. No, I love that Twitch does that.
So deserving of that award.
That's why I like this this site quite a bit.
I remember sitting with him for his very first event, and he was so nervous. But I feel like since then he's really come a long way.
So I'm glad I was able to find this back when it first popped up.
But he is so gosh darn good at his job. It's an absolute pleasure to have him here in the studio with us. Esports commendation
And being able to do what I do with it too. Oh, I did the wrong one.
We've commended quite some people already so far. We've had a whole bit about esports as well. I feel like it's almost time we get to continue with.
I don't know if Stu told you that. Since we're still out here in Hawaii, I help with with the Hawaii community meetups out here for Twitch as well. So.
We'll take a bit of a break, and then we have our lower bracket final: Falcons versus Secret.
Yeah, yeah. No, Discord's been great too. Oh man, wild card. Okay. While this is going on, I'm gonna run ads really quick. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and I think there's still about 20 minutes left before this game starts, so I'll be right back.
to the 6th Invitational here on Valentine's Day, where we have one more heart to break. It is that of Falcons or Secret, as they watch their chances of lifting the hammer tomorrow slip through their fingers. I want to start this matchup by looking at the bracket, because there is a potential of something brewing here. When we look at Team Secret and we look at their incredible lower bracket run so far, the slayers of this lower bracket, that could very well come to a halt here.
They absolutely can, and what we've seen time and time again with these SIs, the team that wins SI comes from that lower bracket run, and Team Secret right now is off to a good start to replicate that same success that all these teams had previously throughout these years.
Funny that you mention it. No SI winner besides SSG in 2021 has been able to win from the upper bracket. They have to fall down into the lower bracket. They fall very early on, and they build up that momentum all the way to the finals to be able to use that momentum to steamroll to lifting the hammer.
And now Secret are fresh off the back of a 2-0 victory earlier today. It did get a little bit close in some of these games. They must have got some energy though from that game, despite that second map especially almost slipping away from their fingers. The fact that they've made it so far must bring them energy.
I mean, the way the Secret have been playing, you can really tell that momentum from being in that lower bracket has been carrying them relentlessly, because not only have they been playing so strategically throughout the group stage and fundamentally sound, but individually as a whole, we've been seeing Noah becoming alive. We've been seeing Savage. Everybody on the team, Mowgli, has been performing exceptionally well individually. So not only do they have an amazing young IGL and Savage to be able to lead the team, but they're able to individually show up when it matters most and have those hammer lifting plays that a team needs to be able to make it to the final.
I mean, that was a beautiful ace from Jim, but we do talk about their individual prowess, and they absolutely have it. They have that teamwork, but the clips that we're watching here is just big heroics from individuals on this team, being able to get 3Ks, being able to get 4Ks, that were just really carrying that momentum from round to round against Fluxo, W7M in that matchup. And this is what we're going to need going into this matchup versus Falcons, because you're going against a familiar opponent. You know their idiosyncrasies. You know everything that you need to know going into this matchup, but you need to deliver on that same firepower that they had against Fluxo Esports.
Now, we commended Fluxo for being such an aggressive team, the most aggressive team in the tournament, and being able to play passive. Now, what happens is Secret, being one of the slower teams that is able to be methodical, out-aggressing Fluxo, and being able to show that a team that can do both is so dangerous to play against, because they can flex whatever they need to do. And again, it's safe to put your faith in Savage's hands.
Now, we've heard the fans in the arena get loud, and there is good news, because regardless of the outcome of this matchup, there will be guaranteed a French player in the grand final tomorrow. That'll either be Mowgli with the side of Secret, or Shaiko, another Frenchman, with the side of Falcons.
I mean, you can't even compare the two at this point, at least when you're looking at it from a statistical standpoint. I mean, 200 kills already. Mowgli's on a tear. I was talking about it in the series with a couple of the guys in the back. Mowgli is so scary as a player because he is a risk taker, and that is someone that you need, especially in moments like this where big risks make history and can make you an SI winner. And he doesn't care if he's on 1 HP. He's going to swing you. He's going to challenge you. He's going to bring it into your face. The ferocity that he brings on this Team Secret roster, that's exactly what everyone can get behind. You see players like Noah, you see players like June be able to bounce off of that. That's what I want to see Mowgli doing time and time again, regardless of them understanding how Falcons play.
And then for Falcons, they have lost that extra life that they had yesterday with a close series against Falcons. I would love to be a fly on the wall in their team room, listening to how much pressure they feel right now in front of their home crowd. They want to lift that hammer tomorrow.
They do, but the pressure keeps killing the man, and that is the downfall for Falcons. How many times have we seen them in a position like this? They're able to make it time and time again to a finals, and then they crumble. And yes, the match yesterday was very close against FaZe, until it wasn't. That was the biggest downfall, and it's the exact same thing that we saw in the last SI in Boston, where FaZe was able to beat them. We saw it start very early on, and I'm sure you can agree, Lax, they lose steam so quickly as the pressure amounts, as the time is ticking down, and they run out of lifelines. That is where Falcons' pressure disbands them and makes them look like a hairless bird.
And that's what worries me, because that is where we do see them choke time and time again. Now, it is a little early to say that they can't make a grand final appearance, but here are the stats comparatively to last year at Boston in that grand final, to their most recent match against FaZe. And again, you have to look at the maps, and where we're looking at the last map that they just recently played against FaZe, they completely ran out of steam. And you have to think, in a best of 5, when you get to that grand final, it's a best of 5. You have to run a series. It's a marathon. And the fact that they're losing steam in a best of 3 this early on, they need this win over Secret to get that fire lit from underneath them, to see the hype, the anguish that they can bring onto their opponent. We need everything, everyone firing on all cylinders from the side of Falcons, or their run will end here today.
Now, Lex, the biggest thing for Falcons is, as a viewer at home, you can see it in their faces. When they're winning, when they're starting off hot, energies are high, everyone's screaming, but immediately when things get difficult, the pressure on their shoulders, they don't have many lifelines left. And that's where we see Falcons. Everybody's face cams completely, the energy gets sucked out of them. They're playing slower. They're talking to each other a little bit more aggressively. The energy is not there, and that's something that a lot of teams struggle with. Now, if you're Falcons, you've made it time and time again to a main stage final. This is something that you have needed to be able to get over by now, or else it's no more excuses. There's only so many finals that you could potentially throw before something needs to change.
Yeah, when we look at this team as a team that gets really hyped with each other, that starts barking at each other when they do win rounds and when the momentum is on their side. When we were looking at the stats earlier, I mean, you gotta kind of, give them some slack for that final map of yesterday. That was an 0-7, but in general, I mean, you two having been on that side of a pro player, losing a game 0-7, I bet you learn so much more than winning it 7-0.
It's very difficult, and sometimes you can only fix mistakes when you.
The sun's finally starting to come up.
And you're able to lose it, but after losing this many finals and throwing this many games, at a certain point, that's something that needs to be the main focus for Falcons.
And for a 7-0, it's not just one player. It's a lot easier to understand where things are wrong to fix going into the next game.
All right, some of these players on stage might be playing their most important.
We still have 15 minutes.
So far, a best of 3.
Excuse me.
To see where this matchup will take place. Team Secret have the first pick.
Yeah, and we're going to be going to Border first, which is an aggressive.
Chalet again.
And it's a good map for both of these teams. At the end of the day,
and Cafe.
When you go to a map like Border, it becomes a matter of gunfights. This is where we're going to see a Mowgli versus Shaiko battle. Who will be able to find the entries? Who will be able to find the openings? And Secret, we highlighted it yesterday that they had a very good understanding on all of the maps, on how they wanted to play slow, when they wanted to play fast. On a map like Border, being able to play slow doesn't always get you around.
I haven't seen, or at least from what I've watched, we haven't seen Clubhouse yet.
This is where Falcons would beat them 2-1. They would beat them 7-3 on Chalet. And again, they just recently played this to make it here, to be able to challenge Falcons. There's not a lot that you can change from one game to the next. So it's going to be heavily and reliant on Secret to be able to make those pivotal changes, to be able to move pieces around. And then not only that, for Falcons to have that prep, to understand how they want to deny Secret from getting any bit.
So Falcons is defending first, it looks like.
Make Secret feel uncomfortable on that attacking half. It's going to be so crucial for Secret to understand how they can change and shift that tempo at any given.
It's like they're defending first.
But now I feel like we've said it many times that in a situation like this, it doesn't matter what map you're going to.
It doesn't.
The pressure is on the shoulders of Falcons. The stadium is filled cheering for a Frenchman to be able to make it forward. And that being said, this is where the pressure is heavy.
Excuse me.
Falcons is unable to be able to win that first map or use the energy that they have to get an early advantage in the lead. I don't believe that we see a full 3 maps.
The pressure is on for our players. Who will get the support from the crowd? There are no more room for mistakes. No more extra life either. The lower bracket final is ready to start.
It's back to business on stage here at the Adidas Arena for myself and Milos. We've celebrated the past. We've looked at what's to come in the future, but it is time now to bring it right back to the present. 2 teams have an opportunity ahead of them to face off against FaZe Clan tomorrow for the Hammer. A grand final spot is at stake here, Milos, and the tension here in the arena is high.
Bien sûr, il n'y a rien de préconnu quand on arrive au SI ou n'importe quel événement du circuit R6. Mais il y a une chose qu'on le sait pour l'instant, c'est que FaZe Clan attend dans la finale. Il ne reste que 2 équipes qui vont s'affronter et ça arrivera dans quelques moments. Secret, Team Falcons, pour la chance de jouer contre les champions de l'année passée, FaZe Clan à Boston. Et c'est l'histoire qui essaye de le faire ici, en direct à Paris.
Paris, this is my first time in front of a French crowd, and I've heard a lot about you guys. I've heard that you are incredibly loud. So listen, you've got Team Secret and Team Falcons waiting behind our beautiful stained glass doors there, and I want them to hear you scream.
Paris, On a deux équipes, Secret Falcons qui attendent derrière notre très belle porte ici. Mais il y a une chose qui va les faire sortir, c'est tout votre bruit. Donc, tous les deux, how about we do it together? On
Do it.
3. 1, 2, 3. Faites du bruit!
Merci, Paris. Let's bring out our first team.
Here we go.
Team Falcons! Nearly. They have come close so many times, but to fall at this hurdle would be devastating for Team Falcons in front of a home crowd.
Solotov needs to step up early and not wait like he did in the last. And Shaiko, of course.
We know that they've got a lot of support. Their opponents do too. Let's welcome them onto the stage.
I got they're all wearing the same Adidas too. They're wearing the exact same outfits.
Réformé en 2025 sur les grandes scènes du monde, gagnant à l'IWC, au final à Munich, et ici de retour, et maintenant à Paris, la grande histoire de Team Secret qui continue, Mowgli à sa tête.
Those pants look very comfortable too. Very airy. But yeah, all the same Adidas are really cool too. Very, very nice, guys. Nicely color coded.
Alright, this is what you want, isn't it? Okay. It's all love. It's all love. It's Valentine's Day, but listen, one of these two teams will drop out of the tournament when this best of three is done. Two Frenchmen in front of incredible home support here. Mowgli, why are you going to the grand final of the Six Invitational?
I don't know. We will see. I'm not sure he's gonna... Can I talk in French, please?
Yes.
Allez, les gars. Quoi qu'il arrive à la fin du match, il y aura au moins un Français en grande finale, c'est le plus important. On va tout faire pour vous donner le meilleur match possible et que le meilleur gagne.
No matter what happens, one of us, a French player and French team, is going to make it to the final, and I want you to cheer for us. No matter what happens in this game, we will give you our all. That I can promise. Very hopeful words from the other side of Mowgli. You've faced off against Secret a million times now, Likevag. What do you have to say before we get
Look
started?
at that cutie pie.
Yanis, il a tout dit. Je suis très heureux de jouer Secret parce qu'au moins il y aura un Français pour représenter la France en finale. J'espère que ça sera nous, mais que le meilleur gagne et que la France gagne.
Like Mowgli said, it's guaranteed no matter who takes this game that there will be a Frenchman in the final. I hope it's going to be us, but regardless, we will give you our all. May the best team win.
That's awesome.
Are you ready? Let's do it!
Thank you so very much. There are
Oh my gosh. And Taro's hair, man. It's just out of control.
in the grand finals, the loudest this barn has been all weekend, and they are ready to blow the roof off the place, even though they seem to have chosen their favorite in the Falcons. By far and away, not a foregone
foregone conclusion that the Falcons will make it back to the grand finals, Jesse.
Yeah, Parker, the Falcons fans are out in full force here in Paris, but of course Secret have their base as well. It's always special to be playing at a Six Invitational, even more so in the lower bracket finals, fighting for that spot to go up against FaZe Clan. But when it's an all-European matchup here in Paris, it means so much more for these players.
The crowd speaks for us. There's nothing we could say to take away or even add to that moment. It is electric here in Adidas Arena. It has been a weekend of incredible matches. This whole event has really been a feast for those who love to dine on good Siege. After what we saw at a Secret in their Fluxo W7 matchup earlier,
Yeah, that was insane.
From all we've seen of these two teams over the last calendar year, I think we're in for an incredible matchup, no matter who ultimately goes on to face FaZe tomorrow.
Yeah, Parker, we've seen these teams go head-to-head so many times in the past. Falcons and Secret, this is the top two teams from Europe who have battled all year long, and there's no secret about it. Falcons have been the better team. They have consistently defeated their European rivals, but what did we say when we saw Furia versus Fluxo W7M? The exact same thing, and the underdogs came out on top. Despite the history, despite the recent results, Fluxo W7M bested their regional opponents. Could Secret do that same thing again today? I think there's a good chance.
I mean, streaks were ultimately meant to be broken, Jesse. I'm sure that's an idiom here in France. I know it is, at least in North America. An incredible feather in the cap for French Siege, a region that has for so long dominated the European scene. Back when we first started pro play, half of the teams in Europe were French, for crying out loud. The other regions have caught up.
Yeah.
But the dominance that we have seen, some of the best players in the world playing under French.
I got so much stuff to update.
Their countrymen. Oh my. And of course, you've got Mowgli's performance, you've got Shaiko's performance.
Flippy's not here to yell at me.
Conversation. Of course, you've got Solitov as well. There are so many offensive threats on these teams, Jesse. They will collide. One last all-European battle. I'm ready for it. Are you ready for it?
I can't wait to get into things. Falcons and Secret, the battle in the lower bracket finals.
Incredible stuff. Border is about to be queued up. The community giving a slight edge here to the Falcons. Do or die. The lower bracket finals. They're heavy. There is an expectation on your shoulders. There is a weight on your shoulders, and you have.
This is gonna be so much fun.
If you have not played in front of a hostile crowd, if you have not played in front of a friendly crowd, you are not prepared for what that adds. It's a variable that you really can't predict.
Yeah.
And teams will tell you after events are finished. I mean, hell, go back and talk to the teams that were not from Brazil who played in Sao Paulo 2 years ago. Ask them what it was like playing with the crowd against you.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what the crowd does here today, we're going to know that whoever wins this battle will have the crowd behind them in the finals versus FaZe Clan. So there's a reward if you can win this game.
And an unbelievable map for us to start off on. Very affectionately referred to as Hell in a Cell. And you know, when teams get locked in the cage, they're locked in there with each other. Let's get things underway. Falcons versus Secret. They take flight in map 1.
They're getting some really cool angles. All right.
Parker, it is Valentine's Day in the City of Love, but I promise you, there will be no love lost between these two European rivals. We start on Border, one of the most attacker-sided maps that we have in the pool. Now, mentioned on the desk, this will be Falcons starting on defense for all 3 maps today, so they will have a bit of an advantage in that attacking can be a bit harder with the nerves. It can be a bit more awkward sometimes if you have that pressure, which certainly the players will be facing today. The crowd loudly making themselves known as Falcons fans fill this arena, hoping to see their team.
Aaron, who were banned? I didn't get to see.
Border has long long been one of these maps.
Dokkaebi.
Falcons
Is
have
that
found
Dokkaebi?
success. They're 2-1 here at the Six
I think so.
Invitational, beating Elevate and FaZe, but a 7-0 loss to Wildcard might give them a bit of pause in this match against Team Secret. It's not a bad map for the mixed European team either. 2-0 at SI, but both games were close with wins over Weibo and Wildcard Gaming. Border will, of course, be the first of our 3 maps, followed up very shortly by Chalet, and should we need it, Cafe Dostoevsky to finish things off. We got to see the operator bans very quickly. Parker, the Azami are removed immediately by Team Secret. That is a favorite of Shaiko on this map. If it was left up, he'd be playing it for sure. Forced to a secondary operator of Legion instead, and then the Mira ban following it up alongside Monty and Dokkaebi.
Of course.
How many times have we seen teams deliberately counter Shaiko?
Yeah.
If you can nullify one of the greatest strengths and advantages of your opponents, you will take that opportunity every single time, and I do not blame them one bit for doing that. Legion, of course, is a great operator from a utility perspective, brings a terrifically good gun. I mean, Joom got that impressive kill that we saw over on Chalet in their previous matchup against Fluxo W7M earlier. Action can happen at any time on a map like Border, so you need to be prepared to grab it and harness that energy.
Oh, speaking of Shaiko.
To get the job done first.
Who else? Of course, it's going to be the top player from France that this game has ever seen. Gets things going, taking out his regional rival of Mowgli. How else would you start it? East stairs control, under the firm control of Secret though. The space they have is not insignificant. A little bit of stall coming out from Lickifak. The first of 3 Toxic Babes go out. He's in a dangerous spot now. Players lurking all around trying to shoot out that second Toxic Babe, but he gets it off anyways. The Falcons need to be able to stall this aggression, Parker. The primary brunt of this push is coming east, but you've got players in the north, you've got players all around this map, and the close range of Bride with this shotgun will be the next target that they need to take out.
To get the job done, they've allowed Bride an escape now as they swing, maybe bites off a bit more than he can chew. Joom eliminating him. First kill on the board for Secrets. Bride's usually the guy you hang your hat on at the end of the round. He's not the one that's supposed to die first, Jesse.
Well, they want him on the mute. They need him in that aggressive spot. They push in through the office, and that's what they're going to fight.
Oh, he just missed.
It just goes over the head of Joom. He survives with about half HP still remaining in his kit. Now, the Falcons players have a lot of map control, Parker. Shaiko still in break. Solotov still in security. No longer a great angle from Joom.
Part of the reason why you like those lower bracket runs is exactly what Joom is showing. You are already fired up. You are warmed up. This Falcons team spent much of the day before this match preparing in their own private room. Joom on a fraction of HP, yet still with a gun in hand. That is as lethal as ever. And now time for that utility to get put to good work. Uses anchoring this position inside the bomb site has reduced this Secret team to just 2 members. Shaiko still upright as well. Lickifak getting in on the fun. Savage will search for something. Diffuser is down. Hughes is still tied in this position, and he will punish them for it. Falcons take round number 1.
It was a great take of open, but Parker just not quite enough in the end there. This crowd already getting excited on their feet for the first round from the Falcons, taking their first defense on Border. Once again, starting defense on every single map here today. So sometimes if those nerves are affecting you, as they may for Secret, that'll slow you down. It starts with Shaiko. How else could it? Gets that pick inside a break room. He never really gets taken out of that position. Can stay there for the entire rest of the round, and then it's the site players of Lickifak and Uses who are able to lock things down. The fact that the radio wall never got opened up made things so awkward for Secret. Without that extra angle, there was really no way for them to force Lickifak out of that tight angle in the bomb site. All had to fight on that breach. There were some really nice shots being hit by Secret, but in the end, Falcons just had better positioning and they won the round.
Phenomenal stuff by this Falcons team. This is a gauntlet of a match. So endurance was something highlighted by the desk, Jesse. The endurance of this Falcons team as matches tend to go on. I don't want to say it, but the Falcons team seem to not be able to glide as long as they would like, and that is obviously a major concern when you are going up against a team that is well practiced, very warmed up.
There we go.
Fluxo W7M have played far and away the most rounds at this event. They have tons of experience, and because of that, most of the players on their team are the top in most categories. But I mean, the Secret team's played a lot of rounds too, so you're going up against an opponent that has tons of experience, not only through phases 1 and 2, but here today.
And they got that camera, that bulletproof.
An hour, a turnaround time. Fatigue should not be a problem for Secret yet.
No, not quite yet, Parker. You hope to see Secret firing out strong here, and I think we will see that bounce back after round one. Some great hacking coming through from Joom. He gets a ton of utility, usually thought of as one of the hottest fraggers in Europe, but can get the util job done when he's required to. Already an upside-down angle from Adrian, also hunting for his first fight, but it'll be no
Shaiko's down.
Shaiko. So the French player is highlighted by the desk, opening deaths in round 1 and 2. I think that sets the pace for this match pretty nicely coming out from things. You can't just rely on your star fraggers. It's got to be a team effort. If Shaiko goes down, if Mowgli goes down like we saw at the start of round 1, everybody else on these teams needs to be able to come through.
Nitro Cell goes out. Green will find nothing. Adrian, who has been so good this tournament, quite the turnaround for him over the last calendar year.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Growth that we've seen on this Secret team, but honestly, that whole team has made leaps and bounds to match
Grim wasn't banned.
a great region and remain among the best teams in this esport. Solotop will equalize things. Noah, who's also been quite good, the first body buried on the side of Secret.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
Kill to come through. That's just inside of security. You can see the jump in was attempted by Noah, and then Joom, after all of that util work, does get cleared out. Now, Licky Fact dies as well, so we're equal at 3. Top floor still being controlled by Falcons. They've got 2 players up here, Usus and Solotov. They have to buy more time, Parker, before they drop.
Mowgli has one more in his line of sights. Falcons will surrender to pick. Secret finding them so easily, and now Bride is on the run down below in the bomb site. He's got a gain on the player, but Mowgli will swing in. Secret finding ways around this Falcons defense and surprising them almost every step of the way.
Parker, you talked about Mowgli at the start of that round. You talked about how good Fluxo W7M had been with all the rounds they've played. Well, if you take them out of the equation with nearly 100 extra rounds played on Secret, Mowgli leads this tournament for the most number of kills, enters in this game with 212. Absent in round 1, a high impact player in round 2 once he stays alive, clearing through that top floor. Everybody excited now as the Secret fans also getting active and getting loud. Setting ourselves up very nicely here on map number 1. It was a spawn peek attempt by Shaiko that punished him early. I do like to see that. You worry sometimes in lower bracket finals that players might be a bit more cautious coming into things because of those nerves, but the fact that you're seeing these spawn peeks attempted, the fact that you're seeing risks being taken by the Falcons shows that they're in a high spirit, that they've got the energy to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to shake off all of the pressure that's on your shoulders. I mean, said ad nauseum that there are French players on both of these teams, but there is no doubt that Falcons is France's team.
Yeah.
It's a Saudi Arabian organization, but their identity is still in France. They've got 3 French players on this team. You know that they want to bring them.
Oh, he must have just put out his barbed wire. Excuse me.
The better goal is to do it on home soil. There have been a couple teams that have been able to do it. You want to add your name to that list, and I think the bigger thing for Falcons that might weigh on their mind, Jesse, is they don't want to be losers anymore. Sometimes you get tired of losing, Jesse, and unfortunately for Falcons, they have done an awful lot of it recently.
Yeah.
Expectations are going to be high because of it.
Well, trying to stop those Selmas from going through, but they can't.
Oh.
But Mowgli continues.
What the hell did Shaiko just run into?
Second opening death in a row from Shaiko as he goes back to back as the first person down inside the server. Mowgli now 3 kills straight for the last 2 rounds after being the first player to die in this series.
I mean, Mowgli himself has had consistency issues. The highest rated player, or the highest rated and the highest kills on a player who isn't on Fluxo W7M, by the way. Once again, going back to how they've been topping the charts because they have played, Fluxo W7 has played over 100 more rounds than Secret. Crazy stuff. Mowgli has been sensational, though. A good game from him, well, that's going to be hard for Falcons to grapple with. It's already hurt them this round.
Licky Fact hoping to get into a gunfight here, equalize the numbers, just playing towards the top of break room. And it's
we got it.
That does find Mowgli. A late answer, but an answer nonetheless. Joom finding his way in the bomb site. They need to see Falcons respond.
Nitro Cells missed in the first round, but they're making up for lost time here. 2 explosive demises for these Secret players.
It's behind the chassis.
Savage drops. Sitting over top now of that chassis with Diffuser running away. Leaky Fact in a do-or-die situation. Things were looking good for Falcons for about a split second.
Oh, he dead.
Now they might just be running out of time. Noah, a great perch on that top floor, finds the final kill, and Falcons are in a bit of trouble, Jesse.
Absolutely, Parker. It's a great round from Joom. You
Oh,
saw him
Peanut's gone.
roar there after winning the round. In his signature hoodie, he runs hot. He likes to
Yeah.
sweat in these games. That's what he said earlier last week in the great interview that we had here on the broadcast. Really was able to step up and get that plant down. You're asking for a response now for the Falcons squad. I don't know if there's any particular attacker that's been a problem for you. They'll take out the Nomad, maybe implying they want to get more active in these rounds. Maybe they want to go for a bit more of those flanks, try to disrupt this push before it can come through. We can often see teams calling attack timeout after the third round. It doesn't happen here for the Falcons. Coach Julio trusting in his team to lock this one down. And I just want to go back to this round quickly, Parker. The entry that we saw from Joom into the site, not the opening pick, but his ability to find that plant inside of Tellers. An incredible plant. The second fewest number of plants on this team, only ahead of Mowgli, but still able to get the plant done when he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody dies, especially the person that you think is going to get the defuse kit down, sometimes you need to take matters into your own hands, right? Not all hope is lost. This is Border. It is a map that seems to defy the stats quite
Sorry.
often. Chalet, I
Kristen
would
likes to
also
be
argue,
pet when
is
she's
in that
eating.
category. What do they say?
She
There's
went back to.
lies,
She went to go eat food. I'll put food down for the cats, and she'll usually have a little bit and then leave it for the two others, and then she'll go back later on and eat.
From the outside, you saw so many great examples of that on Chalet, with Secret going up against Fluxo W7M on that final map just an hour or two ago. Now here we start on Border. There are a lot of similarities between them. You can go for aggressive clears, but both of these maps are going to be very good for direct site hits. But you need to be concerned as an attacker of how the defenders can almost play offense on defense.
Yeah.
Secret have not really feared that from Falcons. They did it round number one, and Shaiko showed them exactly why. But since then, Secret have been taking engagements, almost welcoming those opening duels and punishing Falcons for it. Another early death or a couple more early deaths from Shaiko, and I do worry that this first round might end up out of reach for Falcons.
Well, Noah's been on the Nomad for the last 3 rounds, Parker. With it banned, he goes to the Lion instead. So we're starting to see a different look from Team Secret. Unlike the
Oh,
offense clear we
Kaid
saw
got
earlier,
banned too. I see that.
relatively direct. A couple of players down below, including Joom here in office and Adrian already creeping into archives. Do they know he's here?
And on Ash, sitting on that mute jammer while the gas lingers in front of him. He was hoping for clear passage from those Grim Bees that were used. Savage using most of his utility at this point in time. Noah dies to use this, so one blood struck by Falcons. A little bit over half of this round to go. That's what you like to see from the team in green.
Yeah, slow start beginning here. We thought might see a rush from Team Secret, but it didn't come through. Now they're calling to back off, Parker. They were going direct to site, but as soon as they lose Noah, they can't keep that up. Now Saltov, a great shot with the Scorpion, finds the head of Mowgli. They've yet to win a round where Mowgli dies early in the round like this. It happened just the same in back in round number 1.
Adrian was hot in his match against the Brazilians. He needs to pick that up now as he's still without a kill, and now with 2 fewer players by his side, Team Secret will share those 5 players on Falcons across what remains.
60 seconds. This is getting a little bit brutal for Team Secret. Everybody on this east side of the map hoping to get in through the staircase. Saltov being pinched a little bit down here in security. They know where he's at, but he's a difficult target to take out.
And he's got uses for support as well. 2
Oh.
points. Solotov finds a second kill, EFAC on the board. They will look for the German of Joom, and the swing will be
Flawless.
The captain of the team gets the job done, and Falcons will pick up their second round in very confident and flawless fashion.
You go back to some of those earlier picks, Parker. The
I'm gonna run an ad right now because it's in between rounds.
We thought it was going to be the
That way, I can't snooze them right now. So.
onto a player that they had a hard ping on, but in the end, Noah dying first, I think, gave Secret a little bit of pause, forced them to reconsider a little bit, deciding to go for Plan B once they were in that 5v3 disadvantage, and they just didn't have time to make the recovery happen. Those opening gunfights are going to be critical to track through the rest of this series. They've already been important through the first 4.
Track, you say? Well, we are currently tracking for a 4-2 half, Jesse. So far, Falcons have only looked comfortable on that top 4 armory bomb site, which, again, if you are playing a more conventional map, where we look at the statistics and we go, okay, if you're defending and the defenders have an advantage, you're going to win 2 bomb sites and lose your tertiary.
Yeah.
Things have been flipped upside down here, though, because right now you are not looking at a defender-sided border. You are looking at a very, very good attacker-sided map. A albeit a flawless end to that second defense of Armory by Falcons. That might be enough to change the calculus a bit. I don't really see it as such. But I mean, if Falcons can only scrape out victories on that top floor map, again, a little bit of cause for concern for their chances.
Okay, I'm gonna be down here because I have a baby on my. There is a baby on my chair.
So at some point you got to tighten it up. Unless things go horrific.
So I'm gonna sit while we're watching.
We'll keep that timeout in pocket and save it for the second half.
Well, when these two met in the upper quarterfinals, it was a 2-0 Parker for Falcons, so they are very capable of taking their opponents' pick. Secret certainly aware of that when they chose an aggressive and unpredictable map like Border. They start with a Deimos target onto Ela. We've got a bit of a spawn peek watch happening, but there's nobody actively playing security because Saltov has started to give that up already. The long angle, a nice try, but not going to find much. This drone will now discover that security has been vacated. They can see the Ela just inside the hallway. She enters back in. Saltov was so good from this position in just the previous round. If he can get another double kill, that should be enough for Falcons to take the lead.
Two ways to clear out Saltov in this position. Stack somebody up on that CCTV window or get him from below, or you sweep at the same time, but then you risk losing a one-for-one trade before then you can trade Saltov off. A really strong spot to play in, and clearing out this position of CCTV security is going to be a challenge for Secret. The bigger question now is how much time are they going to commit to this, Jesse? Half of the round has been done. They get Shaiko on the run, an almost impossible position. They have completely negated Solotov for the time being. I like this change. Wow. And they find Solotov when he gets out of position over towards 90. A triumphant entry from Secret.
And Mowgli continues his strong game, Parker. 4-3 now, but high impact as his nade is the one that forces the player off of East, forces that kill onto Shaiko, who's only got a single to his name through 5 rounds. Now it's a 2-man lead for Secret. 70 seconds to convert this execute. Full top floor control from them. Nobody else on the Falcons have remained up on this top floor. So they can start to look towards this site. They've got plenty of positioning, plenty of time, plenty of bodies as well. I mean, no real disadvantage for the mixed European squad.
And they've taken this top floor by force now and are quickly sweeping through it. EFAC on the run as that death mark is about to expire. Final 40 seconds.
Excuse me.
Still time for Savage to take care of utility work on that IQ. I love the way that Secret are using their gadgetry with how little time there is left. That shows me so much confidence here with how they're going to go about pulling off this execute.
All right, we need a bit of a miracle to come through. One Nitro cell from Brede could be a difference maker. They spot another one too. Both Uses and Liquefac have theirs pre-placed.
There's the drop. It looked a bit ugly.
That's diffuser.
Down goes Adrian. Uses on the board as well. The captain sweeps through, but the guns from Secret are just too good. Brede cannot get the job done. If you don't kill him early, he's going to make you pay for it, and Mowgli strikes a dagger through the hearts of Falcons on that round.
He is feeling himself today, Parker. Mowgli has been so important to this team, one of the most aggressive players in all of Rainbow Six Siege, and a nightmare for the Falcons to deal with on a fast-paced map like Border. Comes into this with a 0.9 KPR, one of the highest in the tournaments, and having more than 200 rounds played, a ridiculous stat to be maintaining all throughout SI. His consistency here in Paris has been something to marvel at. The French player on Secret has a lot of fans here in this crowd. Oh boy.
They always dog on the North Americans for the let's go chance, but I mean, hey, you bring people at SI from all around the world, and well, they're going to default to what they know. Team Secret have just been improving like a fine wine, just getting better with age, and the deeper they go into this event, the scarier they get. There is a feeling, I don't want to say of inevitability, but there are times where you see a team and you just think there's something in my gut that tells me this is going to be a miracle run. Now, obviously...
Oh, no. Parker, I'll tell you what, he seems to snowball. It's 3 kills to 1 at the moment between the star fraggers of both Falcons and Secret.
Joom did enter with a higher... the exact same EPS, but more kills. But again, kills are not always the be-all, end-all, because if you play way more rounds, you're probably going to net more kills. Again, nobody's going to look at Fluxo W7M, who've played over 100 more rounds than Team Secret, and go, well, why do they have fewer kills?
Yeah, of course.
I wonder.
Well, we're going to have to see Falcons battling back against that. Secret have had a long run through the lower bracket just to get here. little bit easier, only dropping down to the lowers yesterday in that upper bracket match against FaZe Clan, now fighting for the rematch. We've got our first shield coming through from Savage, who has often relied on these operators through this event. He's farming through the top floor now to hopefully get an early pick.
He's disoriented for a bit by that Fenrir gadget. Hughes is not active in the engagement, but he has slowed down the shield for now, and that's good intel for Falcons to have. They're still fighting their way in, though. EFAC gets baited into an engagement. There's no help from Hughes. Himself playing quite a bit passively, missing most of his shots. Joom still posted up now, sitting at 4 kills for the German. Mowgli shutting down Hughes. What did I say again? You don't take out the Frenchman early on the side of Secret. He is going to ruin your day.
Just such a threat, Parker. In with that Deimos pistol. His util's been amazing. Now we've got
Holy crap.
on both sides. Gets things a little bit closer for Falcons. Shaiko doubling his kill count and retreats back to the bottom floor. Brede.
He had 1 kill.
Doubles nonetheless. Could go for a triple or even more.
Adrian will need to be perfect here as Shaiko and Brede are boxed out. Savage shield on his back, getting this one down. Shaiko
Jeez.
misses completely. Secret allowing this Falcons team to pick the side, and yet Secret still take the first half. Dire straits for Falcons here halfway through map 1.
Yeah, a bit worrying to start off your lower bracket run like that if you're the Falcons, but you got to keep in mind it's a long series. That man, Mowgli, has been the MVP. There's no doubt about it, Parker. His entry play has long been touted as some of the best in all of the world, even going back to the days where he was on some of those Wolves rosters, back on different cores. Earlier this season, of course, made that transition over towards Secret. It was a big move for him in his career. There were a lot of conversations about whether Mowgli would be the right fit or not. There have been some haters of this young player across the community, but man, I think he has really shown up for this.
What's up, baby?
A huge part of their EWC run, and now here in Paris as well. Such an important player.
I mean, I feel like there are more players on Secret that we've asked the question, does this make sense? And there are not at this point in time.
Yeah.
Adrian had one of the worst performances for a debut when he played on LAN years ago.
Yes.
You and I got a front row seat to that. And I remember even asking on the broadcast, not that we shouldn't do this as broadcasters, but asking, like, what is Adrian accomplishing at this point in time? They need to either fix his roles or he needs to grow into it. And boy, oh boy, has he grown into it. And he's been great. The craziest thing is, he really wasn't much of those 4-1 rounds by Secret. Secret winning 4 rounds without Adrian doing much at all. That's an incredible thing for the depth on Secret.
Came in at the end of round 6 there, Parker, but it shows how much of a team game it is, especially for Secret. They've never relied on one individual. They've never had to just have one player popping off. Falcons, you could argue, in the past have kind of relied on Shaiko to
You were just talking about me last night. Hey.
Especially with Saltov coming onto this team, that is no longer
How appropriate that you messaged me in my chat at 7:22 in the morning. I didn't know you changed your username.
Now, though, it just feels like they're
Number 1. And number 2, why do you have your VODs locked behind freaking, you know, subscribers? Yeah, it's 7:22 in the morning.
Tweet by our colleague Dez went out last night after FaZe Clan made their 3rd consecutive SI berth, basically saying this has to
That's probably going to be under your settings?
They consistently lose
Channel settings?
other events. And I think, yeah, I mean, when you look back on the entire history
No.
of esport,
Stream
the
settings?
biggest reason why we don't talk about this FaZe Clan team enough
Yeah.
is because they don't really have a big online presence. They stick to themselves. They do their talking in the server. They don't. They're not.
Where is it?
Like Furia.
Yeah.
They're not a bit egotistical like that old Penta team.
That's
you look at them and they
raids.
just- They show up. They do their job and they leave. It's hard to invest in a team like that when all they want to do is kill and win things. But boy, oh boy, no matter which of the teams emerge
I don't know.
victorious, FaZe Clan will be an unbelievable
Ooh.
challenge.
Shaiko, man. Shaiko keeps dying early.
He keeps it up on the second half. He guns down Shaiko, who's having quite a poor start to this map.
Yeah, what a delay from Joom. Wasted nearly half the round and takes down Shaiko. You can't ask for much more than that on the East Stairs player. Had Mowgli supporting him a little bit from up on that top floor, but will retreat now back towards 90, conceding a bit of that ground to the Falcons. Feeling good about the time they've already wasted. Noah, a bit of a rat spot you can see inside of security. might not engage with him on the side of
That's
Falcons. They're going for
Clips.
an
Where is
offensive
it?
take, but Solotov drones him out now, so the information is there from the Falcons. A missed drone is averted. They'll know his position. They don't need to go for a clear if they don't want to. Of course, with they siege control, but the options are there. The time is running out.
Time and time again, we see these Scorpions in close quarters engagements and how much they shred. Add a T5 to the mix, and you're not having a very good time, but Mowgli reads the room wrong. Noah is there to salvage things. Noah looking for more. Adrian suddenly
Jeez.
and Falcons are in free fall. The Brit of Usis now to hold this one together as Noah bleeds out. Only 2 targets to find. Will they show some patience here? Oh my goodness, goodbye to Savage. This is eminently more winnable.
Hello, ma'am. I'm being attacked.
Now he sets himself up for a 1v1 engagement with Adrian. 2 kills so far in the round for Adrian. Searching for Usis, case in hand. He will try to bait him out. Adrian taking it. Usis goes.
Oh!
Nitro cell goes. And the
Jeez.
from Adrian. The round goes to Secret. Their lead grows ever more.
And what confidence, what composure coming out.
How's the wifey and the kids?
In this tournament, just 20 years old, and Adrian, once somewhat criticized for his play internationally, will step up and be that player.
Okay. I think what to do was fine, to be honest. I think we should just keep with the plan. Stick with the plan.
This little baby
Is the first step, you know. They're not putting a lot of problems.
is demanding attention from me. I have a little baby piston right here. And Dutch is on my chair. So I have my desk all the way down and I'm sitting on the floor. Well, now I'm sitting on the
If they keep playing like this, you can even rotate. Remember what we see on the prep. But for now, I think we just follow the prep. Shoot down, guys, but be objective, you know. Let's isolate kills faster, okay? Especially with Fonte. Let's push with Fonte faster. Let's isolate kills faster. Let's take hits faster, okay? Because they can have time mid-round to... So they can retake.
Running out of time, a bit of miscommunication there. Nowhere near the fury that we heard from Julio yesterday in his timeouts.
No, I think that's intentional though, Parker. I think the first 4 words of that tack timeout were the most important. Stick to the plan. He wants to calm his players down. I got a great chance to chat with Julio a little bit earlier in this event, right after the group stage ended. And we started talking about how some tack timeouts, you hear Bobby and you hear some of those coaches get very active, get very...
I think Steve's still asleep. He was hanging out with our neighbors last night. Dude, imagine. Oh, the Valkyrie. I love the Valkyrie cosplay. That skin is just so freaking good. Steve was hanging out with our neighbors last night, so I don't know what time he's going to be up. It's still early for him. I've been up since about 2:30.
Champion himself.
Yeah, we go to cigar events. We typically have a cigar outside together, like usually on Fridays. Friday nights is when we usually hang out with the neighbors and stuff out front. Which again, it's open invitation.
If you think the structure makes sense, but your guys are just not warmed up yet, just keep going. Not cause for concern yet.
It's like our Friday night ritual now is we go hang out with the neighbors, or just go hang out outside. Our neighbors come over too every once in a while. We have some wine, and he makes his drinks too. His whiskey drink or bourbon drink, whatever he feels like. Whatever he feels like having at that point. Yeah, baby girl. Sorry, I'm being yelled at by a little baby.
Feels like a must-win round for Falcons right after their attack timeout, down 5-2. Going for
what have you been streaming lately?
Like there's a lot of pressure just outside the Vets bomb site, but Likifac now here inside of Tellers as well, hoping to hunt down the player on East Stairs. This is Joom. He was so good at wasting time and killing Shaiko last time he was in this position with a Nitro just under the doorway. There's no way for this.
You really haven't.
That threat is so strong from Joom, and the reason why it's been pre-placed is just as a warning. Do not try to walk in. You will regret it.
This is an interesting spot for Joom at the moment as another logic bomb will go out from EFAC, and they will know that somebody is very, very close. Joom still persisting on this angle. waiting for somebody to walk through that passport door. Nobody from Falcons will give him the bait, at least for the time being.
Parker, I think they're giving up on East. They're all rotating off.
I think they are. They realized
a minute and 40
Nice.
seconds, and then they just give it up.
76 is good now. Well, it's been good for the past year or so.
Plan B ASAP.
And they've been a terrific attacking team. They've been very
Since they started putting, you know, actual effort and had time to put an actual effort into the game instead of putting out dog shit.
So now he knows the Dokabee's position. Jum has just done so much.
It's my birthday weekend, therefore it's always Siege Invitational weekend, so I'm always doing the Siege Invitational watch parties. It's my favorite esport to watch.
Jum gets dropped, finished off. Good patience from the captain of Falcons. Only 30 seconds remain in the round, and back to even footing we will go. 4v4. Solitov walking in, murders Noah. Down goes the Swede. Adrian looking for a potential follow-up. Flashbang will go out. A pre-fire, but it finds nothing for it. Falcons still worried about this clock. 10 seconds to go, Jesse. Adrian dies.
They gotta hurry up, man.
Now down in the bomb site, Mowgli will need to keep this one together.
Whew.
But it's the captain to save the day and throw out a life preserver for the rest of his teammates. Give this man some help.
It is not clean.
Especially with Fallout, the show being so popular. They have more more stuff to put into 76.
We got a call in actually coming in from Laxing and Hot and Cold.
Howdy, gentlemen. Yeah, I want to take a look at what Falcons is doing because, Matt, both me and you were talking back there. When you're down in this situation, you see a team is playing similar to what you were doing on their attacking half. They're slowly taking control. They're trying to isolate these players. They're getting these picks, especially when you're down in the round count for the side of Falcons. What do you do to maintain this position?
Look at that little goober.
To regain this lead. What do you do in these moments?
I think in these moments, one thing Falcons doing very well is they are using the Montaigne to push, you know, people out of positions very slowly. I think Secret is also, they're just holding their spots. I mean, that's kind of what you have to do against like slow.
That's right. I got this StarCraft book signed for Steve.
Falcons need to do a little better is just.
Are you guys gonna hit up?
You know, get a 3-2.
Are you guys gonna hit up QuaiCon this year?
Really doing that. They're pushing a little too slow, in my opinion.
Gonna bring the kiddos.
Much, guys, and good to see Hot and Cold's expertise and knowledge brought here onto the broadcast.
Dude, Fallout's been so good. We've been watching Star Trek, Starfleet Academy as well. We've been really enjoying it. Like it's getting. This last week's episode was really good, and the week before was probably one of my favorite Star Trek episodes in a very long time. Well, I guess I shouldn't say in a very long time. The Strange New Worlds is really good too.
Take that map control. They've still got Bride playing here on the Monty, just as Matt was saying. So we can see if that slow pace continues from them. So far it has 60 seconds deep, but you can also see the focus here, right, Parker? They want to get in through security, they want to get in through break, and they'll find their opening with Mowgli going down first.
Many of these rounds, Jesse, how Mowgli goes, so goes the round.
Yes.
Take him down early. This is a huge boon for Falcons. Julio might have been onto something when he said just stay the course. They found a second kill now on the side of Falcons.
Oh.
Adrian will gun down Yuzis. Almost pays for it with his life as now he has to retreat. Double duty coming in as Leaky Fack with a dozen kills. Number 13. Running away from the explosion is Secret now. Trailing in numbers, down goes Noah. Falcons working together. Here's the pace that they needed. Much more confident and much quicker.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I think even just Jum on East Stairs going down.
We have 3.
Earlier, that shows a big difference in the attack from Falcons. This is the
Rascal died about a year and a half ago, and then I guess a little, yeah, about a year and a couple months ago, and then Andy's still around. Then we got this little trash goblin right here. Trash goblin. And then Dutch is right behind me on my this side. Dutch just passed out on my chair. She let me know that it was time. It sucked, but at the same time, like she lived a really good life and lived until she couldn't anymore.
Adidas Arena.
Yeah.
Filling up quite nicely, Parker. We had probably above 50% capacity on Friday. Usually
So it sucked, but
today it is really filled out. And
when they let you know that it's time,
this all-European
it makes it a little bit easier.
I suppose if you're... Oh, never mind. Let's hear what Secret has to say.
Right now, nothing much, but for the other rounds, just set the priority through the verts over there, you know, instead of playing to hold someone else into other
Aw, man, I'm sorry to hear that.
CC or other areas of the map, play to for Adrian to be able to play only onto verts, you know. Remember, guys, if they want to do a horizontal or direct into site, they're fucked. We still have top floor and we can abuse into that, okay? And again, same thing. They are
Yeah, this one's being very demanding today. This one right here. Little piston, little pidioni macaroni.
They are even trying to abuse the multi, but right now they can. So they're fucked. Just watch out, guys. I think Liquefact is gonna.
She's a sweet little girl. Don't tell her I said that though.
Maybe. Yeah.
And then Dutch is just, he's a boy cat, so he's doing what boy cats do, which is just be all little cutie pies.
Twister may be paying attention to that hot and cold call out as well. That's call in we got. Mentioning that Monty and focusing
She's a good little girl.
can be so important, but reiterating that space that they can hold on to, right, Parker? If they've got the top floor, use that. They're still in the lead on this map. They're still in a strong position defending here on border.
She's happy. That's her happy little waggy tail.
Feels like Falcons have done a great job at problem solving. Security used to be a big issue for them, but they cleared it out with the Monty. East used to be a
She was found over by Catlin Park.
so much earlier that time around. These are the adaptations we're seeing from
Our friends found her in a little pile of leaves and trash. Two little ears popping out, so they grabbed her and brought her to us. So we took her to the vet and had her for a bit. And that first night that she got back from the vet, Steve was on the floor in his office talking to her. That's when I knew that she wasn't going to be a foster. She's ours. Our little trash baby.
I suppose many of you that speak French and are watching from France or surrounding areas, probably watching the French stream, but in the odd chance that you're watching or listening to us.
And then Dutch behind me. Dutch was found, or not really found, Dutch found us at the last place we were at on, over in Dory Miller. Steve was outside having a cigar and he walked up and laid at his feet with his belly exposed. And then he never left. Went to our friend's wedding in Vegas that year and came back, and he was not happy that we were gone. He lost his voice wondering where we were at. So, and I set up a cat tree outside for him, and he would sleep in it every night. So we went, okay, we got to bring him inside. Brought him to the vet. Isolated him for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, while the meds were going through, just to make sure everything was good. And now he sleeps between us and snores on his back.
Bit of a misfight. They do see him for a moment. His position has never been a secret. It's all about rooting him out of this tough spot.
Nitro Cell will go out Solotov, shutting down Noah. June playing this very tight end. Powered by Leaky Fact.
Jeez.
Falcons ever formidable on this entry.
Aww.
Getting better the longer this matchup goes on. That's a scary thing. Falcons pushing you to the brink of your own map when Falcons still have Chalet to come. I'd be a bit worried if I was Team Secret at this point in the game.
Oh, and then Nate just forces Mowgli out. He was so good at the start of this game, but he hasn't been there the last few rounds. Day will find him, and Adrian Savage, the support duo for Team Secret, are the
They still have a C4 left.
Falcons threatening this 5-5 scoreline to tie the game, and it will just be Savage, just like it was before.
Leaky Fat carried them to a flawless round just in the earlier first half. He won't get it this time. He was the one to get the final kill. He'll be removed from the equation by Savage.
Hold on.
This is doable. 3 down now for Savage as Solotov and Shaiko still remain. Brede left to head.
Oh.
Solotov almost goes by the wayside as well.
Dude, I love Mira's weapon so much.
More damage to Solotov. You've got Shaiko in reserve. Things are a little bit tight.
Oof.
He had a slow start, but Shaiko has found his footing, and we've got a tie game on map 1.
This is the Rainbow Six Invitational. Whoever wins. It's frozen on your end. Whoever wins this this first map goes to the second map. Whoever wins this whole match her whole like matchup goes on to the grand finals, which is tomorrow. This is a big championship for Rainbow Six. You can see me, but the video's frozen. It's my preview's okay.
If something has to be different for these last 2 rounds of regulation, if not, a 7-5 for Falcons seems like the direction we're headed.
One thing we do know is for certain we will need all 12 rounds. My favorite round coming up, Jesse. Winner of round number 11 will move to map point.
Yes.
The Tachanka.
The crowd getting back into this one. But again, fans for both sides. Louder for the Falcons, but still quite the chorus of cheers here for Team Secret.
Nah, I appreciate it. It's been a little bit since we've been able to talk. Yeah, Steve's in the middle of growing out his beard again. He shaved it off right couple weeks or about a month or so before the end of the year. I'm sorry, I stopped petting you. Because he had his beard trimmed and they fucked it up, so it's he kind of left it for a little bit and then decided just to start over again.
Yes, Brasilia, a great city as well.
Hello.
Going to be the focus for Falcons once more. They have swapped things up. Look at Joom now.
My gosh, this little boy behind me too.
That the Sentry wasn't going to be for him.
He's being so cute.
Playing that same operator. This is the mix-up I was asking for, Parker. It's something new being tried by Secret, but Falcons potential for something new as well. With Ligifak on this Capitao outside the sandwich window, it opens an opportunity to go fast. The Sens wall threaten much the same, but for now they're just hoping for somebody to overpeak, waiting for that opportunity to get the first kill. But it hasn't been found yet.
Shaiko under fire from his position, looking into security window. Those ROU projectors thrown out a bit hastily by Brede to cover the armory wall. Noah fighting in this angle, fighting his demons. Fighting Shaiko, but Shaiko was the real demon all along. Another opening pick for Falcons, and Shaiko will find another.
This is the Shaiko we need.
Savage shutting him down. 3 remain for Secret Falcons with a single-man advantage.
Shaiko's been so good, Parker. He's come alive. Joom has to do the same now. He hits the pipe. That will stop the aggression up the east stairs, but he's still got a 1v1 to the north door. Uses on the other side of things, holding the AK, hoping to be able to hit that shot. But it's
that's all the Capitao. Ooh.
To take this fight.
He's managed to evade those flames. They will pay for it. Kill 200 from Joom as he and Mowgli combine. Tying things up in terms of man count, still fighting from this position. Joom will now turn and look towards 90. Solotov now on the run. Case in hand
35 seconds.
Falcons cannot lose the clock. It's been an incredible 3-round run. Back-to-back-to-back victories.
Hi, Peanut. She being super cute.
It's a very tight round. Map point on the line. Who moves to it?
Oh, Brede.
He gets shut down. He was the one who killed Solotov. Huge blunder. And it's an opportunity that does not pass by Secret as they move to map point, breaking the round streak that Falcons were on.
It's only a single team kill, Parker.
Yeah, he wasn't very happy.
Why did it have to happen?
Because they cut into his beard and then down. Like they took out a big chunk on either side. When we went to Vegas to go to a proper barber, they were like, yeah, I don't let him touch your beard again. They don't know how to do it. I don't think anybody out here knows how to trim a beard properly.
But it was also read so beautifully by Team Secret, understanding what
Peanut butter. Where'd you going? Where you going?
Man advantage. It was a patient round from Joom.
You want pee?
Joom has not been the kill leader through this lobby. He's got the fewest frags of any player on his team, but his play east has been so instrumental in giving them these rounds. Shaiko seemed like he had found the answer. He had destroyed the bomb site. But as Falcons readjusted their focus, as they all went
yep, there's Brede. Killing Solotov.
And a team kill is
oh, here, hold on a second.
One more round to decide between overtime or 1-0 Secret.
And with that round, I said it in the midst of all the kills that happened, but Joom will break 200 frags on this event, joining a very, very elite set of players. I believe he's only the 6th one to do it so far, but again, kills are sometimes just the amount of rounds you play.
Look at that little boy.
Play on. efficient, and his rating has always been sky high, so you know how good he has been. We don't need to say it all that much more. Next in line is Noah.
He's such a little cutie pie.
Away from himself breaking 200, so we'll keep an eye on that, but Noah's been a bit stuck.
Yeah, I mean, Noah's had to play the security position. It's been a really tough one from him. He's back there now as the clear comes east side from Falcons. They find Joom one more time, playing the same spot as he has every single round. Over towards east, now towards the bottom. He has been pressured by 100 different angles, it feels like, across the map from this spot. But the mind game, the chess pieces continue to move, and he will sit still in that eastern position, trying to work with that player of Noah who's in security. That's what Saltov is hoping for a pick on now.
I don't know, I'm down here.
Spot from Noah's been a little bit less successful. He's been a little bit less tight. Has died without getting kills a little bit more often, but so far has been able to hold on this round. Mowgli, the link between the other two aggressive players on his team, trying to protect them as the site players continue to put up reinforcements. This push from Falcons, so focused on the east, and it
That's big.
3-day the opening.
So badly did Falcons need a motivator in this round, and they get it. Breeday consistent as ever, playing that thankless role, showing up huge to give a bit more breathing room.
Hey.
Half the round already gone by. Things will quicken from this point onward.
Yeah, and you start to wonder who's going to step up from Secret.
3 toxic babes still too.
And now who's going to get that man count back? Bomb sites a floor below, don't forget it. So these top floor players, they can fall off, and many of them have already chosen to do so. Noah still in security. Shaiko was looking his direction, but Noah will go and meet up with Adrian to hopefully try to play a 2-man hold just above the bomb sites.
There go the logic bombs. You can feed off this if you're the Falcons. Noah will finally find his 7th kill. Adrian jumping over. Immediately looking for a second fight. 200 kills for Noah now. They heard us talking. Jesse, Noah taking quite a bit of damage. Solitov maneuvering from his position. A 3rd kill for the Swede. Leaky Fact with 15 kills. He's been carrying this team on his shoulders. He'll stare down the shotgun. This first map on the line for Falcons, and they are giving him so much space to work with. Secret have backed away completely. They likely know he doesn't have that defuse kit, and he is running out of time. Falcons are running out of time. Adrian will swing, but still, Leaky Fact just simply will not be able to get this done. Jesse, seconds remain. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone.
Damn.
And a crazy round to end things out from Noah. He stepped up exactly when he needed to, Parker.
Next map is Chalet, right?
Series, but then going up to link with Adrian, so incredibly important. From Stockholm to Paris, Noah gets that done. He gives them the map lead, and he puts Falcons just a single map away from elimination.
It was a valiant effort to close the gap, but in the end, it was ultimately Secret to take their own map. Job's not done yet. You're expected to win your own map at this point in time.
Awesome.
Now you look towards Chalet, map number 2. It's the favorite.
Sounds good, man. Tell the wifey we say hi. And the kiddos too. Have a good one. See you. Okay, I'm gonna run ads while this is all going on. Be right back.
Available now.
first game affected you? You can either feel tired or use that as a feel. How do you feel now?
I think we feel confident. I feel like we are getting these rounds closer because of our mistakes. Like, I think we are playing really good Siege as a team, but we are still making small mistakes individually that are making the games closer. I feel like the games shouldn't even be this close. So I think this next map we're going to fix like these small mistakes, and I think it should be not even as close as the last maps, hopefully.
We need to say that Julio's timeout made the difference at some point, but that wasn't enough. If you had to put the blame on something, what would it be?
Just ourselves. Like, we lost ourselves that map. It was a very, very close map, but our team play wasn't as good as theirs, so I think that's what cost us the first map.
Valid points here coming from the two teams after this first map here in the series. Secret currently on map point 2, make it to the grand final tomorrow for the 6th Invitational. Looking at this map though, once again, we hear from Savage, you know, it gets close, tiny mistakes, loses some of the rounds.
Yeah, and that happens, you know, it's a snowball effect, but both these teams, what I will say, they did do well on their attacks in the beginning. I would obviously say that Secret did do it better. They understood the win condition. They understood how to prioritize finding the isolated player, get that man advantage going in the favor, and then once it got to that mid to the later half of the round, they knew how to go for that execute. But then it was on those little mistakes that allowed Falcons to get that comeback. We saw that tactical timeout from Julio where we really would see Falcons then understand it. But again, it came down to the gumption, that just little bit of flair that Secret has to understand those win conditions to push them through into map 2.
I'm glad you mentioned that because Foxe is standing by for a deeper dive in those win conditions.
Win conditions is the name of the game. It was a great back and forth between both of these teams, and both teams have win conditions in this round, and I'll break down exactly what that is. A win condition is essentially a position that you want to die for or send everything that you can to be able to take it to give you a positional advantage to take the site. So let's look at what both teams' win condition is. With Bride pushing through break and Solotov also assisting through break and Likivac pushing for 90 control, the win condition for Falcons is clearly taking CC control to be able to get picks, and then they can attack Armory or they can attack Archives. What is Secret doing to essentially be able to hold this position? Noah is tucked in the corner, and he is the win condition for Secret in this position. They know this, so they have to be able to set up protection around him. Mowgli will be there for that type of protection, but we can see as the round plays out, it doesn't necessarily work out. Likifac gets the pick on the Mowgli, instantly traded. That is still the win condition alive for Secret, but when it comes to Falcons, they execute on being able to take 90 control, and this still looks like a very dire position. Bride and Solotov 2-on-1 with Amati against Noah. What is he going to do? Mid-round adaptation. We have Adrian rotate to retake the position that they lost on 90 to successfully retrade out Noah, and it works. It puts them in a 3v1 situation, and we can watch it all play out. The first pick comes out. They get 90 control, but Adrian retakes it. He gets 2 well-placed shots, puts it in a 3v1, but uses the man on a mission, gets 2 kills immediately, and now it's a 1v1, and a well-placed C4 is able to give the round win to Secret. And that just goes to show that, yes, there can be multiple win conditions. Both teams can successfully be able to execute on them. But at the end of the day, Siege can come down to a 1v1, and it's anybody's game because it's the 6th Invitational.
Thank you very much, Fox. And I feel like we've highlighted so many rounds in Secret this event where they have that mid-round adaptation where things might not go to plan A, but they do find a way to fight themselves out of there. And that is very memorable thing with such a young IGL. We talked about Secret being one of the youngest teams here at this tournament, and they are just one map away from making it to the grand final.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and I think if they keep on this pace and not allow Falcons to find any bit of momentum and constantly constrict their movement, whether that's on attack, whether that's on defense, that's what they need to do. That needs to be the main priority, but it's also the heroics from these players. I mean, we talked about what got them through that Fluxo W7M game was it was big individual performance. It was big 3Ks, 4Ks, aces coming out of these players. Now, that's not something you totally want to rely on in this series particular, but it's what pushed them over this edge. And getting into this map too, that's where we're going to need to see more team play happen. That's where we're going to see less mistakes happen. And as we said, the last time we saw them play Chalet, Falcons did have that over them. It was a 7-3. So coming into this matchup, typically when you're the loser in that series, you're going to be the one that takes the most from that. Now, however, they did recently play it against Fluxo. There is a lot of information. You can't switch on too much, but it is about adapting. I think what Fox covered beautifully was them understanding the win condition, how to adapt, how they can turn a losing situation into a winning situation. And that's where they're going to need to be so pivotal on their starting half on attack.
Looking at the faces there of the Falcons players, trying to, I guess, see what the vibe was coming out from them. Some seem to be frustrated, others seem to have things a little bit more under control. I want to talk about that next map a little bit further. Chalet is the map pick. That will be Falcons' map pick as well going into the series. What can they do to bring the series back?
I mean, you got to breathe. You really have to breathe. You have to focus on what you can do as a teammate to make yourself better, what you can do as an individual, because at the end of the day, this is it. If you don't win this, everything that you work for the entire year is done. And the last thing you want to do as a Falcons is the brights are too light. You've been here many, many times. You know this opponent. You know what you need to do to get over your hurdle, but you have to look at each other on how you can assist each other, whether that's just hyping up the simplest kill. And I've talked about this before. It can be the most simple kill, but with a lot of backing behind it, a lot of just constant hype, energy. People need to be able to feed off of that and build that momentum. We did see that momentum start to happen, but it's even more imperative that Secret shut that down immediately once that starts to manifest.
All right, now we can talk about it a lot about what's going to happen in this second map, but we have some inside information as well from the coaches about map 2.
You just played Chalet against Flipso. You showed so much game, so much strategies. How risk is it for you to play again?
I think like right now at this level of the tournament, they know everything that we do. We know everything that they do. So it's much more about who puts the better game into the server, you know? Nothing much about like counters and everything, because they barely had time to prepare anything for that specifically that game. So I don't think it's a big deal.
We spoke about Falcons having
Hello,
the
buddy.
habit of losing this team throughout the game series in a best of 3, best of 5. You just lost a map. How do you
Sorry.
deal with that?
Hi, Peanut.
Border started slow, but to be honest, we are pretty confident. The feeling is different from like yesterday
Okay.
map against FaZe. Everyone's confident. We trust the gameplay.
Hi.
We just have
Oh,
to play our game, but I think it's different from yesterday.
I see.
That sounds promising. If we hear from Julio going into the second
I
map
see.
here,
Somebody knocked the treats down.
played that map, of course, earlier today. Again, Foxy, I feel like
Don't act
it's
innocent.
a little bit close there. There are opportunities for Falcons.
They knocked these down.
It is. I mean, we saw how the last map just went when it comes to Falcons. They have a good game plan. If you're Julio, you're not going to be worried in this situation. Sometimes you just lose a series. It happens. Little
I'm gonna take my
details can
chair.
cost you a game. That being said, they have a good game plan.
We're back. Just
Secret
for
has
that.
looked human today on this map exceptionally, and we saw Twister say it's not going to be a matter of counter strats. It's not something that we'll see when it comes to Julio and when it comes to the IGLs in the server. It's the little adaptations, again, the minute details that make good players to great players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just looking at bans, how you're going to switch this from the last time you played it. You know, they banned out the Monty. Are they going to ban the Blitz? Because the Blitz was a formidable opponent this time. So do they get rid of both shields? That leaves the question, because then Blackbeard's up. Ying is still available. There's still a plethora of operators these players can play.
I'm gonna take my chair back.
Level and caliber of these players. But the bigger question to me here is, yes, Julio might seem, you know, more calm in that nature, but we know how the players are. They are very mentally driven, and we've seen time and time again when things are stacked up against them. LickyFact does tend to lash out and let his players know what the frustrations are, what they need to fix, how they can address it. And again, are we going to see that side of LickyFact? And typically when we do see that, we do start to see them gain that little bit of momentum. But again, is that going to happen?
You gotta hope so for the sake of Falcons, because it is do or die here. They want to make it to the grand final tomorrow. They got to win this map too.
Well, thank you very much. One map might be all that remains before tomorrow's grand finals. That means for Team Secret fans, you are over the moon. If you are Falcons fans, you are in the depths of despair at the moment. This has been an incredible one-map affair. You heard it from the coaches. We know how they play. They know how we play. You're going to go to a map that was just shown by Team Secret moments before, Jesse, and then was actually played earlier. So who matches up well against who? You have seen this Falcons team battle back from worse. They had a slow start to map number 1, but they finally took flight, but a bit too late. Now it's do or hopefully not die. Is this the end of the run for the hometown heroes? Do Secret go up to the grand finals tomorrow? Chalet awaits.
One week ago in the upper bracket finals, Falcons and Secret met for the first time in Paris. And after losing map number 1, Secret fell back on their own map pick of Chalet to try to save the series and bring things back to a 3-mapper. They lost that 7-3, Parker. It was not close. Falcons were the better team across 2 maps. Now, as we meet here on the biggest stage that Siege has to offer, it is Falcons who choose Chalet instead, and they
been a
are
little
the
cutie
ones
pie.
who are going up against a
He just got off of my chair because he heard the treats open up because Piston knocked him off the table.
be the game where if you lose it all, you will regret it for the rest of your career. Falcons in secret here on Chalet. It was a great point to come through from the coach of Falcons, Julio. They know how we play. We know how they play. These two rivals have gone up against each other so many times this season. It is all going to come down to execution.
I'm going to peel back the curtain just a little bit on what goes on behind the scenes. We had a pretty good idea that there would be a Six Invitational in Paris about 2 years ago. And the chatter amongst those who knew, because the players knew, we knew, or at least we had a good idea.
Sure.
Every time it came up, people would say, yeah, Falcons have only won one major. Yeah, they've lost in a lot of finals. Yeah, they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But wait for SI in Paris.
Yeah.
This has been the expectation for 2 full calendar years. Falcons in their own country, lifting the hammer. Now it's been memed into oblivion that they're the team that always finishes second. But that might not even happen at this point in time. Secret have an opportunity to put them in third and secure a berth up against what might be the greatest team we have ever seen play this game. 3 continued years of dominance for FaZe
Yeah.
Clan. You know they want another hammer. Secret might be able to stand in the way of them, but first, they got to get through Falcons map pick.
I like the Capitao bands from Falcons. It's been a big operator for Mowgli over the last couple of months. He really does seem to thrive on this operator when playing Chalet. He was so important to start strong from
Hi,
Secret
bud.
on
Happy.
map number 1 of Border. So slowing him down early could be the key to bouncing back on map 2. Falcons have chosen to start on the bottom floor as well. This is unorthodox. Most teams at the tournament think that this is the worst site on Chalet. They do not tend to play it. Falcons are an exception. They will always play this site over the top floor. The middle 2 sites get seen quite often from Falcons as well, but this won't be a surprise to Secret. Once again, they know how each other play, and there's no new strats coming out from Falcons as they rotate back down to the bottom floor for the first site.
Noah and June both eclipsing 200 kills at this event, joining a very elite set of
Leaky facts down.
I don't know if there's opportunity for anybody else in the lobby to get there. If it goes deep enough and Shaiko is a good second and potentially third game, maybe he reaches it. But you're just running out of rounds played. Opening pick on this map, by the way, goes in favor of Adrian. He was a bit quiet through the first half of Border. But when you need him the most, I suppose he shows up. Leaky Fact was far and away the best player on Falcons. He's the first to die. Usus will join him as Joom gets on the board, punishing Adrian. Now it's Savage taking some damage as Solotov is still on the run, flashed out of his position, but he's given up no HP in the process.
Oh.
Great line of sight there from Shaiko, but he can't do anything. Noah eliminates Bride. A minute to go, and Secret now doubling up on numbers.
Resubscription received.
Russian
Thank
was
you for
Bailiff.
renewing your Class
Mowgli
2
taking one down, and
access.
it's a trade. It's Savage. This Secret team is not mucking
We're officially in triple digits. It's insane. Thank you, dear.
In full control. Really nice push coming out from them there. It starts with a very early pick on the Likifak, which was a rotate over towards West Main window. You saw that collapse from Secret up on the top floor before pivoting to a wine plant. The coordination is strong. The momentum is strong. Even with this crowd, the Secret fans, while outnumbered by the Falcons fans, are loud and are giving their energy to the players on Secret, who they are sitting right in front of. Both teams feeling that energy here in the Adidas Arena. And that bottom floor hold from Falcons really just picked apart by Secret in the opening round of map 2.
You might be able to afford to fall a little bit behind on your opponent's map. You cannot afford to fall behind on your own map facing elimination.
Yeah.
Foxay said this on the desk. The things that usually separate the good from the great, that's what ultimately makes you a champion. There are 1,000 things that are going through your mind at all times. There are 1,000 things that you need to prep for. You can't really prepare.
Is Mua back on again?
Far on, you're behind early on your own map.
She is.
Team Secret are warmed up. They're fragging just as well as they did against the best fragging team at this entire event, which was Fluxo W7M.
Yeah.
Now you've got to go up against a behemoth in the region, a team that consistently beats you in
Gotta go
terrain
harass
play,
Flippy.
but but the stakes are different. The emotions are different. The arena is different. So for Secret, showing up strong, showing up early, that might be the slightest of edges they need to overcome this Falcons team in that first round. If you put a couple more of those together, Secret are going to be in great shape.
It's a big if. Parker Solotov playing up here in the Mez position. He's of course got a friend in library, that's Yuzis, who's playing just on this Wamai, trying to support his teammates with the Jaeger Wamai combo combined with the Mira. This should be very difficult for Secret to clear out. There's a lot of util they got to work around. They do have the Twitch drones piloted by Adrian. The goal is to get that in behind the Mira window, but it's so difficult when it's being defended by Yuzis, diligently holding on to this so that they can have that good angle onto the Ego window. And now worried about a pressure over from Library. It's Mowgli standing outside the Library window as the rest of his team clears through top floor. An extra position over towards Piano would not hurt for clearing out these Mez players.
Oddly quiet second round here, as now you can hear the lumbering Blackbeard looking for an odd angle. Noah continuing his strong.
Shaiko's down again.
Surging through these 2 rounds. Down goes Shaiko. Secret with another advantage. You have to watch the clock, but again, a lot of comparisons between our first map of Border and here on Chalet. A map that is favorable to the attackers and one that you can...
Tomorrow's grand finals at 7.
If you manage to narrow down those...
So I can get back to a regular schedule.
Solotov strikes back, but Noah gets another and he hits the shot straight on to Adrian.
Great read from these Falcons players. Noah and Savage, the last 2 standing. Noah has been pretty good. He's going to continue to do so. 4 kills through 2 rounds, and we're not done yet. 2-2. Looking on time. EFAC continuing his own incredible play from that very first map, and now Savage has his work cut out for him.
Savage can clutch us though. Savage is so freaking good.
Unsure of where these defenders are, using the utility to their advantage. One will ascend from the basement, the other sitting in that back bar position. They know Shaiko's inside.
Whew.
I'll need a drink after that one. Brede shutting him down, and 1 round apiece for these 2 teams.
Yeah, we're seeing that bounce back a lot faster than we did on Border, Parker. It's going to be 1-1 apiece, just like we saw previously, but you can feel the energy is a bit different from the Falcons. They don't start that round strong. They lose the opening pick. They fall off without Shaiko. It looks dangerous from the window position of Noah, but in the end, their hold is very solid. They rely on their util, and they rely on their guns. Lickyfac down inside.
She's giving me little eyeballs right now.
Making some aggressive moves, and despite being caught on a drone, this shot was so clean. He didn't have the information, the attackers did, but he's still not afraid to step up and take that fight. Finds another on the blue stairs onto Noah, who was such a menace in opening that round and giving the opportunities to Team Secrets. You have to rely on guys like Lickyfac. If Shaiko is going to be going down early, this isn't going to be active in some of these rounds. Lickyfac needs to be the guy that they rely on to step up and make those big aggressive plays.
Yeah, I mean, Shaiko right now bottoming out compared to Solotov and Lickyfac. If you consider that most teams do have those 3 points of the spear, as we often refer to them as, with then 1 flex/support that can do what's needed depending on the map and the side that they are attacking or defending on. And 1 support player, Shaiko being the weakest and the dullest of those 3 points, is not something you really want.
Well, speak of the devil, Shaiko will break a record for us, Parker. An operator not seen before the 6th Invitational. He will bring out the first alibi of this event. Commonly seen on Chalet to maybe try to give yourself a little bit of an easier time on these windows. Because the zombie gets permabanned on this map, the windows will get opened up so quickly, and as they do so, it will feed pings to Shaiko and the rest of the players on Falcons. The gadgets on Alibi usually not worth bringing on most maps of Rainbow Six Siege, but this is the place where we see her the most. Shaiko taking a chance on her today.
Back in that 1.5 meta, she was one of the most popular operators on this map, and I said it on Border, I'll repeat myself as I often do. There are lots of ways for the attackers outside of the building to kill you. Ditto the defenders, because it does work both ways. So if you are worried about getting killed through walls or windows, you're absolutely smart. Those gadgets from Alibi are instrumental at not only keeping yourself alive, but gaining some intel in the process.
More good drone work from Mowgli, too. This Twitch has been a big problem. Could be the target of the ban after this round concludes for Team Falcons, but For now, it's just been finding utility. The position's still mostly unknown. Shaiko aggressive here on the Mez window, hoping to find somebody rappelling in their way up, but it'll be Mowgli taking the ladder, the safer route, and a sound cue. Shaiko hears it and goes for the jump out. A brilliant play from the star player on Falcons.
Do I say the baguettes will clash? Am I allowed to say that?
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair to say. Mowgli and Shaiko on that collision course. Shaiko winning the duel, and again, another slow round from Secret.
Okay, so we'll need to be on, probably need to be up around 5:30 or so. Because the full trailer and Year 11 reveal is at 8 o'clock Pacific. It's at 6 o'clock.
By a great read of Juve through that soft wall. Bit of a janky bit here as Savage is boxed out of this site. He can't get through. The ex-Kairos not giving him passage.
Keep in mind they don't have top floor control, Parker, nor do they have control down below as Likipak will set up a C4. All the map control is favoring Falcons at the moment.
Savage shrugging off the damage from that Nitro cell, unsheathing that scar. He's not the one finding the kills, but Secret is. All the same, you trade those around, it doesn't really matter. This team wants to win. Kills, stats, etc. be damned. Briefly, Users will give his position away. That's more information for this Secret squad. Nice read from EFAC, now on the run inside of West Main.
Shoot.
Out with his life intact. Job gets much harder from Usus. Staring down the Blackbeard. Impervious to damage as those bullets shrugged off by the shield, and Adrian will send that round away. Secret regain the lead.
And Parker, I have to stress how good of a round that was from Adrian. His decision-making and positioning in that round was so strong. I mentioned they didn't have top floor control, and that was true for the majority of the round. But after he got a pick on the big window over inside of Master, Adrian retook top floor control, immediately found his way over to the solar stairs, and was able to get 2 picks at the tail end of that round, which really catapulted Secret into the power position and able to win. Some really nice early kills from Falcons over the last few rounds, but it just doesn't seem to matter when Secret are able to come back like that. The awareness to take certain parts of the map when they get given up has been perfect. And the Secret fans feeling quite good about themselves now, leading on map 2 and in the series.
It was a good run out by Shaiko. Almost loses his life in the process. I feel like sometimes negativity takes over when we're talking about the way teams play, but I honestly cannot point many fingers at either of these squads so far. And when you get down to the final 3 teams at an event, you're going to be getting close to perfect siege. Nobody's perfect. No team is perfect. Everybody will make mistakes. G2 Penta did when they went on their Reign of Terror. Furia did when they were on theirs, and FaZe certainly is doing so now. Even though they've got
She clawed at my shorts and then ran.
Under their belt, whether they come
bud.
the second hammer tomorrow or not, is something that remains to be seen.
Hello, sir.
In this Falcons Secret game, we are being treated to a beautiful thing. It is a shame that one of these teams have to go home, but that's what happens. We've already said goodbye to 17 squads here in Paris. A lot of good teams.
Oh, she's back at her emotional support treat bot.
Watching this game. I'm a bit, I don't say this often.
Hi, bud.
I get a bit nervous with some of these games, and I'm feeling a bit nervous right now. This is a heavyweight bout.
Well, Parker, the Falcons seem to have an answer. They will run the exact same bomb site back
Oh my
from 3 to 4, deciding that it's not the site that's the problem, but maybe the setup. All 5 operators change round, and Secret will get another shot at attacking here through the solar side. That's where their players are currently positioning themselves. I thought we might see a Twitch ban coming out from the Falcons, but they go for the Grim instead. That's been an operator played a little bit by Noah, and we saw it earlier by Mowgli too. But the Twitch gets brought out one more time by Noah, so we can still see that utility coming out. No mirror windows to target this time for Secret, but those Kaid claws could be impactful. Some of those Fenrir gadgets as well. Very easy to clear out with the Twitch drones, but not if you're getting caught jumping into the building. The utility hasn't been so successful from Secret through the first 90.
Sluggish attacks from Secret have worked out more than they haven't so far, but you cannot allow this clock to get away from you. Hello? A jump scare there from Mowgli and Likipak on those library stairs. 3-day Nitro cell, but the guns for Secret come out ahead. They will barnstorm on in, shredding this Falcons defense. feel like a bit of a fool saying this was a sluggish attack. They were just setting up to burst through the gates.
And Parker, now these last two players were disconnected. Liquefact drops down to the bottom floor to play alongside Bride just inside the site, but 60 seconds to go, a man advantage, and all the positioning they could ask for. Secret have an easier time to win this round compared to what we just saw in round 3.
Bride surveying the hatch, completely unaware of the presence over by Westbane. Liquefact has his teammates back, but damage is already been done for the Falcons.
Yep.
And it will get worse.
As soon as he turned his head.
3 rounds for Secret, 1 for the Falcons.
And everything seems on track for Secret. The pacing of these rounds, it can be a bit slow, but you're right. They are setting up. And we may get attack timeout from Julio.
The way we are playing, it's fine. I will still
it's not fine.
Play close to each other. No, I mean like they stretch, you know? I feel like we should just play close to each other again. We put traps, for example, for wine, we can put the goyos. I still feel like these fallbacks are fine. It's just the way we are dying, you know, mid-round, for these gaps. Because I don't think the solution is just play aggro, just play crazy. You guys can. If you guys are confident, you can do it. Just pick the fucking solo, pick anything good, and do it. But I feel like
no, I wouldn't.
If you just shoot the fuck down, put traps and put goyos for late round, and put the traps for gaps, we can still win these 2 rounds, and we go attack in the mid map, okay? Just shoot them down.
Together again, like I said. Okay. What we are going to do now? It's Bride, you play Bandit, Farty, you play Goyo. We do basement.
That's another calming tack timeout coming out from Giulio Giacomelli, who has been really stressing how important it is to calm down the players. Doesn't want them to get crazy. They're down by 2, and Chalet can be attacker-sided, but don't feel like you have to throw yourselves out windows and make crazy plays just to win this one back. The Falcons know if they can set up these traps, if they can slow down the pushes when they come through, they can win this largely off of time. Secret had a fantastic push in through the bathroom window in the last round, Parker. It was really led by Savage on this Blackbeard, who has played so many shields at this event, the second most highest percentage of shields of any player here in Paris. So he is well known as a strong shield player. The Blackbeard makes the space. There's no answer.
That was a nice transition.
And if they can get some traps in, if they can find some way to slow down that burst of aggression that we've seen round after round, there's still hope for the Falcons.
This is nothing really related to strategy, but it sounded like somebody burped. Did you hear that?
In the tack timeout?
Chad, did you hear that? It did sound like somebody burped right as he finished.
Okay.
Sometimes people are gassing. I ate a bad oyster. I understand what that was like.
Yeah, you were pretty knocked out, Parker. We're glad to have you back.
I'm just like the Michael Jordan flu game. I'm giving the flu cast right now.
There you go.
I'm not quite as not quite contagious.
Nice little nade being used there just to stop any tricking from Bride, forcing the Bandit to back off so that they can get this wall open without any issues. Savage makes sure that that is a prime priority, and they get that open immediately 30 seconds into this round. Now, the last time we were on this bottom floor site, it was a real fast push from Secret inside of Kitchen, inside of Wine. Looks like it's a bit of a different strategy coming out from Team Secret. They've still got some information, and of course, got a Fuse Kid over towards Big Garage as well, so the finish could be the same, but we're not seeing that same pressure up above inside of Dining.
I mean, have we really spent much time to talk about how perplexing it is that we're seeing this bottom floor bomb site?
Yeah, we mentioned it right early on, but Falcons do not play top floor of this map.
Should we talk about it again?
Well, there's a couple other things going on.
Bro, what are you guys?
A huge swing
Okay.
for Falcons now as they find 2 to answer Joom's kill. Joom in the ground, as is Adrian. Mowgli will tie things up in terms of player count. 75% win rate for the attackers on this bomb site historically.
Yeah.
But again, as you pointed out, favorable bomb site for Falcons.
3 days low. Solotov's low.
By Noah, the smoke obscuring Bride, pulling out the Karatos, getting the job done with the sidearm. Remember, it's always quicker to swap to your secondary than to reload. Falcons with the advantage with just a little bit over a minute to go. Secret
Swap to your secondary. It's faster than reloading.
4-2 scoreline would be excellent.
Yes, and this is going to be a very telegraphed push. They've got one smoke to play with, but a Savage falls. Mowgli's got it all to do.
There we go. There we go. There we go. That's how it goes.
One more round remains. A comeback still very possible. A 3-3 half for Falcons would be really quite a win.
And another bit of a slow round coming out from Team Secret. I wonder if after that attack timeout, maybe they expected some aggression from Falcons. A lot of teams will call attack timeout and then immediately go for a rush track, go for something aggressive, try to catch your opponents off guard. The fact that Falcons did the opposite, they ranged things in, they trusted their site players, might have caused even more pause to be put into the attacking plan for Team Secret. It was a fast opening over towards Snowmobile, but those roamers really were not addressed. They were primarily focused on the bottom floor, and sure, the aggressive moves did get caught. They were able to stop Licketback on his jump out, but at the same time, the site players were thriving for Falcons, and without enough walls open, without enough back pressure coming in through the snow stairs or blue stairs, it just wasn't a multi-dimensional push, and it was an easy task for Falcons to shut that down in the end.
Well read and well understood. Final round of this first half. Both of these teams meeting each other at their fury. Kills right now, high water mark 6 apiece, shared evenly by Leaky Fack, Joom, and Noah. Savage on his roll, who usually ends up bottom frag, so not really much to mention in that regard. Adrian's had a better start to this map than we would come to expect. But the story that is starting to repeat itself, Shaiko, a disappointing first half. This happened on board. It's now happening on Chalet. This is concerning for the Falcons.
Start to wonder if maybe the gas is almost out inside the tank.
I don't know where the boy is.
Before the series began, but Falcons have had slow finishes to tournaments. Nobody has to remind the fans, but 4 second place finishes over the last 2 years is a devastating chain of results for this team. A third place, I mean, that would be unthinkable from this squad. Everybody thought top 2 was a lock, and then it's just a matter of do they win, but Secret are making that a huge question mark at the moment. I like the clear to come through. They force one out and find the entry onto Solotov.
He went fishing for a while. Good patience from Mowgli, just tapping away on that angle. Solotov showing some frustration on his face after that one, and for good reason. The comeback is still possible for Falcons, but surrendering that first pick, not what you want.
Now with still lots of time on the clock, Secret can play with their food. The drones are strong. Licketback is forced to move in multiple directions. He finds a Blackbeard playing in the window, but he can't punish it. The hatch is open. He doesn't have a wide enough swing. And now being tracked by the Death Barb, he has to drop Shirley Parker.
He has to do all this himself, dancing around the nade. Not quick enough for Secret to follow up on this. 3 different sets of eyes staring in his direction. That one-tap jiggle peek with the SMG-11 has killed many a great player. Leaky Fack is hoping to do that at least once. He's got a good read on this Blackbeard, harassing him with both yellow pings and the red marks, so they know exactly where he is. What can Uses do? Bride is there for the assist. Down goes Mowgli, and the drop from Leaky Fack does finally come in.
Yeah, they take down Uses though, Parker, trying to assist his captain in the blue stairs, but it's caused chaos as Noah's finding a multi-frag. Licketback and Bride in the 2v3 as we go for a brief pause.
Leaky Fack wanted another. He knows how damaged Joom is, and a single shot will fell the Blackbeard. Take advantage of the fact that they've given up this library control. Leaky Fack, look at the balls on this guy, trying to retake blue stairs.
No.
Damn.
Shut down.
Oh, Bride.
Noah versus Bride. For 10 kills on the side of Noah, Bride has all the info and all the advantage. Noah does not have the defuse kit, and he is being harassed by these pings. Bride just needs to wait this one out.
Don't engage, don't engage, don't engage, don't engage! Bro! All he had to do was not engage.
Peeks at Parker, he doesn't have to, he's inside of storage. He's got every chance to win that round, but it's the hero from Border. It's Noah silencing this crowd. Adidas Arena was ready to erupt after that Nitro Cell clawed it back from a 1v3 to a 1v1. But Noah is just too good. He does not stop fighting for that kill. Of all the rounds, of all the moments, that might be the one that sends Falcons down a spiral.
All you had to do was not peek.
You can't help but remark on the difference in demeanor of these teams. All 10 player cams being shown on the Jumbotron here at Adidas Arena, and there is a very definite mood shift after that one. Falcons looking glum during that timeout. Shaiko looked absolutely defeated. Admittedly, Shaiko doesn't always look happy unless they're pulverizing their opponents. And don't get me wrong, I know the goal for Shaiko and the rest of this team is to win, but it must be getting to Shaiko with how his performance has gone on Border and now here on Chalet.
All you gotta do is hide.
Friday gets baited out perfectly by Noah. A great capitalization by the Swede on the side of Secret. 4-2 first half. You're on the favorable side of your opponent's map. This is basically what's supposed to happen.
Yes. But 3 rounds now separates Secret from the grand finals. I mean, you're right on paper. This is not that bad of a position from Falcons, but mentally, it doesn't feel like it. You go back all the way to the second day of this event, Savage, a great interview that he did with Maria, our interviewer here at the event, and he said, I think we have a strong mental, especially versus some of these top teams, and especially when we're down. I think the mental game of Secret is something that doesn't get talked about quite enough. They've won tournaments in the past, champions at EWC. If it's strong, Parker, if it is good enough here on their own map pick, on the stronger side, defending on Chalet, it could be the only thing they need to win this against Falcons. The same cannot really be said for the boys in green.
No, I have not seen them looking this defeated in a long, long time. They've already used their timeout. They will get the added benefit of now attacking on the map that they chose.
So the way Dokkaebi was going across there was so freaking funny. All right, Noah's down. That's huge.
Secret to a third map. Earlier today, it did not work out, but that comeback happened here on Chalet. Shut down by Secret in the final round of overtime, but still, maybe some panic had set in for the European fans.
It's a great shot to say to Noah, cool down, buddy. 10-5. He has been lighting up the scoreboard so far on Chalet, but they put him to bed at least for one round now on the defensive side. It puts more pressure onto Mowgli. He's fighting players out the window. He's getting blown to bits, and now it's a 3-man lead for Falcons with still over half the round to go.
They're still repelled. They're not in the building. Oh my Chalet, what a beautiful sight you are. Secret having some troubles on this very first defense of this Falcons map. June will find his footing. 7 kills for him. He and Adrian will now have to work together for the remainder of this round. Falcons without their main hard breach. Still got 2 can openers. Whoops, never mind. Brede just died with them in pocket. June finding yet another. A little bit above the head of the third.
You know he's down there. What the f are you doing?
Oh my goodness, he takes down the sledge in the process.
You know he was down there. Why would you just walk past the hatch like that and not keep an eye on the hatch?
An impressive run. Getting those picks.
And it's easier for me to yell about that than it is, obviously, the professionals doing stuff. He's lucky.
Wasn't ultimately close enough, but it was a good bounce back.
Yeah, I think starting off with the opening pick in the second half is so important for Falcons. Get that mental back up. We always talk about the pressure on a stage like this at the 6th Invitational in Paris, the hometown of Shaiko, the hometown of Lickifak, the hometown of Brede. They're clean kills. Frankly, the shots are brilliant to come through, largely outside the building. The DMRs sing, and even when Joom makes things scary, even when Joom says, hey guys, you haven't won this yet, the composure never breaks for Falcons. They close out a round that they should be winning and bring this game to within 1.
Something that we've debuted at this event is this drone footage. No boom arms required. We've got a drone that's been flying around the event, taking great crowd shots for all of you. It's a great tool in the arsenal of our production team who have done an outstanding job so far. I don't know who made the reveal of the next 3 events, but that bit with Ian, Milosh, and Alfama genuinely might be some of the best work that we have done.
Yes.
Well, potentially ever. The good thing is that you get to be a fan of your own esports. Even though we work on the broadcast, we're still fans at the end of the day.
Wow, fans of Falcons hoping that this comeback is real. They've already brought things close. First half, not devastating, but worrying, I think, if you're a fan of this team. One more round would be enough to tie things. Now we've gone to kitchen and dining for the second bomb site of Team Secret. we should see Secret go to the top floor, but they have experimented on all 4 sites on Chalet, so it's not a given what the 3rd bomb site will be after this round concludes. Many drone operators being played right now by the Falcons as they're hoping to find some of this utility. Talk about that Fenrir gadgets coming through, the Malusis, the Wamai gadgets. I mean, so much that you can clear out with a Brava and or Twitch.
1 minute now eclipsed in this round. Teams yet to come to blows, but as we've said in previous attempts, maybe it'll be a little bit faster than we expect, catching us off guard. A good spread from these Falcons players, still in the discovery phase as they close in on the halfway point of the round. Mowgli almost dies to Shaiko as the patience of the Frenchman down below nearly rewarded. Back to drones they go. Falcons not liking this intel they're getting. Is this Secret keeping them at bay?
I mean, listen, Secret had some very late attacks that went very well for them in the first half, so Falcons could be right on that same pace. Walking up blue and pressuring West Main. They know there's one above inside a bathroom. A couple of smokes come through now in the opening pick for Solotov.
Savage in the ground.
Nice.
Find himself cuddled up in the dirt. Falcons looking to equalize. They've already gotten 2 of the 5 kills needed. 3 more remain. Still on rappel for some of these Falcons players. They can provide some covering fire from afar and not find themselves in harm's way. That's quite the benefit. They are cleaning house at the moment. Adrian, last one standing for Secret. Solotov with defuse, get a long run out from the Aruni. Serious damage being done to users, but giving his position away in the process.
There we go. Flawless.
By the Falcons to equalize. 4 apiece.
You can bring more skills because of the could be a damage in their comps should be good. Second thing about the comps, I need you guys to be responding to each other. Savage was calling for us to make a play on the mud another round, and I didn't even hear an answer from you guys. So instead of trying to look for your plays or whatever in the middle of the round, if nothing's happening to you, listen to the comps. And then if you guys want to go kitchen again, you guys can try to just maybe give them trophy and play for retake top solar later by reinforcing the 2 walls onto towards trophy, you know, just to make it harder for them, because they will be trying to do this attack again and again and again. I'm pretty sure focusing on Savage. So if we can start
just take a ward on side here, like we take solo stairs there, and we just need flats, guys. You guys need to make the flats there, and I need you guys to.
The beginning of that timeout almost indecipherable because of how loud that crowd got. One of the easily the most deafening roars for
What are you doing, Goobers?
in this series. You couldn't even hear Twister's opening remarks.
I mean, Parker, these Falcons fans are hungry for a victory. They watched their team lose the upper bracket finals yesterday. They watched their team lose the first map of this series just an hour ago. Now, after a slow start, they are starting to get some life in them.
Peanut, what you doing?
And I honestly think it all comes down to the captain. Liquefax plays such a unique style of Siege where on all of these pushes, he's not with his team. Everybody else is showing pressure Solar. Everybody else is showing pressure Trophy. Everyone else is showing pressure on the Master window.
Just being a little goobs.
Not with the squad as you'd often
I'm putting these away.
He's lurking in through up the blue stairs, through the kitchen hallway, finding that gap to take site control away from Secret when they're not expecting it. Twister hoping that an improvement in communication can result in an improvement on the scoreboard as well. They have yet to win a defense, and they will go back down to the Bar Games bomb site to try to lock this one out and get themselves more momentum through the second half.
Hope is the great killer, and I mean, in map number 1, the Falcons gave their fans an awful lot to hope for, and it didn't end up coming to pass. Does the same happen here? Does history repeat itself? I don't know. I think Falcons are on the better side. I have seen more brilliance from the Falcons through those last 2 rounds than through that first half. That is confidence inspiring. Cafe is the tiebreaker if required. I know that we as broadcasters, I know that the fans, and I'm almost certain you as the viewers, would love a 3rd map to see a conclusion here, a best-of-1 shootout. Give me it.
It's been calm so far. It's been threatening on those library windows. Falcons have been so good at hitting the shots onto the Mez players. But as they're not getting an opportunity up on the top floor, they can instead try to work towards the site. Now on the other side of this breach, we are going to see Adrian have to vacate bar storage. He backs up into bar, knows that that's no longer a position he can play, but it exposes him to the hatch. If they can get control of the top floor, they could get a kill, or if they burn him out, this could be the frag.
And they flush him out perfectly. Look at that coordination. The Nitro cell caught as well. Everything working so effectively for this Falcons team. A well-oiled machine as the captain drives it in, but hold on, you haven't cleared out the top. Suddenly, Secret has turned this round on its head. Brede and Uses now find themselves close to this bomb site. But Secret now will retake with a numbers advantage. Joom was the heartbreaker up top on Valentine's Day, Joom. How could you do this to the French fans?
Oh, what the hell? I come back and Brede's the only one alive?
Falcons struck first. They struck fast.
He almost had the 1v3 last time he was on this site, Parker. Back on the defense, hit the Nitro, and then
remind me.
Couldn't close that out in the ends.
He's got the shadow. He knows that there's one there, but he can't aggress. He doesn't have enough intel on Chimney. He will decide to do it. And Mowgli reads that so well, aided by the alarm. Secret will pick up round number 5, and Jesse, in just a moment, we're going to hear from our own experts.
Howdy, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, that was a wonderful defense from the side of Secret. Matt, both of me and you were talking about what do they need to do. They needed to slow down. They needed to not be isolated. They need to be able to find those trades, hold their position. What more do they need to do to push that envelope even further to close out this map?
One thing Secret needs to do, in my opinion, is bring out more of the K-tube setups. Play a lot more bunker, a lot more just crossfire. Set up together. Don't let Licky Fact just go around with his lurks. Get the 1v1s. I would love to see some Clash come out too, because I think Falcons are going to pull out more shields.
Clash is the answer.
Well, hot and cold, absolutely hitting the mark
Piston.
when it comes to some of these lurks that Liquifac has been on. It's been a huge problem for Secrets. They were able to respond despite the lurks in the previous round, Parker. He got a great 2K opener over from the snow stairs. It was nearly a perfect start to the round, but they were able to respond. They cannot keep allowing themselves to be in that disadvantaged state, though.
Oh, that's the Pulse skin, wasn't it?
All three of these
That's what that was.
If they can get stalled out by the Tube and Kaid combo, that would be massive for them. But at the moment, it's not something we've seen from Team Secret.
Noah just highlighted there by the audience. These Secret players have lived in the shadow.
Look at the
of really
Tachankas.
big European teams, right?
Yeah.
It feels like we haven't been saying their names anywhere near as much as a lot of the other
And the
teams in
Vigils, too.
region, despite the dominance that Secret has shown over the last year. They are making new fans on this ascendancy. They are challenging the order of Europe, and they are putting teams on notice as they do so.
Yeah.
No matter whether they make the grand finals tomorrow, whether they win or lose, all 5 of these players on Secret have made hundreds, potentially thousands of new fans over this SI run, and for that they should be proud of, but they don't want to be proud. They want to be world champions.
Of course. I mean, that's always the goal here at SI, and especially when you've already won a tournament like EWC earlier in the year. Secret have proven to themselves they are capable of finishing first. They are capable of being the best team in the world. Not in the grand finals, not second to Falcons, not losing to FaZe. There is one goal and one alone here in Paris, and that is going to be to bring home the hammer. 2 rounds separate them from the grand finals now. It is a top floor defense. This office wall, it hasn't been reinforced fully, of course, not playing on that Kaid Tube combo, so instead, it gives an opportunity, good intel from Falcons, and maybe a gap that they could find onto Adrian.
Now gonna try to find the Jaeger as well, so they have good information on 2 of these players. Secret will be on the run. This information for Falcons can be oh so strong. 4 of the 5 players on Secret now identified. Mute, the one remaining hidden for the time being. Brede throwing out a nade, and finally the Ella will move. They're hunting him down. A huge expenditure on Joom, but he still persists. They can't do that much with him. All the while, Leakyback is in the site upstairs. He does not have the defuse kit. He could easily pick off Adrian, but he's looking for an opportunity. Very wary of what might be there. Finds one. Finds 2. Oh, he can't find the 3rd. Adrian bleeding out. Still recoverable. Down, but not out for the time being. Uses shutting down Mo.
Oh!
They finally do get Joom. Noah, last man standing.
Yo!
For the second map in a row. Tie game, 5-5. We will go all the way through regulation.
Stone Cold said it, Parker. He said it in the call-in. These lurks coming through from Lickyback have been the doom for Team Secret. They are not able to stop
Scientists
him.
have
When all
successfully
four players
captured
on
the sound of
Falcons
two
are focused on one
helium
side of the
laughing.
map, out of
Hee
nowhere,
hee.
on the opposite side of everything, Lickyback finds a gap. He's in solar on the Amaru, and nobody hears him because
Listen, look at
so
this.
far away. How often do you see a sneaky Amaru play that
You see
nobody
that?
catches? This shouldn't be happening.
Do you see that?
In SI lower finals, Lickyback finds the gap. Uses eventually then rotates over to the
Huh?
master window. Now he's in sight threatening.
Yeah.
Now he's
You see the picture I posted up?
panicking around the bomb site, and it's Usus who
Huh?
finishes what Lickyback
Twitter.
started. An incredible round coming through from the IGL Falcons and giving them more
Yep.
life in this game.
Team efforts, right? Teamwork makes the dream work. Every corporate retreat will tell you that.
Me
Well, guess
fail
what?
English?
I guess
That's
it applies to Rainbow
impossible.
Six Siege as well. And again, the depth from both of these teams highlighted throughout all three phases of this event. You do not make it to the second biggest match of this event if you don't have the depth to compete. The deepest team at the tourney awaits you in the grand finals. FaZe sitting patiently with the day off, watching. Could be from their hotel, could be here from the stands. Maybe they're getting in some last-minute practice. We don't know what they're doing, but what we do know for certain is that they are an incredibly dominant foe who have looked impressive as hell throughout this entire run. And they will be watching this matchup with keen interest. 2 rounds left in regulation. Falcons win this round, it goes to map point. Secret wins this round, it goes to series point.
All eyes are on Joom. He's playing that back storage position, but Soltov looking for something different. Up here, he finds Mowgli through the windows, but no opportunities given up by Secret. They played this very passive. They played it very cautious. They haven't gone for any aggressive moves yet, hoping to just bide their time. Lickyback has done this before. He threatens Joom, and he forces him to move. And Joom is out of there ASAP. No more sticking around.
Mowgli is low.
Already challenging front door.
And he's just gonna keep moving. Those Lion scans lasting a little bit longer than before he manages to get away with his life intact. I think he saw what happened to Noah in the last round. And
Oh.
Mowgli assessed it wasn't gonna be a lot of fun. Mowgli, the leadoff pick, down goes Solitov. This is the exact round where Secret broke the hearts of Falcons on map 1. History might be about to repeat itself.
Secret not making mistakes that they've had in the past. They are retreating back, not playing into the hands of Falcons, not giving up their lives, fighting for space they don't need. They sit above the bomb site, they sit in the bomb site. Their control is so good. And even the cutoff player of Solitov, unable to find an advantage for Falcons. Now 65 seconds, they've got to make a choice. They choose to go right down blue and hit the site. Top floor is not going to be the focus any longer.
Time to pick up the pace, raise the tempo. Lickyback with Shaiko, Bride to lead the charge on in. Lickyback from above in case this linear take doesn't really work out, but there's something they haven't really quite considered. Savage deep inside the site, using that caliber destruction. Those kill holes oh so mighty good. Bride has snuck his way in. Oh my, this is an absolute mess, Jesse. 9 players still upright. Falcons will sweep through, sinking their talons into this defense. Secret fighting from the rear. Joom, the last man standing, as Falcons have killed all the rest of them. Defuse kit now 10 seconds gone. A good read from Joom. Manages to shake off that death mark in the process. Has to deal with what lays above. A long arm, maybe a bait in from Falcons. Not taking the bait just yet. Falcons can be patient. Joom's got very limited time remaining. He'll try again on the disable, but it's well by Falcons, no doubt about it. Uses his team on their map-to-map point.
Parker, that push, an absolute masterclass from the Falcons. That round didn't start the way they needed it to. They started to clear top floor. They couldn't get a pickup inside of games. They lost the entry. But did it matter? No, because they had intel inside of the site. You saw it right at the end. Usus had hacked the default cam, the bulletproof, inside of Kitchen. So they had a bit of information onto the site. I have to say, I don't like calling it out, but it's been a rough map from Savage. Still a single frag to his name after 11 regulation rounds, and his play inside the site there, not good enough to stop the Blackbeard from charging in and finding that plant spot. If he had a nitro, if he had something to play around, then maybe he could have denied that plant, but he didn't have the utility to do so. Team Secret felt like they were in control of this map, in control of this series, even in control of that round. the opening pick, but the gap inside the site, the inability to stop
That plant was huge.
that plant down was
Huge.
Great top floor control and so much work.
Yeah, as soon as they planted, they swung and maintained maintained overhead. Yep. 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 That's what they did.
You too can be affected by siege timing.
That's what they did.
Now, Falcons have one more opportunity to not gamble on overtime. Cafe awaits us as map number 3, should it be required. Entirely possible that Secret is able to make a comeback happen, send us to OT and win. They have been a team that has been so hard to shake this entire event.
The Clash was asked for a few rounds ago, and it will show up for Joom on their final hour. It's being used to try to facilitate a frag from Noah, playing just behind Joom on the Clash. Noah's been red hot on this map. He was the hero to win it out on Border, and now it's been a big part of the 5 rounds they've won on Chalet. With an extra bit of information, they might have an ability to work at one of those picks and get themselves the early lead. By bringing this Clash, they've had to make concessions though, Parker. They are no longer able to extend over towards Library. The top floor of the map is not really seen as much control as what we've seen previously from Team Secret defenses. It's really going to be about how do they get past Joom on the Clash. He's got his power position just inside of the Case's hull. Keep in mind Savage down below as well. You see his outline. The one off-site player that extends map control below for Team Secret.
Shield goes down and Joom will let the gadget do itself. Nope, never mind, didn't complete the animation.
Just baits out the nade.
Big brain plays.
Yeah, exactly what he has to do. I think they might just go for a plant, Parker, and this is going to end up being 5v5. A lot of players going down. The wall is open, but with Savage down below, they'll have to find an answer to him first.
Adrian watching this door frame. Anything shot on in will get caught by that magnet sitting on top of a mute jammer as well. These Lion scans were quite successful earlier in this round. The follow-up, not so. Leaky Fact still with 1 in pocket. Top frag in map number 1, doing the exact same thing here in map number 2. Joom has taken the reins, but not quite surpassed Noah at this point in time in this map. Adrian guns down uses. You said they go for the plant. You were right. The rush might not pay off. Leaky Vac keeping numbers close, tying us right back in man count. He's searching for more. Not inside the building just yet, but an opportunity to hop on in is now a late.
It's 30 seconds.
30 seconds left. Secret scrambling to get back into position. Falcons with lots of control on this floor below the bomb site. Down goes Shaiko. Brede will die as well.
Brede's down, yeah.
Drying up, and Falcons will be able to seal the deal without needing overtime. But hold on a second. Solotov has something to say about that. Leaky Vac still alive as well. Nade goes out. Noah has been dropped. 3 players still alive for Secret. Time running out. Case not in control for the Falcons. They bullet after bullet hitting their marks. Father Time remains undefeated.
Dude.
In this round, that's especially true. Overtime in map 2.
Patience pays off for Secret. They will extend this second map and potentially shorten the series if they can get the 2-0. The crowd as loud as it's been in Adidas Arena, and this map of Chalet is still undeterminable. Who comes out on top? Parker, they did an amazing job. I really have to highlight Joom on that Clash. He stalled out the round for so long, despite giving up the library control. He still time
Hi, Dad.
so well. Up on that top floor. He ended up losing his Clash shield. You caught it in the midst there. The Gone 6 blew up.
Yeah, thank you for the 73 months.
I don't care.
Good morning.
The SMG and hits this nasty shot onto Shaiko. Gives a bit of a lead to the players on Secret. Gives them an opportunity now to lock.
They waited so long.
At the same time, down below, you got to see Savage surviving under the pressure of Solotov, existing without that one player, making sure they didn't lose bottom floor, they didn't lose a body down there. It allowed Savage to rotate up those trophy stairs, eventually have an impact late into that execute and double his kill count from 1 to 2. It's the impact kills that matter though, Parker, isn't it?
You just love saying double their kills. You don't usually get to do that all that often. It only happens at these low digits, and it's always
What's plant? That's plant.
treated to it twice now.
I have. Keep in mind,
How you doing, Dad?
Secret's map pick, Parker. Sorry, this is Falcon's map pick, isn't it? So
It is. I was not keeping in mind that it was Secret's map pick, Jesse, because I knew it was Falcons.
Sorry about that. Falcons map pick. They get overtime side selection. They choose to start on attack.
All right. I'll let you be the numbers guy on that, as that's your superpower.
I mean, we saw a couple of attacker-sided so far. It was 4-2 for the offense both times, so recent history suggests that should be favorable, and I think historically Chalet as well leans attacker-sided.
But as we always know, those things love to flip in OT, so Secret might end up on the better side if that old bit of witchcraft is correct. Cast your seance if you're Falcons.
And I mean, Parker, is right back to basics. You're just doing the same thing, but one bomb site below. It is kitchen for the site for Secret, but it is the same setup from Joom on the Clash.
Nice.
Give themselves a line of sight now on that office portion of the map.
You guys have any plans today? Aside from just relaxing outside?
Utility playing this angle very effectively. Wrong. I was wrong. Oh my, this is going to be a tough one. Adrian sees the elbow for but a second. It's fleeting, falling off of his position. Leaky Fact strikes first. Down goes Mowgli. Just a little bit over a minute to go in this round. Falcons with that opening pick. Ever important. He still has death marks in pocket as well. So Solitov can narrow down where these remaining 4 defenders are to give more of an advantage to his team.
This time waste is excellent for Adrian. If he gets a pick, it's well worth it. But at the same time, a 2-man lead is a lot. It's Noah who strikes back instead, though. Parker equalizing at 4. The ADS is catching the Capital bolts. Adrian does not have to move.
He's in so much trouble, though, and he's surviving well past his best before date.
Oh my gosh, she's finally dead. And then Leaky Fat goes down anyway.
The Nitro cell. Advantage gone for both teams. Setting us up for a perfect showdown with 40 seconds left. Noah, a great attempt, gets the down, secured by Joom. Still playing off of this shield. 2 players
30 seconds again, man.
on opposite ends of the earth. Keep in mind, Brede needs to walk that diffuser into the bomb site, and he doesn't have an escort. He'll be walking into Trophy alone. Uses a side-by-side now. Brede above. Joom taking damage earlier in the round, but he drops and sacrifices most of it, getting Brede. Usus will walk on in. They just need to play time. He's hoping that one of them will give him an advantage, and they won't.
Jeez.
The German superstar sends his team to series point.
Disbelief from the Falcons fans, Parker. Hope starting to fade in the arena. They got second in Manchester, second in Montreal, second in Boston, second in Munich. They're not getting third in Paris. That's not how this was supposed to go. 2 rounds is what they have to win back-to-back to avoid such a fate. Secret has been the one team that they have dominated for years at this point. Their regional rivals who they always manage to top. There was jokes in the community that Falcons needed to let Secret get to the Grand Finals so that they could finally win the Grand Finals. Well, we're meeting them in the lower bracket finals, and it doesn't seem to be playing out that way. The adaptations from Team Secret have been so good. The stall capability coming out from players like Joom and Adrian. Adrian in that round, Parker, not getting frags, not finding impact on the
They're taking way too long to get in there.
time by just sitting still, wasting the clock away.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time on Jaeger.
Playing for his first SI Grand Finals, and he just looks calm as a cucumber.
The crowd might be solidly on the side of Falcons, but Secret will likely inherit all of them tomorrow if they are the team that ends up squaring off against FaZe Clan.
Yep.
Could be Rainbow Six, could be Counter-Strike, could be football. Europe loves rooting against the Brazilians. It's a tale as old as time.
Uh-huh.
And they will unite under that Secret banner should they need to, but there is still 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Falcons fans to cling to hope.
It's time to be a hero. It's time for Falcons to show why they're often talked as the best team in the world by many experts. Haven't been that today. Secret has been the better team. They've won events in the past. Falcons have too, but it's been a minute. look to guys like Saltov, you look to guys like Uzis, originally playing in that labyrinth position, drop down very early in towards the bomb site. Bar Games is where we're located. Still 3 players on the top floor, potentially 4 if Uzis walks up the blue stairs to join them. And it is a risky gamble that Noah just barely can't capitalize on.
Almost 30 kills between the aforementioned player and June. When you add them together, they have been just an unbelievable dynamic duo through this entire event. We haven't really said Mowgli's name all that much this map, but he just struck first. Falcons, with 90 seconds left on the clock, will fight from behind.
Noah's down.
Noah goes down at the hands of Leaky Fack himself with 17 kills. These giants colliding over and over again in this series.
Time ticking down, but it hasn't stopped Secret in the past. Here comes a move from Shaiko. Sees the Blackbeard at the last second. Chooses to retreat, just avoiding the bullets as they whiz past him towards the blue stairs. Now 70 seconds. Team Secret have an entry into the map. 3 players over towards that office side, 1 outside the balcony, over towards library. That's Mowgli hoping to find a cutoff.
They're tracking Uzis at this point in time. Leaky Fack is there for some coverage. Fighting over towards Chimney. Mowgli will find his second. The Frenchman desperately wants to represent his own
That's it.
country.
That's it.
All of a sudden, Secret swept through. Falcons have just Breed A left. Secret will hunt him down.
Yep. Secret's going to the grand finals. That's pretty cool though. It's just their first one.
Feel the moment, Parker. Team Secret. Everybody said they couldn't beat Falcons. Everybody said this was the team they were doomed to play against, and it should have been the end, but it didn't even take all 3. Team Secret, off the back of their one French player, Mowgli, with the crowd behind him, will be playing in a grand finals up against FaZe Clan to win the hammer. It was supposed to be destiny for the Falcons, but instead it is just defeat.
Many hearts broken on Valentine's Day. The crowd, the country, the players on Falcons, a devastating loss, and I mean, they might not show it on stage at this moment. Heartbreak can take some time to set in. A tough pill to swallow. Defeat never really gets easier. It gets a bit number, but it's never fully gone. Everybody on Falcons will give their due to Mowgli. He will alone sit on that stage carrying the French flag in tomorrow's matchup. The job is far from over. FaZe Clan's 3rd consecutive 6 Invitational Grand Final.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't make it to 3 SI Grand Finals if you're not one of the best teams to ever do it.
And on the other side, Secret a year ago at SI, they don't win a single game, Parker. A disaster for them back in Boston. They revamp their roster. They pick up 2 new entries in terms of Mowgli and Noah. They start to turn their season around. They win EWC. They come to Paris still as underdogs despite all their success. And now have gotten the crowd on their side, have moved their way to grand finals. This alone feels like a huge success story for this team, but of course the job's not done.
No, and he's going to soak in that crowd as much as possible.
Wow.
Anybody who competes at this level will tell you that winning is always the goal, but doing so in front of your family, your friends, there's nothing sweeter. Few teams can say that they've lifted the hammer on home soil.
Let me snooze the ads.
They don't have that opportunity. They will have to wait for another event, another 6 Invitational. Team Secret, mighty good. Your victors, a very clean 2-0. They dominated their group. They dominated Phase 2. And all the way, they dominated Team Falcons. What an impressive run for them. Noah from Team Secret has been sensational. Let's hear from him after a huge win for his team.
It is so loud here in the Adidas Arena in Paris. Despite the fact, you know, that the fans' favorites coming into this, we knew it was Falcons. They've had their hearts broken once again, but Team Secret booked their spot in the grand finals of the 6th Invitational 2026. And here I am with Noah. This This man has been playing out of his skin. Look, I've got to ask you. You've been in situations last year, grand final. You won it. But this time around, it's the 6th Invitational. It's the creme de la creme of this esport. Does this feel like some kind of a wild dream to you?
This feels amazing. I just love you guys as a crowd. Like, you guys have made this entire experience so surreal. So just keep cheering for us, keep cheering for Mowgli, and we're gonna do you guys proud.
Tomorrow, just take a quick glance over your shoulder here. You can see the hammer. It's synonymous with this game. It's iconic. It represents being the best. But to win it tomorrow, you have to step into the Lion's Den and go up against the defending champions in FaZe Clan. How do you beat them?
We're just gonna do our best to make sure that no Brazilians are gonna win on EU turf, and hopefully make this entire crowd goes crazy tomorrow. So thank you guys.
There was a lot of respect shown between yourselves and Falcons. Is there anything you want to say about this team?
I just want everyone to give a big round of applause for Falcons. They're an amazing team, the best team. Obviously you have Shaiko, Efek, everyone, they all deserve the best. And yeah, that's it.
Noah, best of luck tomorrow. You're amazing. Cannot wait to see you in action. Mowgli! Let's get Mowgli up here. Come on up here. You want to hear from Mowgli? Paris. Congratulations. You're an SI Grand Finalist. You got a French crowd here. I can see you're emotional right now. What does this moment mean to you?
Can I talk French?
Absolutely.
Je suis trop content, les gars. Je peux pas décrire ce que je ressens. Les gars, faites du bruit pour Liké, s'il vous plaît. Faites du bruit pour Liké parce que... Bien. Liké, il a fait un BO de fou, les frères. Il a fait un BO de fou, c'était une épine dans le pied, il voulait pas s'enlever, frère. Merci pour tous les gars, franchement, je sais pas quoi dire, merci les gars.
Mowgli, I think we can make the fans here really happy. Just briefly, you did it earlier, and I'm not sure we caught it on camera. For the fans, can you give us a soon? Love it, congratulations. For Team Secret, commiserations once again to Team Falcons. For Secret, one more time, faites du bruit!
So good.
A massive congratulations to Team Secret. They punched their ticket into the grand final. It'll be EML versus Brazil.
1v1 now, grand final.
We talked about it. Sometimes these games get
Creator show match is at 4:45 tomorrow. Musical performance 5:45. I'm gonna try and be up around that time to watch. Might go live for the music performance, and then get ready for the Year 11 panel, and then grand finals right after that.
This was everything that we built up for them, that this was going to be the moment. The lights were just a little too
I don't think I'm gonna be awake for the creator show match.
I can only imagine how these players are. Noah in specific, I just want to highlight here. I mean, watching his development on this team coming in. When I first talked to him in Reload, there were nerves. He wasn't the same kid that I saw back then. Now he's on the main stage at a grand final appearance into tomorrow. It is absolutely deserving and storytelling for this kid.
I mean, to say that it's his first SI and his first year competing
and a
in
grand
the Q1
final
later, and yeah, in a grand final for Noah. I mean, his individual playmaking has been amazing, and it's just something for Secret as a whole. The way they've been able to adapt, switch the tempo up, play slow, play aggressive against the best teams in the world. Couldn't have imagined a better grand final.
It is like incredible star power on these two teams, and especially on the side of Secret. And the one player that you two have been talking about, Noah, we have some clips as well to once again highlight his performance over the course of this series, because yes, it is his first SI. This will be his second S-tier final as well. And he is definitely deserving with the way of how he's played.
I mean, he's been so consistent on this flex role. It's so difficult as a flex player to be able to find kills, consistently stay alive. But you can see he plays his position, holds the angles, and then when the time is right, when he is needed, that's when he jumps in, he makes the kills, he's able to execute, and he has not been missing at all. And I think his high intense situation making skills when it comes to clutch situations.
I feel like this right here was when Falcons were not going to come out of this.
You can always get behind him. And again, to be that young, to be this inexperienced in a sense, to be able to play at this level, at this level of caliber, I mean, it really speaks in to the individual prowess he has as an individual. And again, have such little time and to be playing at this level, it's impressive.
Now, this group poker is what it's all about as well to me, because when I think of Team Secret, I think of a team. They hype each other up constantly. When asked about the best IGL, the best support player they've ever played with, they always mention each other. They seem like they have this amazing chemistry going on, and that is what is consistently helping them win these 3v3s, win these 3v5s that we're seeing.
I mean, that's the biggest factor is if you are enjoying your team, enjoying the atmosphere that you're in, you're naturally going to play that much better. And watching them play, it really does seem like a brotherhood. Not only are they the best in their respective roles, but together, they click together as a unit so well. And also, not to mention their coaching staff. I believe they have one of the only
does a fantastic job.
He does an amazing job. And they also have, they're one of the only teams that have a mental coach as well that is able to be, you know, make sure that they're talking to each other appropriately, making sure that they're keeping their energy and their spirits high. And we saw that. The spirits is what inevitably crushed Falcons today. And that's something that Secret has never really shown.
Yeah, we're gonna look back at a clutch from round 13, one of the most important moments inside of this matchup. Yes. Eventually helped them get that first round inside of this overtime.
Yeah, I mean, Joom was so instrumental for this round. Had he not had this clash earlier, had he not been able to play this and delay the time that made Falcons have to reposition, but then that one
Jeez.
there, if he loses that, that puts even more pressure on Savage to try to win a 2v1. But because he played
That was crazy.
to get that kill, then to follow it up to close out that round in particular, that's the emotions that we're talking about that leads into that last round where they shut it down so convincingly, so effortlessly, and the reason why we're seeing them make a grand final appearance.
That clutch start to finish was amazing, especially in the 2v1 where Joom hides and waits for the time to be able to dwindle down. But when we look at the whole game, Licky Fack did his absolute best. It's a shame for
33 and 17.
Invitational to be able to find themselves going out early
33.
doing as best as they could have possibly done. But that being said, Secret deserved it all that much more.
It is always rough to see the MVP on the losing team really putting in a fight for this crowd as well as been supporting him all along this journey. But it's become clear that Falcons will not be lifting the hammer this year on their home soil. They fall short just before the grand final. We already saw FaZe make it through that upper bracket, but looking at our bracket just now, Team Secret with a 2-0 earlier today against Fluxo W7M. Another 2-0 here against Falcons. Another 2-0 they had earlier against Wildcard. This lower bracket run starting in round 2 of the lower bracket, by the way.
The lower bracket is just so dangerous because if you're a team that's building up steam like Secret has been, you get to the finals, you've been able to play together, and then FaZe is just sitting there watching. And of course, you're going to feel confident that you have the VOD review time, you're able to go over footage to be able to prepare for Secret. But at the end of the day, this game is about inches, like we said, and you cannot stop a moving object like Secret.
I mean, that was a beautiful way to put that.
It is truly, but it is just one more day inside this beautiful arena that is still left for us. We can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow because it's not just our grand final that we have. We also have the 1v1 now finals as the very first thing of the day. The show match, as you can see, Team Baguette versus the rest of the world. And then at 6 p.m., FaZe will be going up against Secret, a best of 5 finals. A panel as well, something we always look forward to see on a Sunday.
The Invitational Final is always one of the most exciting days to be watching because it's jam-packed with content. And that being said, yes, everybody wants to see FaZe versus Secret, but the 1v1 final, I love being able to see 1v1s, the innovation, the amount of nice, well-placed shots that both players have to be able to endure, and doing it on a stage like this is something that I'm excited and I can't wait to watch.
And again, the show match, I mean, that'll be super fun. We see our content creators, we're going to see Team Baguette for the first time be able to compete, and then it's to get into that grand final that we're all looking to see and how that's going to shape out. Is FaZe going to take home yet another hammer, or is Secret going to bring home their first?
All right, well, speaking about those show matches, the 1v1s, in fact, some of these 1v1 games will be played out very soon. Once we end things here, we'll send it over to the Late Show with Milosh. Some of those 1v1 now games as well. That is it for us, though, from the arena. We'd love to see you again tomorrow. For now, have a great rest of your night, and thank you so much for watching.
Nice. All right. Let's snooze that one more time. You guys go harass Auntie. Go harass Auntie. I'm gonna go nap. I don't know if I'm gonna be live later on tonight. I might just hold off because these have been long streams. So go say hi to Auntie. I'm outie. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.